I crossed over to the child body in perfect world. My body is weak, only strong than a normal-looking person. I am hopeless. How to live in this life in perfect world? Unexpectedly bounding check-in system. It didn't only check in various places and also give me reward. Chapter 101 and Chapter 102 Riot in the Restricted Area, Goodbye Yunxi. Not only the Tianggu restricted area, but also other places in Baidwan Mountain, terrifying creatures were born, wanting to wash outsiders with blood. The elixirs, treasures, holy artifacts, and heavenly bones, you have all of them. You are useless, you can go to die. A beast with blue eyes and golden eyes came out of the big lake. It looked like a unicorn, with a dragon's mouth and a lion's head. It was red, with scales all over her body, and her body was glowing, but the words she spoke were bloody. There are many opportunities in Baidwan Mountain that they cannot obtain by themselves, so they have to rely on the hands of outsiders. After the barrier of Baidwan Mountain disappears, they can stop dormant and harvest the treasures and the lives of outsiders together. When the Baidwan Mountain was opened in the past, most of the alien creatures died in this way, so those pure-blood beasts gave so many powerful treasures to their offspring for self-defense. Baidwan Mountain was in complete chaos, terrifying native beasts appeared everywhere to reap the lives of outsiders. There was a silver leopard hundreds of meters high, with dense scales, walking out of the mist-shrouded valley. It could trample on it with a single claw, a mountain. There is also the black jelly that is as big as a mountain, and the surrounding fields are shaking when it runs. This fierce beast roared, and even the mountain collapsed, and a group of geniuses exploded directly, turning into a rain of blood. A colorful peacock and golden-winged rock stand on the highest mountain like two stone statues, overlooking a large area of land. When they find that there are foreign talents gathered, they will swoop down from the top of the mountain and tear them apart with their claws. The immemorial Mang ox that rushed out from the restricted area of the sky bone was even more destructive, galloping on the gobi at an extremely fast speed, and all the outsiders it found were trampled into bloody mud, which was extremely cruel. Those mountains, lakes, craters, and canyons that seemed to be harmless before all appeared terrifying protozoa, hunting outsiders. Since the opening of Baidwan Mountain, the arrogances of all races who have survived to the present are all elites and truly strong, but no matter how powerful they are in the cave realm, they are too fragile in the eyes of those native creatures who are not limited by their cultivation. Like rootless duckweed, it may be swallowed by beast tides at any time. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were also hiding in XZ to avoid the pursuit of fierce beasts. Da Hong was too big and was put into a human race bag to prevent predators from noticing. Most of the alien creatures are running back, waiting for the exit of Baidwan Mountain to open, and those predators also know that some geniuses are constantly being tortured and killed in some key passages, and stay in Baidwan Mountain forever. Shi Zhang took Xiao Budian to do the opposite, and went to the real center of Baidwan Mountain. Although the situation was critical at the moment, he was not very worried, because he found shrinks from the pure-blooded beasts he killed. Earth Talisman, as long as they are not instantly killed, they can use it to escape. What's more, in the memory of Shi Zhang's previous life, there are still a few very precious things in the center of Baidwan Mountain, which should not be missed. The center of Baidwan Mountain is the habitat of those kings of fierce beasts. Most of them went out to hunt the aliens. Shi Zhang took this opportunity to visit the lairs of several kings of beasts and successfully stole some good things, including a nest of 5-colored peacock's eggs. Brother, you're so smart. The little boy put the eggs into the Chenkin bag with a look of excitement, thinking about how to eat them. Remember to save one for it to hatch, and then Shikyun will have another primitive treasure technique. Shi Zhang reminded. This 5-color peacock can also be regarded as a very strong beast, and it is the same level of beast as Suan Ni. Okay, Xiao Budian said. The two of them hadn't gone far when the adult 5-colored peacock came back, and there was a loud bird song in the cave, with hysterical madness. Damn outsiders, don't even think about going out. The 5-colored peacock that covered the sky and the sun sternly vowed to find out the egg thief, and almost overturned the land. Only the bloodthirsty beast escaped narrowly with the treasured body shield it used to cover up its aura. Shi Zhang wanted to continue to act, but the cry of the 5-colored peacock made many beast kings rush back, fearing that their hometown would be raided, making them unable to start. Brother, the female glutton has appeared again. Xiaobudian found the girl in purple Yun Shi in the process of running. She was coming out of a cave with a big glowing callus in her hand. She was frowning and observing carefully. What's in there? Shi Zhang laughed secretly. The cocoon was probably the hairless peacock, Kong Chuji. She probably thought it was some kind of powerful air. Shi Zhang ran like the wind, and didn't intend to pay attention to her, but Xianxia seemed to see the figures of Shi Zhang and his group, put away the light cocoon, and quickly followed up with her body skills. Why do you always follow us? Do you really want to go back to guard the village with us? Xiao Budian shouted. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to him, just ignored him, and ran to Shi Zhang's side, talking while running. Are you also going to pull up those fairy peach trees? Xianxia asked. What fairy peach tree? Xiao Budian was puzzled. Shi Zhang didn't speak, but just led the little ones to the depths of Beidwan Mountain. This woman wanted to know him from the beginning to the end, which made him feel a little disgusted. Whether it's his own secret or Shikyun's secret, Shi Zhang doesn't want the outside world to know. Xianxia felt a little depressed in her heart. She came from the ancient sacred mountain with a noble status. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by stars and the moon. The arrogant sons of all races admired her even more. She had never been ignored like this. It's useless. I tried it with several pure blood creatures. There is a very strong monkey king leading a large group of monkeys guarding it. We have no chance to get close, Xianxia said. Shi Zhang didn't answer. He knew that once the seal between the areas was removed, those other kings who were spying on the fairy peach tree and who had a grudge against the monkey king would definitely come over. He just needed to find a good location and wait for the opportunity. The two sides stopped not far from the center of Beidwan Mountain. This is already the critical point, and if they get closer, there is a great chance that they will be discovered by the powerful monkey king. Xianxia followed persistently, which made Shi Zhang a little dizzy. Last time she took her to the Shenyao garden, she was considered half a friend, and it was not easy to make a move on her. Why do you always follow me? Shi Zhang asked helplessly. I just want to know your real identity, Xianxia said. Her voice was as clear as a bell. Very nice. I'm just an ordinary student of Zulu Academy. I don't have any other status, Shi Zhang replied. He wanted to explain the matter, strangled the curiosity in her heart, and freed himself. Then why do you have a higher affinity for Tao than I do? Xianxia asked with sincere eyes. Because of my physique. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, feeling that the guess in her heart was about to be confirmed. She hurriedly asked, what special physique do you have? Good human body. Chapter 103. The start of the show, the Monkey King. A strange color appeared on Yunzai's beautiful face. She stopped asking, and turned her head to stay aside. Shi Zhang thought that the chick gave up and was about to leave, but it turned out not to be the case. Xianxia just moved a little further away from them, and did not really leave. It's up to you, Shi Zhang thought to himself, hiding his body, waiting for the opportunity to come. The mountains are high and the forest is deep. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian stayed there for 2 days. They used the secret treasures they found to hide their bodies, and other pure-blooded creatures were constantly approaching. There are Pixiu, sky-cracking demon butterfly, Kai Kiss, and Shi Zhang also found the magic cattail tree that escaped earlier, which made him want to jump out and kill it, but he still forcibly held back. In addition, those other beast kings from Beidwan Mountain also appeared on the periphery. The huge black jay, the red bull like a hill, and the 5-color peacock also temporarily let go of the pain of losing their eggs. Staring at the place where the god monkeys gather. The show is about to begin. Shi Zhang was excited. The 4 fairy peach trees could be combined into one holy medicine. Just thinking about it made his heart beat. The god monkey king also found those fierce beast kings peeking at its territory, holding a golden spear with a fighting spirit, pointing the spear point at them without fear. While their breaths were colliding with each other, Shi Zhang took Xiao Budian and quietly moved forward for a certain distance. Finally, he saw the lake formed by spiritual energy, which was as bright as a piece of crystal. It's like a fairyland. It's true that there are no tigers and monkeys in the mountains to call themselves kings. This group of dead monkeys can enjoy it too much. Shi Zhang thought to himself, this should be the place with the strongest aura in Beidwan Mountain. Living in such an environment, it is really hard not to be strong. Disaster. Shi Zhang also saw the ultimate goal of this operation, 4 small trees no taller than half a person. The trunks and leaves were extremely gorgeous, dazzling, and looked like they were on fire from a distance. The divine monkey king is too powerful. Those 5-colored peacocks and the like are wandering around the center of Beidwan Mountain. They didn't make a move immediately, they seemed to be waiting for everyone. Another day passed, and a giant beast made of pure gold flew over. Its wings stretched for hundreds of meters, covering a large area of the sky, and its body exuded an extremely powerful coercion. All the creatures above are trembling. Little bird, you are so majestic, come to my territory to show off. The Monkey King shouted loudly, and the mountains and rivers were buzzing. This god Monkey King is too powerful, his whole body is covered by monstrous blood energy, like a blazing sun. Facing so many fierce beast kings, he still takes the initiative to reprimand him, very confident. In fact, it also knew the other party's intentions, and the golden-winged rock would probably attack them as soon as it arrived, so it decisively spoke out first to gain momentum. Your territory, don't forget who it belonged to before. The golden-winged rock stared at the Monkey King with two huge eyes, and his killing intent was undisguised, sweeping across the entire world like a stormy wave. Slap if you want, there's so much bullshit. Xizong was ready to go, hoping that they would quickly pinch him and make a profit. Monkey dead, you designed to entrap my parents and occupy the treasure land of Baidwan Mountain. It's time to collect debts. Come over. This ox is like a small mountain, all the boulders and big trees along the road are crushed by it, and there is nothing to stop it. It rampages all the way towards the sacred monkey treasure land. It's your turn to be presumptuous in front of me. The Monkey King was very decisive, and took the initiative to kill him from the center of Baidwan Mountain, fearing that his monkey group would be affected. At the same time, the other kings of fierce beasts also moved. They knew the strength of the monkey, and they all attacked him. Do it. Xizong sent a voice transmission to Xiao Budian, and the two of them took Xiao Jin to the divine monkey treasure quietly. Not only them, but other pure blood beasts from outside also moved, but Xizongyi was bold and was the closest, and most of the other beasts stopped at the same position as Yunxi. I'll lure them away and you take the opportunity to get the treasure. Xizong said to Xiaobudian and Xiaojin. He saw the hundreds of monkeys, none of them were weak, and they all exuded a powerful aura, especially the leaders of them. The fluctuations in the power of the runes obviously surpassed the realm of the cave. But Xizong is not worried, he has already opened up 10 holes in the sky. Coupled with the rapidity brought by the power of Tianpeng, he can completely make them turn around. Okay, brother, be careful. Xiao Bu nodded, his face was full of excitement. Xizong rushed out from the ambush, drew a black golden light in the air, and instantly arrived at the side of a fairy peach tree, pulled it up, and then put it close to the human race bag. Humans, you are looking for death. The leader of the god monkey uttered words, holding a weapon, and led a group of monkeys to kill like a stone bell. These monkeys were extremely intelligent, blocked his way to other fairy peach trees, and attacked it from all directions. Xizong turned around and ran, and all the god monkeys followed behind him. Xiao Budian took the opportunity to get out of the woods, separated from Xiao Jinbing, and jumped in this treasure land like a clever squirrel. Xizong didn't run away directly, but led the group of monkeys around this treasure land. There are huge boulders lying across this treasure land, and there are many good trees. These monkeys became even crazier, they could see that the human was really playing them like monkeys. They threw spears one after another, trying to penetrate the stone clock. These god monkey leaders are very powerful, and the spears they throw are not only extremely fast, but also contain terrifying attack power. Those 100,000 jin boulders were all blown up by the hit, and the gravel flew. At this time, those pure-blooded creatures from outside also arrived. They were overjoyed to see that the stone bell had attracted the attention of most of the god monkeys, and they were ready to make a move. The corners of Xizong's mouth turned up, and he smiled slightly, because he also discovered these pure-blooded beasts, and instantly had a plan in his mind. Pixiu was approaching the flaming fairy peach tree, and there was no monkey to find it, which made him very happy. Suddenly, it felt that the ground under its feet was shaking more and more violently, and spears fell beside it from time to time. When it looked up, it found a large group of monkeys running towards it, and the leader was a young human being. The human boy was extremely fast, and he arrived at it in the blink of an eye. He paused for a moment, and patted it on the shoulder. Brother, I can only help you here. Take the fairy peach tree yourself. After finishing speaking, the human boy ran away without looking back. Outsiders, you are actually in the same group, you should be killed. The god monkey leader threw a spear with great force, drew a white light, and shot at Pixiu. Chapter 104 The Body of the Magic Tree, Take the Monkey Wine. Pisho's shoulder was in severe pain. The 2 slaps of the human boy just now broke its shoulder, greatly reducing its sensitivity. The spear flew past its body, almost piercing it. Damn human, Pixiu yelled angrily. This human was too cunning, not only allocated the monkey's attention to it, but also broke its shoulder, making it difficult for it to quit even if it wanted to. Anger is anger, but it can only flee in a panic when faced with the group of divine monkeys who are following closely, eager to skin and tear it apart. Kill the lame one first. The leader of the monkey god ordered that the human race was too fast, and chasing him for a long time didn't do much good. It's better to kill the easy one first. Spears rained all over the sky behind Paishu, and it hurriedly sacrificed the treasure bestowed by the clan and fought hard. The Kai Kiss also appeared from the other side of the mountain forest, but just as it emerged, it saw a black golden figure approaching it rapidly, and at the same time, a voice came from beside its ear, next. There were 4 or 5 more corpses of god monkeys, their deaths were horrific, their necks were all broken, and the figure didn't stop, whistling past it. Seeing the tragic death of his people, the monkey leader's eyes were as red as his buttocks in an instant, and his murderous intent boiled over. Those who kill my people will be condemned to death. Kai Wen wanted to explain, but the leader of the monkey would listen and lead the way. The monkey chased and killed it frantically. As a result, the number of god monkeys chasing Shi Zhang dropped sharply, and he also saw the purple-clothed girl Yunxi. But Shi Zhang soon discovered a new target. The magic poplar tree pretended to be an ordinary tree, shrunk in size, and approached the fairy peach tree stealthily. Shi Zhang sneered, and flew over quickly, smashing half of its trunk with a slap, and at the same time took out a fairy peach leaf and stuck it on it with rune power. Due to Shi Zhang Tianpeng's super-fast speed, none of the god monkeys could see his movements clearly. They only saw the bare tree in front of him bleeding out, and the leaves of the fairy peach tree remained on his body. This tree is also an outsider, and has stolen our sacred tree. The monkey leader shouted angrily, waving the spear in his hand to kill the magic tree. The battle outside the treasure land became more and more fierce. The Monkey King still had the upper hand with one enemy, and he used his original treasure technique. The Mang Ox flew out, and a terrible wound appeared on his body, almost disemboweled. You want to conspire against me? I don't care how capable you are. Since you are here, don't go back alive. The Monkey King is extremely domineering, standing in this world like a god, not only wanting to keep his own treasure land. I still want to kill them all, so that the first battle will never cause future troubles. Everyone, if you still hide your words, not only will you not be able to avenge our fathers, but we will die here today. The golden-winged rock said, calling for allies. Okay, the other beast kings also knew the urgency of the situation and were ready to fight for their lives. Let's fight, kill a few more. Shi Zhang was in a good mood. He temporarily distracted the 3 monkey kings who were chasing him, and he himself was finally freed to win the treasure. He first pulled out the remaining fairy peach tree on the field, and then with his Dao Dai Tianyan, he found 2 big trees that sealed the monkey wine, broke the sealed runes, and collected them all. These monkey wines are all brewed with the most precious elixir and Hericium erinaceus, and there are even previously ripe peaches, which are invaluable, not less than those few fairy peach trees. Pixiu and Chiwen are still fighting with the Monkey King with their own treasures. They are already at the end of their battles. How long can it last? And the magic tree was slapped half to death by Shi Zhang, and the treasure bestowed by its clan was also fed to the dusty stone by Shi Zhang. Shattered the body. Shi Zhang slapped the god monkeys who had noticed him to death, put their bodies into the race bag, and had already concealed their figures and breath. The leader of the god monkeys looked around but didn't find it, and turned to besiege Kai Kiss. In fact, not only these pure-blooded creatures, but also some exceptionally powerful remnants and semi-pure-blooded creatures came one after another, and even the heirs of the Baidwan Mountain Beast King came in. Shi Yi also arrived at the scene and fought a god monkey leader. His double pupils opened the sky, and he shot out the chaotic air, piercing through its chest. Shi Zhang can also do it, but he is unwilling to do so, because he is afraid of being the focus and can no longer be ignored. Sure enough, one god monkey leader was killed, and the rest of the god monkey leaders immediately listed Shi Yi as the most dangerous person, and was instantly targeted by the most powerful god monkey leader. Seeing the disappearance of the monkey wine and the fairy peach tree, the other god monkeys went crazy and started a life and death battle with those outsiders. Shi Zhang didn't compete for the elixir, but set his target on the lake formed by the aura. In this treasure land, the shouts of killing are soaring, the runes are intertwined, and the gods are shining brilliantly. Even the Monkey King outside has sensed it. It has a bad premonition in its heart and wants to leave the battlefield and return to the treasure land. But how could those beast kings make it happy? Because they also sent their heirs in, and they all used 12 points of strength to stop them, and fought against the Monkey King. Dozens of surrounding mountains were flattened, and countless large gaps were opened on the ground. You guys are so scheming. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. The Monkey King was furious, and he gave up the idea of returning, and decided to kill them all first. At the same time, it launched an attack on all the Beast Kings. Both sides were fighting for their lives, broken bones and blood rained down, staining a large area of land red. Although these outsiders had been prepared for a long time, but the leaders of those god monkeys were too strong, surpassing the realm of the cave, and let them fall one by one. If it weren't for the heirs of the other beast kings who had also reached this level, the battle would soon be one-sided. Let's fight, let's fight. Shi Zhang hid by the lake, and Xiao Budian urged the treasures in his hands to collect these spiritual liquids, and the entire lake had already dropped a large layer. Because Shi Zhang deliberately distracted the monkeys, the other two fairy peach trees on the field were also pulled out by the little guy, and they also found a big tree that sealed the monkey wine, which can be said to have taken over most of the treasure land. Chance. The battle has been heating up, and everything has entered a fever pitch. Even the fierce beast king outside was killed by the Monkey King Jie. Chapter 105 Refining Spirit Wine, the Voice of the Fire Emperor. The battle went on for a long time, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the treasure land was in a mess. Finally, a god monkey discovered the falling liquid level of the spirit lake. It's just that they fought so fiercely that the bottom of the lake could be seen until they found out, and Shi Zhang deliberately used the method of collecting water in a long stream to not disturb them. Ha ha, Shi Zhang laughed, no longer concealing it, and directly urged the human race bag with all his strength. The characters on it rotated rapidly, and the ectoplasmic liquid was swallowed into the human race bag like a whale. Ah, kill him, the god monkey leader was furious. It remembered that this was the human youth from before. It thought he had left, but it didn't expect that he was not only here, but also harmed their most important spirit lake. Without the Kolingu, this treasure land would be considered useless. They can no longer practice with half the effort as before, and even the growth rate of the elixir will drop sharply, which simply cuts off the possibility of their family continuing to prosper. Under Shi Zhang's all-out efforts, the Lingu Lake bottomed out in an instant, leaving less than 1/10 of its original size. Goodbye to you. Shi Zhang smiled and waved to the creatures on the field, then put Xiaobudian and Xiaojun into the human race bag, activated the land-shrinking talisman, and disappeared here instantly. The stone bell reappeared, thousands of miles away, but he still didn't dare to stay, and activated the earth-shrinking talisman again, until he was far away from the center of Baidwan Mountain. The shrinking earth talisman in his hand was full of cracks and was about to break. The exit of Baidwan Mountain is about to open, and the protozoa are frantically hunting outsiders, day and night, cruel and bloody. Those amazing and talented Tianzhao died one after another. These protozoa are all over Baidwan Mountain. They fly in the sky, run on the ground, and swim in the water. They are not suppressed by the rules. Outsiders have no power to fight back, plummeted. In addition to the ferocious beasts, there were also the iron blood ancient tree, the soul-devouring demon vine, and the raging flame god flower, all of which were powerful hunters. They were even more unexpected, and countless alien creatures died at their hands. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian saved themselves from danger many times by relying on the secret treasures of hidden ore. They searched from those pure-blooded beasts, and they were not found. Too much. Where are you going? I haven't found you all the time, Huo Ling asked. She has been looking for Xiao Budian and Shi Zhang ever since Baidwan Mountain dispelled the barrier and merged into one body, but there was no news of it. This sister-in-law is quite sensible. Shi Zhang smiled inwardly. Xiao Budian roughly narrated the process, and Huo Ling was stunned when he heard it. These three people were too courageous, they dared to break into any place. After being released, Dahong spoke freely, as if he had taken a stimulant. Spit and stars flew around, as if he punched a double pupil and kicked the Monkey King. Come on, you are either watching the battle or you are in the bag. The little one pushed its head aside, fearing that its saliva would splash on itself. In the next few days, they ate and enjoyed a big meal in the void animal skin, while approaching the exit of Beidwan Mountain. The divine essence contained in the monkey wine is too strong, it is a rare treasure. Huoling Xiaojin and Da Hong all made breakthroughs again, and their strength has been improved to a higher level. Although Shi Zhang also felt that his physical body was full and Shen Shi was shining, he still couldn't make a breakthrough, and could only store it in his body as a kind of accumulation, leaving it for the future to explode and soar into the sky. Roar! Suddenly, the earth shook, the mountains collapsed in pieces, the lake exploded, and the water surface splashed tens of meters high. There was a figure taller than the mountains, like a god, standing upright, wearing stars and wearing moons, galloping all the way. Ordinary mountain peaks were directly leveled, and it whizzed past tens of thousands of meters near them with a blood-red war spear on its back, causing the space to sway for a while, and almost fell from the void skin. The Monkey King was completely enraged. Not only the treasure land was destroyed, the spirit lake disappeared, the fairy peach tree was uprooted, the monkey wine was stolen, and even its clan was almost wiped out. Or, they crushed their offspring to death. Although it was also seriously injured, it still used its magic power to rush on its way frantically, trying to kill all the outsiders in the Beidwan Mountain. The survivors won't break the record low this time, right? Huoling's face turned pale. The Monkey King is crazy now, and if he wants to block the exit, almost no one can get out. Let's not get to the exit so quickly. Shi Zhang said, they have smashed the sky this time, and wiped out the family property of the most powerful beastmaster in Beidwan Mountain, but it's not all their fault. Not many god monkeys were killed, it was all done by other outsiders and fierce beast princes. Okay, Huoling nodded. In this state, no one can get out of the Monkey Guardian, and can only wait for the outside world to resolve this crisis. The next day, Beidwan Mountain was in turmoil, the sun was shining everywhere, and the place where they came in was turbulent and steaming. With a loud noise, a huge portal opened again, and the breath of the outside world was revealed. All the outsiders felt that they had seen hope, and burst into tears. It was really not easy to live until now. The number of people who came in was almost a record low. The overwhelming bad dragons, the ubiquitous soul-devouring magic vines, and the siege of fierce beasts that surpassed the realm of the cave, they struggled to survive in the cracks, and finally came the day when they could go out. This place is simply hell for them, a shadow that cannot be erased for a lifetime. But even so, no one dares to approach the Tao Gate now, because there is a terrifying monkey covered in blood, like a madman, who kills anyone he sees. All outsiders should be at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from the portal, which is the range of the Monkey King's attack, and they will be killed if they get close to this, or die with no bones left. All of you are going to die here. The Monkey King was wrapped in a visceral aura that was visible to the naked eye, like a demon god, and his voice was like thunder, coming from high above the sky, making all outsiders feel ashamed. Time passed by every minute and every second, and all the outsiders were extremely anxious and did not dare to move without authorization. It is a tear to break through now. If they don't go out, they will be imprisoned here for 100 years, and they will definitely be killed by those protozoa. It doesn't matter, just fight, you can't just sit and wait to die. There are alien creatures swarming, trying to break through from multiple directions, trying to break out. It's a pity that all strategies are ineffective in the face of absolute strength. The Monkey King roared, and all outsiders were shattered by the terrifying sound wave at the same time. 3 hours have passed, and the portal has begun to close, causing all outsiders to panic. Don't obstruct. A loud voice came from outside the door, like thunder rolling in the sky, full of majesty, like the will of heaven. Chapter 106 The Emperor's will cannot be disobeyed. Father Emperor. Huoling's big eyes were bright and she was very happy. The outsiders really noticed the current situation and invited the Fire Emperor. Who are you? God Monkey asked. The Fire Emperor didn't answer its words, but a voice came again, get out of the way. Although only 2 words came out, there was an irresistible majesty, majestic majesty, washing over the God Monkey. This is Beidwan Mountain. It doesn't matter if you become emperor in the outside world. You can't help me. As I said, all the outsiders will die this time. Quote, the terrifying waves came from the passage, blasting the Monkey King flying, smashing down several mountain ranges and making its injuries worse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a group of outsiders wanted to take the opportunity to rush out. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Monkey King got up, he raised the mountain-like spear and smashed it, immediately crushing the group of creatures into bloody mud. Presumptuous. A golden palm flew out from the passage, and slapped the spear and the Monkey King away, causing it to spurt blood. The Emperor's will cannot be defied. The god monkey stood up quickly, his eyes were blood-red, like a ghost, he raised the mountain-like spear and swept it towards the golden palm, all the mountains along the way burst. Die to me, the Monkey King yelled. It was really crazy, knowing that it was invincible, it still wanted to fight to the end. Facing this forceful blow, the 5 fingers of that golden palm were put together. This palm was radiant, as transparent as a glass crystal, shining brilliantly, and then struck it with the index finger and middle finger. Dang! When the two collided, there was a crisp sound of gold and stone clashing. The golden palm was intact, but the spear broke every inch of it, returned to its original shape, and scattered all over the ground. Baidwan Mountain's world will sense the existence of this force, and a blood-colored chain appeared, like a real thing, rushing towards the golden palm, trying to pierce it. The golden palm used the palm as a knife, directly cut off the divine chain of order, and then disappeared without a trace. All the creatures present were amazed. The Fire Emperor's strength was so extraordinary that even the power of order of the Baidwan Mountain was no match for it. I'll give you one last chance, life or death. The Fire Emperor's voice came from the outside world, making the final sentence on the Monkey King. The Monkey King rose violently, blasting out a hurricane made of runes, engulfing a large group of outsiders who were waiting for the opportunity to go out, and completely annihilated. The Fire Emperor stopped talking, and expressed the inviolability of the Emperor with practical actions. The big golden palm fell from the sky and covered the Monkey King underneath. The Monkey King roared loudly, propping up the sky with both hands, resisting the giant palm. The giant palm kept pressing down, the Monkey King roared, the sound moved 10 directions, the ground trembled, but nothing could be changed, the big hand pressed down as always, making the Monkey King overwhelmed, the wounds on his body burst open, and the blood flowed like a waterfall like splashing. In the end, the divine Monkey King's Fadian Shangdi exploded, and it returned to its normal size. The divine Monkey King turned around and rushed towards another group of alien creatures, trying to kill them before dying. The Fire Emperor seemed to have sensed something, and waved his big golden hand with incomparable swiftness, directly blasting the Monkey King, and the blood rain stained a mountain peak. Da Hong flew out of the void god carpet carrying Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian, and headed for the exit. Looking at the corpse of the Monkey King not far away, he was startled. The Monkey King had rushed towards them just now. If the Fire Emperor moved slower, they would be in danger. As soon as the Monkey King died, all the alien creatures began to flock to that passage, but unfortunately there were not many of them, and it was completely different from the mighty ones when they came in. Hey, look at that! Shi Zhang found a familiar figure, a strange red snake with 2 ends, and it was Fat Yi. When he entered Baidwan Mountain, Fat Yi joined forces with the White Tigers to intercept him and the Little One. In the end, the White Tiger, Shi Ling and the 9 lions died in battle, but it escaped and was never encountered again. It was unexpected that it was still alive. The stone bell blasted out a golden thunder, directly blasting the fleeing Fat Yi at the entrance of the passage, leaving corpses all over the ground. The rest of the creatures deliberately avoided them when they saw the battle. These 2 brothers are too strong, and they can do whatever they want. After exiting the passage, everyone returned to Duankong City. Outside the passage was a sea of people and beasts, which was very crowded. Most of the big forces sent strong men to take their disciples home. Those adult beasts even came to see them in person, manifesting the body, covering the sky and the sun. There is a palace of the Fire Emperor in the sky, it is very magnificent. The void animal skin god blanket flew over, Huolinger waved at Xiao Budian and Shi Zhang, smiled, and sank into the palace. Brother, why don't you go play a role as a son-in-law, so that brother can also experience the feeling of being a relative of the emperor? Shi Zhang smiled at Xiao Budian. A blush flashed across Little Dot's face. She's too fat, not my liking. Shi Zhang wanted to continue teasing him, but Little Dot suddenly saw a few servants transformed from golden beasts welcoming a purple-haired girl. He yelled down on Da Hong's back, "Sister-in-law, where are you going? Didn't you agree to marry my brother back to the village?" She was stunned for a moment, but it was a pity that her face was covered by the light of the divine ring, and her expression could not be seen, and then stepped into the car. Those glowing golden beasts and the seal in black glared fiercely at Little Dot, but Little Dot pouted at them indifferently. As souls continued to come out of the tunnel, the ferocious beasts and humans who had received their offspring looked joyful, while the faces of those who hadn't seen it became darker and darker. Among them, the one with the darkest fierce face is the adult white tiger standing on the ancient chariot, which is as white as jade and inlaid with gold patterns, and the adult Dao Wu. In the previous chapters, I commented on this monster and how it looks with blue flame hair and human face and lion head, etc. They are all from Zilling. Some kings of Beast Mountain looked at the fewer and fewer figures in the passage, and their faces became darker and darker, and they could hardly suppress the hostility in their bodies. On the human side, there are the four major families, the Tuoba family, and the Yu clan. None of the four major families came back. The members of the Tuoba family all went to the entrance of the passage and looked in. The Yu clan only had one Yuzi. Mo came out with a pale face, looking devastated, as if there was only a shell left. After Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian came out, they used the 72 cripples on Fukcho to change their true appearances and blended into the crowd, while Da Hong also went to find its elders. In the end, when the passage of Beiduan Mountain was completely closed, countless roars and roars resounded in Duankong City, causing the city to shake, and the coercion of the ancient beast swept all directions, making many people feel that their souls were unstable. Those ferocious beasts were full of murderous intent, their eyes were blood red, their fangs and giant claws gleamed coldly, and their eyes swept towards everyone present, as if they might start a massacre at any time. Chapter 107. The ferocious beast boils, the power of the Emperor. These are adult ancient fierce beasts. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it is to give birth to offspring. It seems that some kind of rule in the world restricts them. Now that their offspring have died in Beiduan Mountain, how can we not let them go crazy? Feeling the icy killing intent sweeping the entire Duankong City, most of the people present were terrified. This is an adult ancient beast. When it comes to madness, there will be no rules and restrictions. They are lawless masters. At the same time, they are also wondering whether the offspring of the beasts killed each other or were hunted by the human race. Because the beasts have lived a long time, they have known the danger of Beiduan Mountain for a long time, so the treasures given have hidden breaths. The protozoa of Beiduan Mountain should not pose a great threat to them, at least it is impossible to wipe them out. Many people's legs became weak when they were stared at by the bloody eyes of those ferocious beasts, and there was no sound at the scene. These ferocious beasts were all moving forward, as if they had the idea of blood bathing the empty city. Life and death in Beiduan Mountain are determined, and all living beings are equal, even my descendants. Don't commit any crimes in Duankong City. The resonant voice of the Tao came from the palace of the Fire Emperor, majestic and domineering, and the Fire Emperor he has just shown his merits and good fortune, and he is also the emperor of a country, so the words he speaks carry a lot of weight. This is the rule set by all the big forces in ancient times. If Duankong City collapses due to war, future generations will no longer be able to enter Beiduan Mountain. You will be surrounded by all the forces in the wasteland. Even if you come from the ancient mountain, you can't bear it. Let's go. The person who spoke was a person covered in a gray robe. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he could deduce from his voice that it should be a middle-aged man with strong strength, and the words he spoke resonated even in this world. Only a small number of people present knew the identity of this person. This is a hermit family of the Ji Kingdom, which existed before the Ji Kingdom was destroyed, and shouldered the responsibility of protecting Duankong City. When the country of Ji was destroyed, maybe those people were unwilling to erase the family, or maybe it was because the family was too powerful. In short, it did not fall with the country of Ji at that time, but has continued to this day. Someone must be responsible for the death of our heir. Hand him over, and we won't care about it. Those ancient beasts spoke up. Even if they were extremely powerful, they couldn't resist all the forces in the 8 regions, which was a big step back. Dao Yi of Budian Pavilion was shaking while holding the gourd, and his left eyelid was twitching wildly. He had a feeling that this incident probably had something to do with the brat who carried pots and pans into Beiduan Mountain. Elder Zhang of Zulu Academy was also beating with his heart pounding. His intuition told himself that this was done by that kind person who can make troubles. It is difficult for ordinary human races in the same realm to threaten pure-blood beasts. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian didn't go back to their forces, but found a tea house, pretending to be as panic-stricken as ordinary residents, with half a cup of poured tea on the table, full of drama. Sure enough, Those beasts that used to haunt the divine medicine garden all knew what happened. Some of them knew about the fight between the good man and the pure-blooded beasts, and some of them saw Xizhong and Xiao Budian feasting on the grass. The confessions of the two parties were put together, and the incident was immediately restored. Hand over those two little devils from the human race, or the whole city will die. The white tiger roared, shaking the heavens, all the doors and windows in the city exploded, and the fierce beast breath swept across Duankong City. What ancient rules can't stop us? The golden-winged rock eagle uttered words from a high altitude, covering the sky and the sun, making Duankong City plunged into darkness. Looking up, you can only see two rounds of eyes like blood moons. Very penetrating. The other ferocious beasts also looked like they were about to go berserk. The smell of gunpowder was very strong. Duankong City was likely to be sunk and completely removed from the Eight Desolation. Life and death in Beiduan Mountain depends on the individual. My disciple of Zulu Academy has done nothing wrong, and no one is allowed to touch him. Zhang Lao was very domineering. Like a demon god, stood up immediately to protect Xizhong. Dead is dead. What do you want to say to our human race? Jokes, do you think our human race can be bullied? A loud voice came from a flying chariot, and the chariot exuded bloody energy, illuminating Duankong City like a burning sacred furnace. The bright red word, war, on it told the world his identity. The king of war of the Stone Kingdom really lives up to his name, he is never timid to fight. Someone said convincingly. I, Budian Pavilion, will not hesitate to fight. Dao Yi walked out. Although he was not as powerful as these giants, he represented the ancient power of Budian Pavilion. The Shao family is willing to accompany you. The Wang family is willing to contribute. The palace of the gods and the human race will advance and retreat together. For a while, many powerful forces of the human race spoke up. If the human race compromises with the rules set by the forces, wouldn't it be the same as bowing to the ancient beasts and being oppressed everywhere in the future? Some human race forces who think more deeply really want to keep Xizhong and Xiao Budian, because there are too few heroes in the same realm who can kill pure-blood beasts, and they also hope that Xizhong and Xiao Budian can grow up and strengthen the strength of the human race. If you want to fight, then fight. Those powerful people of the human race yelled together. The fighting spirit was so high that the whole world was shaking, and all the fierce power emitted by the ancient beasts were shaken away. The human sovereign and the guardians of Beiduan Mountain are also exuding coercion, like an invisible tide surging. The faces of the pure-blood beasts are uncertain. Although each of them is powerful, they are still unable to contend with so many powerful forces of the human race. If there is a war here today, the ancient sacred mountain will definitely be surrounded by the forces of the world. Very good. Gold-winged rock left such a sentence, with murderous intent like a sea, swaying in Duankong City, but was resisted by the aura exuded by the strong human race, still could not find the real body of Xizhong and Xiao Budian, instigating tuition wings whizzed away, shining golden light, sinking a large piece of land outside Duankong City. The other ancient beasts also left one after another, saying that they would kill Xizhong and Xiao Budian's real body after leaving this place. After those ferocious beasts left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and their backs were soaked in cold sweat. It was just a little bit short of them all dying in Wangquan. Once the big shots are fought, those big figures may be safe, but they will definitely not survive, and any aftermath will wipe them out. Xizhong and Xiao Budian also separated. Before leaving, Xizhong distributed a lot of treasures to Xiao Budian, including treasures, elixir, spring of immortality and elixir. The black air on the ground was getting heavier and heavier, so I had to go back. Elder Zhang. Xizhong returned to the ancient courtyard of Zulu Academy and restored his appearance. Elder Zhang and 3 surviving disciples were waiting for him in the courtyard. This time, the survival rate of Beiduan Mountain was the lowest in history. Less than half of the creatures returned. I don't know how many Tianzhao who should have shined so tragically died in it. You really broke the sky this time, Elder Zhang said, feeling helpless and proud. Chapter 108 Chasing the Deer Academy, a new mission. Xizhong laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. The trouble he caused this time is really big enough. But he didn't regret it either. They wanted to kill him, so there was no reason for him to let them go. Xizhong also saw it when Mr. Zhang stood up to protect him for the first time just now, and was very moved, because the opponent is not an ordinary person, but a real adult ancient beast. If he is not careful, he will end up in an irreversible end together with the Zulu Academy. Elder Zhang, if I go back, will it be dangerous to compete with the Academy? Shi Zhang asked. He was a little worried that the Academy would be overwhelmed. We are in the territory of the Stone Kingdom, and they dare not mess around. Zulu Academy, has been standing since ancient times, and it is not easy to be bullied. Don't worry about it, Zhang Lao said domineeringly. Shi Zhang thought for a while. In his previous life memory, the 8 regions were in turmoil, and many great forces were wiped out one by one, but Zulu Academy was not affected by it. It seems that it really has a profound foundation. Okay, now that Mr. Zhang said so, Shi Zhang felt relieved and entered the altar. How did you kill so many pure blood beasts? Elder Zhang was a little curious. Oh, I opened up the 10th cave. Shi Zhang didn't hide it, and he couldn't hide this kind of thing. What? Old Zhang was dumbfounded as if he had been hit by a bolt from the blue, and the rest of the disciples were also shocked. Ha ha ha, good. Mr. Zhang was very happy when he came back to his senses, and patted Shi Zhang's shoulder happily. God, as long as he grows up, he must be a god-like existence, which further strengthens the Academy's determination to protect Shi Zhang no matter the cost. The white bone ball on the altar activated the lines on the altar again, the star curtain covered the sky, crossed the void, and led the group back to Zulu Academy. The moment they returned, the blue light on the altar blazed brightly, which instantly alarmed the senior management of Zulu Academy. Why, only 4 disciples are left? The elders of the Academy were a little puzzled. These Academy disciples were all elites among the elites. Only half of the people came out alive this time, and it's a blessing to be able to come back for. Zhang Lao explained. Everyone exclaimed. The news from the outside world has not yet spread, so they don't know that Baidwan Mountain is so tragic this time. These disciples were all the elders' direct disciples, and they were all taken away by their respective masters, and Shi Zhang was also taken to the inner hall by the headmaster. Shi Zhang recounted the general process of the matter, avoiding some key points. Even so, the dean was terrified, and secretly thought that this kid was too troublesome, and he was simply lawless. You opened up the 10th cave? The dean asked in an unbelievable tone. Shi Zhang nodded, and with a thought, the 10 caves immediately appeared outside his body, and the magma in the crater gushed thinly, and the glow was transpiring, shining brightly, like 10 small suns, turning Shi Zhang surrounding it. It sets off like a god, and illuminates the inner hall brightly. In particular, the 10th cave above the head is extraordinarily bright, the chaotic energy is tumbling, and there is an immortal breath revealed, which makes people feel reverence. Even the goddess of war at the side was amazed, her beautiful eyes were rippling, staring at the 10th cave with bewilderment. Okay, the dean said calmly, and Shi Zhang took the 10 caves back. Sure enough, I saw the right person, haha. The dean smiled, very relieved. Since you have obtained the spring of immortality, can you offer a few drops to the Academy? Asked the dean. The sacrifice spirits of Zulu Academy have also survived since ancient times, and they have no longer regained the prestige of their prime. If there are a few drops of the spring of immortality combined with other ancient treasures, they may be able to return to their peak. Yes, Shi Zhang readily agreed. This is also equivalent to a kind of reward. After all, he had pierced the sky, and the sacrifice spirit of Zulu Academy was stronger and his safety was more guaranteed. Shi Zhang took out 5 drops of the spring of immortality, and immediately the entire inner hall shone with golden light and energy like a sea. He put these drops of the spring of immortality in a jade bottle and handed it to the dean. The dean was delighted and immediately started preparing other ancient treasure. Little devil, you did a good job. The goddess of war said. She has a slender figure, a tall upper body, a small waist, and straight and slender legs. She can be called a stunner in the world. It's not bad, it's just an invincible hand in the cave realm. Shi Zhang laughed. Can't you be a little more humble? The goddess of war showed a helpless look on her face. I'm already very humble, Shi Zhang said. In fact, with his current combat power, he can even kill people in the early stage of the next big realm, just like he killed those monkey leaders. The food at Zulu Academy is good, Shi Zhang said suddenly. The goddess of war was puzzled. I'm gaining weight again. Shi Zhang smiled meaningfully, and looked at the towering place of the opponent. Little ghost head, the female war goddess floated away, leaving him with a slim back. Shi Zhang smiled, turned around and returned to the pavilion on Zulu Shenshin. The experience of entering Beidwan Mountain this time has benefited him a lot, especially the battle with Shi. Get ready. To become the strongest, one must break through the limits of each realm and become the strongest. This is the goal Shi Zhang set for himself. Shi Zhang stayed in the attic for several days, and he kept replaying every detail of the battle with Shi in his mind. The power of double pupils was indeed powerful, and his magical skills were infinite, and he was able to block his own Tianpeng fighting dragon technique. Those picked ancient medicines and the Tai Junshui Shizhong also took a lot, which pushed him to the extreme of 10 caves, but there was still no qualitative change, and was blocked by a thin film. Scourge, difficult to cross. During this period, a vast ocean of life energy erupted from the deepest part of Zulu Academy, and a phantom of a big tree that covered the sky and the sun appeared, piercing through the sky and shaking the endless territory. On this day, many people felt that sacred breath, which transcended the level of life, made people's soul throbbing, and they could not help but worship. This vast aura also frightened away some fierce beasts that were peeping outside. There were rumors that a giant golden beast at least several kilometers in size flew across the sky. The insiders were all shocked. This ancient beast was too domineering. It was not just talking about it in Beidwan Mountain that day. The pain of losing a child made them furious, and they really planned to attack Zulu Academy. Fortunately, the sacrifice spirits of Zulu Academy had returned to their peak, so they temporarily dispelled their idea, otherwise there would probably be a bloody battle. Ding! The check-in task is open, please come to Butian Pavilion to check in and sign in. This voice suddenly sounded in the mind of Shi Zhang, who was retreating, and the check-in system was activated again. Butian Pavilion. Shi Zhang pushed open the door of the attic, walked out from the previous state, and was about to complete the check-in task. Chapter 109 Punching into Mend the Sky, Congenital Double Pupils. Because Shi Zhang knew that if he didn't hurry up, he would not be able to complete his task if Butian Pavilion destroyed him. The rewards of the check-in system had always been astonishing, and he didn't want to give up any chance to make himself stronger. He told the dean that he was going to go out for a period of experience, but did not say exactly where he was going. Okay. The dean sighed. He really didn't want Shi Zhang to go out at this time. Those pure blood beasts must be watching, waiting for the opportunity to move. However, Shi Zhang is firm and refuses to be accompanied by the strong in the courtyard. You can't go out directly from the main entrance. There are many people in the academy, and not all of them are of the same mind as the academy. The dean thought very carefully. Yeah, Shi Zhang also knew that this matter must not be sloppy, and he wondered how many people were waiting to tear himself apart. So the dean and Zhang Lao teamed up to open a short distance space passage for Shi Zhang. They wanted to ask Ji Ling to help, but after thinking about it, forget it. The energy of Ji Ling's attack fluctuates too much, and it is likely to be perceived by the outside world. They can also speculate that ordinary things will not alarm Ji Ling, which will increase the chance of the stone bell being exposed. This passage is opened randomly. Even if someone perceives it, they can't figure out the destination. After Shi Zhang left, the dean still sent people to deliver the spiritual fruit to the attic on the Zulu Lingshan every day, so as to create a place where he was still in the academy. Illusion. Once out of the passage, Shi Zhang transformed his image with the original magic technique of fur ball, making his appearance more mature. Looking at the desolate Gobi, Shi Zhang fanned the wings of Tianpeng on his back, drawing a stream of light and flying into the distance. When I asked at the nearest city, I realized that this direction was exactly opposite to Butian Pavilion. Shi Zhang smiled wryly, because time was urgent, and he paid the price of the elixir to activate the teleportation array, and crossed dozens of cities in succession before reaching the vicinity of Butian Pavilion. Along the way, Shi Zhang heard all about Beidwan Mountain. After this period of time, the news of Beidwan Mountain spread completely. There was an uproar, and people were discussing it everywhere. Half of the survival rate. Is this raising GU? Beidwan Mountain is too scary, but luckily my disciples didn't go there. A young monk patted his chest and said, "That means your sect is not qualified to go, haha." Someone laughed. The young cultivator blushed immediately. The places to enter Beidwan Mountain were extremely scarce, and even the ancient forces only had dozens of them. Although they were considered great sects, they still didn't get a single place. It's better not to go. There are so many fierce beasts there, and some of them are pure-blooded. It's important to live. The shop owner came out to smooth things over. That's not the case. Look at the pure-blooded beast, isn't it almost dead? It is said that it was slaughtered by the two brothers. It is too cruel. Yes, I heard from witnesses that they also killed the pure-blooded beast. Beasts eat, hot pot, barbecue, you are really gods. Oh, gods can't stand it, after all, they haven't grown up yet, and that brother is said to be less than 10 years old, and now those ancient beasts are everywhere. There is a reward for the heads of these two brothers, they are having a hard time. The people who were originally listening also joined in and were very interested in this matter. I only saw the reward lists of the Yu clan, the Tuoba clan and the other 4 big families at the gate of the city, but I didn't see any primordial beasts. Someone said in surprise. Hey, to protect their human race, they almost fought with fierce beasts in Duankong City. Even if they posted a reward, no one would dare to risk the world's disgrace to accomplish the beast to hunt and kill the human race. But, everyone knows about this reward, but it's just not posted on the bright side. People's hearts are the most unpredictable, and it's hard to find 2 such strong human races, and they may be destroyed by the human races themselves, alas. A monk sighed. The territory is large, but it is still in a weak position. Many ferocious beasts threaten to wipe out the ancient country with a bloodbath at every turn. It is too necessary for 2 invincible heroes to stand up and change this situation. The other person had a sneer on his face. Don't pretend, as long as you provide the correct location of the 2 brothers in the outside world, you will have semi-holy medicines and treasures, and you can get them with the blood of beasts. If you encounter them, will you report them? For a moment, everyone was silent. These things were very tempting to them, and it was hard to resist. Shi Zhang listened quietly at the side. He found that his situation was more dangerous than he imagined. There were those families inside, and adult beasts outside. People were unpredictable, and once exposed, they would undoubtedly die. He is now at the periphery of Butian Pavilion's forces, and the number of creatures here has suddenly increased, and the undercurrent is surging, because the Jilling that was rumored to be dead in Butian Pavilion a few days ago has come back to life, attracting many forces to visit. In fact, it is to explore the truth. The mountains and rain are about to come and the wind is blowing over the building. This barren land will soon change the sky. A sloppy bearded beggar at the door said, his cloudy eyes were hidden in his messy hair, and there was a kind of sadness in his words. Hey, this crazy old man is here again, get out. The waiter chased him away. Shi Zhang stopped him, and ordered a table of good wine and food to invite the old man in. He couldn't tell the reason, he just did it according to his whim, and he set off for Butian Pavilion. Both Butian Pavilion and Zulu Academy belong to the ancient forces, and they look the same magnificent from a distance, but the academy is mostly buildings, while Butian Pavilion is dominated by Lingshan Shoshuan. In the deepest part of the Butian Pavilion, there is an arc-shaped sky curtain, exuding immeasurable divine light, holy and powerful, as if there is a god in it, and you can feel the spirit that flourishes into the sea from a long distance away. Looking carefully, you can vaguely see a 7-colored vine blooming with glazed light. It is the worship spirit of Butian Pavilion, which seems to have returned to the peak, arousing people's hearts of worship. But Shi Zhang knew that this was just an illusion, just like the busy scene outside the pavilion where thousands of people gathered, it would soon fade away. However, although he has already arrived, how to get in is a big problem. After all, even if the Butian Pavilion is going to decline, it is still one of the great powers in the Megatron desolate territory so far. Suddenly, he saw the gatekeeper disciples of Butian Pavilion nodding and saying hello to one of them. The identity of that person seemed to be quite special, and he immediately attracted Shi Zhang's attention. The man walked by not far from Shi Zhang. He stared at the man seriously, remembering every detail of him, and when he walked away, he immediately transformed himself into that man's appearance. Shi Zhang pretended that the man was at ease, and walked in under the eyes of the gatekeeper disciples. The 2 disciples were a little strange. Did they enlist senior brother Lin Mu this day? Why did you just go out and come back again? But when they were stunned, Shi Zhang had already walked away and disappeared into the crowd, and they simply put this matter behind them. Ding, the location is confirmed, the check-in task is completed, and the reward for congenital double pupils, do you want to claim it? As soon as he entered the Butian Pavilion, the system judged that Shi Zhang had completed the task, and reported the reward. Congenital double pupils. Shi Zhang thought it was some kind of spell or treasure, but he didn't expect it to be congenital double pupils. In the memory of his previous life, the double pupil was indeed stronger than the supreme bone. With the power of double pupil, Shi has always been at the top of Tianzhou, but the little supreme bone can only be compared with it after many nirvana. Do you want to receive the fusion immediately? Asked the female voice of the check-in system. I won't receive it for now. Shi Zhang said. He is still in the crowded crowd, and the fusion of double pupils will inevitably cause the phenomenon of heaven and earth, so he needs to find a quiet place. Chapter 110 Fusion of Double Pupils, Two Pupils. After walking with the crowd for a certain distance, Shi Zhang found an opportunity to slip away and jumped into the mountains, avoiding the black tiger on the top of the mountain, and finally stopped by a large lake. In the memory of the previous life, this place seems to be the trial place for Budian Pavilion to recruit incoming disciples. Now that Budian Pavilion is about to decline, naturally no one will appear here. Shi Zhang exhaled a turbid breath, calmed down, and prepared to merge the double pupils. Receive the double pupil reward. Shi Zhang said inwardly. Ding, the double pupils are beginning to fuse. The mechanical female voice sounded again. As soon as the words fell, Shi Zhang felt his eye sockets were extremely hot, and the blood all over his body poured into his eyes crazily, as if he was going to burst them. Most people with double pupils are born with double pupils, and Shi Zhang is already close to 10 years old. If he wants to achieve the perfect fit of congenital double pupils, he must break and rebuild his pupils. The aura between heaven and earth condensed into thin threads, which poured continuously into Shi Zhang's eyeballs, making him feel that his eyes were pierced fiercely by a sharp needle. An ordinary person's eyes would definitely explode in an instant, but Shi Zhang is different. He has undergone many times of baptism and transformation, such as the baptism of real dragon essence and blood, the transformation of cultivating willow magic, and the erosion of Tai real water. In addition, he also possessed an innate sacramental body, which destined his physical body to be extremely terrifying, and he opened up 10 caves, and every time he opened up, he was like a rebirth. The spiritual spirit drawn by the 10 caves tempered his body and nourished his soul all the time, so that his whole body was as tough as divine gold. Although Shi Zhang's eyes were infused with the power of blood and the aura of heaven and earth, they still didn't open for a while, which made Shi Zhang extremely painful. He could feel that his eyeballs were gradually swollen, protruding from the eye sockets, and he could even see his other bloodshot eyeballs by himself. This is terrifying. Apart from the physical body, it is more spiritual. Eyeballs are the most vulnerable place of all living beings. Feeling that one's eyeballs are about to explode, what a fear it is. Gradually, cracks appeared in Shi Zhang's eyeballs, and his vision disappeared in an instant, leaving only darkness in his world. Don't panic, this is a normal phenomenon. Shi Zhang kept telling himself in his heart to force himself to calm down. Shi Zhang panted heavily. The process was too painful, but he couldn't vent his anger by roaring, for fear of being discovered by others. The pain in the eyeballs continued to grow, and his eyes gradually cracked, and finally exploded, falling out of the eye sockets. Dong dong, 2 slight voices sounded, accompanied by the slight tremor of the soil under his feet. Shi Zhang knew that it was his eyeballs that fell out. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably, his fists were clenched white, his nails were deeply inserted into the flesh, his teeth creaked, and blood continued to overflow from the gap between the teeth. It's so fucking Italian, Shi Zhang sucked in the air. At this time, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, from the original clear sky to dark clouds. The area where the stone bell stood was the most prosperous, and the dark clouds formed a vortex, almost touching the ground. Gusts of wind blew, and the dark clouds above Shi Zhang's head were so gloomy that water could be squeezed out. The sky in the area of Budian Pavilion seemed to have entered night at once, with extremely low visibility, lightning and thunder, strong winds, flying sand and rocks, like doomsday in general. Boom! A flash of red lightning fell, instantly evaporating the large lake around Shi Zhang. Boom! Another mountain-like bolt of lightning fell, splitting a mountain range into pieces. For a moment, the entire world trembled, and the space was shaking and breaking. Is this system bothering me? Although Shi Zhang couldn't see it, he could feel the terrifying changes in the outside world. Even the elements around him were rioting. Even when he fused with the innate saint body and Tao embryo, there was no such big movement. Suddenly, the dark clouds began to toss and roll, and the white lightning kept gathering closer to the center, where an incomparably blazing bright spot appeared, which was compressed by the endless power of lightning and possessed incomparable destructive power. When the bright spot condensed like a white sun, it finally stopped, and all the buildings in Budian Pavilion were illuminated pale, as if they were made of the purest silver. That white bright spot descended from the sky with the power to destroy the world, as if it wanted to destroy this small world. When it fell, the world suddenly became silent, the sound of a needle falling could be heard, and there was no sound, which was a great horror. Xi Zhang clearly felt the power that could destroy everything pouring down from the top of his head, and the space around him shattered like a mirror. A large area of space around him exploded directly, turning into nothingness, like the beginning of the world. Nothing was born, only the real chaotic mist filled it. The chaotic mist seemed to be driven by some kind of force, and it kept getting in from Xi Zhang's limbs, wandering around in his body, tempering his body violently and directly. Like transplanting the supreme bone, Shi Yi's mother took out the blood essence of the tiny supreme bone in order to adapt the supreme bone to Shi Yi's body. His body could take that force without exploding. Primal chaos chi seems illusory, like mist, but in fact, a wisp of it can weigh 10,000 caddies. They fill every inch of Xi Zhang's body, tempering his body with the most primitive power and method. Xi Zhang felt that his whole body had been smashed to pieces, his flesh and blood were rotten into mud. Lu Shenfa was operating independently, constantly repairing him, and the chaotic energy was constantly destroying him, repeating itself again and again. I don't know how long it took, until Xi Zhang's body could fully withstand this force and would no longer be damaged by it. The chaotic energy began to gather in his eye sockets. Xi Zhang suddenly felt itchy eye sockets, as if countless ants were biting, and the flesh and blood squirmed, as if something was growing. Both of his eye sockets were filled with thick chaotic mist, and there was an aura of opening up the world, like an unformed universe, and gradually bright lights appeared, like the stars in the sky were evolved. In the end, Xi Zhang's eyesight returned, and he could see the world again, and it was clearer than before, and he could clearly see the dust flying thousands of meters away. At the same time, I can also feel that there is a very powerful source of power hidden in my eyes. It feels a bit like the 10th cave. Both have the power of chaos and the charm of immortality. The empty space around him is also slowly disappearing, repaired by the power of the rules of this world, and the broken mirror is reunited, and it will soon be exactly the same as before. Xi Zhang reflected himself with glowing runes, and found that there were really 2 pupils in his eyeballs, which looked extremely mysterious. Chapter 111 Old Man with White Beard, Ancient Holy Courtyard. The power of double pupils is really powerful. Xi Zhang thought to himself. He could clearly feel the powerful power in his eye sockets, like a small unformed world. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated, and this piece of clear sky returned. Everyone was very curious. How could such a vision of heaven and earth suddenly occur there? At this time, the people from Butian Pavilion arrived. They were a few old men with white beards. Their cultivation was very powerful, and the aura in their bodies was as deep as the sea, like a dormant dragon. Xi Zhang secretly thought that something was wrong, and was about to explain, when the old man in charge suddenly exclaimed, "Young Master Yi." But few people have seen his true face, which made them confused. But with double pupils, Shi Yi is the only person in the world who knows. Young Master Yi came to the ancient holy courtyard. How did you come here? The leader of the old man continued. The ancient holy courtyard. Xi Zhang suddenly had a new idea in his heart. In the memory of his previous life, Shi Yi went to the ancient holy courtyard and obtained the sky repairing technique, but Xiao Budian's many attempts failed. Since the people in Butian Pavilion think that they are Shi Yi, then they can just occupy the magpie's nest. It's me. I just entered Butian Pavilion and felt that it was time to break through, so I came here. Xi Zhang instantly pretended to be Shi Yi's #1 stinky fart. The old man in the lead raised his brows. Young Master Yi is really a heavenly man, and the breakthrough can trigger such a powerful vision. Please trouble me to take me into the ancient holy courtyard. The more people there are, the easier it is to pass through, and if someone who knows Shi Yi comes, he won't be able to bear it. Okay. The old man in the lead was also straightforward. Master Yi, please come with me. Xi Zhang pretended to be deep, and followed behind the group of people, covering his head with the hat on his shoulders. Xi Zhang just followed these old men all the way to the depths of Butian Pavilion, and when he passed a spiritual cliff, he also saw Xiao Budian giving some bottles to Shi Qingfeng. This is the genius camp of my pavilion, and there are also disciples from Prince Wu's mansion and the Yu clan. Is Mr. Yi interested in meeting him? Said the old man. No need, Xi Zhang responded, with a bit of calm, a bit of disdain and a bit of detachment in his words. Okay, The old man also heard the meaning of Shizong's words, and didn't say any more. They also knew that the crisis of Butian Pavilion was coming, and they wanted to win over the two forces, and hoped that they could help them when the time came. This Shi Yi is so proud. Shizong was secretly happy. If it was in his previous life, he would have won an Oscar or something. Who is following the elder? A disciple of the genius camp saw them and asked curiously. The direction they are going seems to be the ancient holy courtyard. Could it be Shi Yi? Someone speculated. Did the vision just now also be caused by him? The double pupil is really terrifying. A large group of Butian Pavilion disciples sighed. The little guy also came over, and when he saw the figure covered in the robe, he couldn't get angry at all. Instead, he felt a very familiar and kind feeling. Brother, Xiao Butian muttered. Sha Yuyu next to him asked curiously. He took your supreme bone, and you called him brother, don't you hate him? Concealment, now it has spread. I didn't mention him. The little boy turned his head and left, leaving behind a confused Sha Yuyu. He was so smart, he had already guessed some corners, and his daring brother was probably messing around again. The ancient holy courtyard is located in the innermost part of Butian Pavilion. They passed through all the buildings and finally came to the foot of a sacred mountain bathed in golden brilliance. This sacred mountain is not very high, but it has a holy, ancient atmosphere, simple and majestic, completely natural, with a feeling that the mountain is not high, and there is a feeling of immortality. Once here, all the restlessness and uneasiness in Shizong's heart were soothed by an invisible hand, and he yearned for the golden pavilion on the top of the mountain very much. Young Master Yi, we can only take you here. You can go up this ladder and you will reach the holy court. The old man said. Thank you, senior. Shizong nodded slightly to them, and they left consciously, leaving only Shizong here. Looking at the white-board stone ladder hovering in front of him, Shizong raised his foot and stepped up. Where his foot landed, there was a ripple. At the same time, a grand voice sounded in his heart, which could not be described or reproduced in words, but it made his soul feel like was baptized. The stone clock stopped, and that sound no longer sounded. When he took the next step, it was another completely different sound, which only sounded in his heart, but the outside world did not perceive it. He began to climb step by step, unhurriedly, and fell into a wonderful rhythm. A magical energy flowed on the rocks and tree surfaces of this sacred mountain. Just like emeralds. But today's Shizong has heavy pupils, and he can see at a glance that these are no different from ordinary rocks and trees. It is only because of the energy overflowing from the holy courtyard on the top of the mountain that they look sacred and extraordinary. In this way, the stone bell circled the mountain step by step, bathed in the rich golden light, and soon reached the entrance of the holy courtyard. This ancient holy courtyard does not look very different from ordinary courtyards, it even looks a bit dilapidated. The walls are full of bumps, and the red paint is uneven, as if washed away by rain. Even the gate of the holy courtyard is made of wood, there are several finger-sized wormholes. He was about to go in, when suddenly there was a roar from afar. Who dares to impersonate me? Shizong followed the sound and turned his head to look. On the top of a high mountain at the entrance of Butian Pavilion, there was a figure shrouded in chaos. His aura was majestic, as if he was stepping on the whole world, like a young god king. That was the arrival of Shi Yi himself. He wanted to enter the ancient holy courtyard, but he was told that another Shi Yi had already entered. Some people even suspected that he was a fake. After a farce, he finally clarified. According to what the old man said, he only admitted his mistake when he saw that he had double pupils in his life. Does anyone in the world know that there is only one person with double pupils in this world? He immediately climbed to the top of the mountain to check the authenticity, but he didn't expect that the person he saw had double pupils, which was exactly the same as his own, with a natural charm, definitely not a fake. Shizong grinned at him in front of the gate of the ancient holy courtyard, showing 2 rows of flat white teeth, and smiled. The early bird catches the worm. Then he immediately opened the gate, and there was a thick ray of fire in the gate. The incomparable golden light, like a golden horse, illuminated the whole world. At the same time, a clear bell rang, and the stone bell stepped in. The ancient holy courtyard gradually disappeared, and even the white board and stone stairs disappeared. The sacred mountain is no longer bathed in golden light, and the rocks and trees have returned to their original state, no different from ordinary hills. Chapter 112 Shi Yi's Wrath, double-eyed girl appears. Ah, it's you, Shi Yi yelled up to the sky, His double pupil saw through the incomplete primitive magic of Mao Chu, and recognized Shi Zhong's real body. He is no longer as calm as before, like a crazy tiger that has been irritated. The chaotic energy keeps exploding and closing in his eyes. The ancient holy courtyard of Budian Pavilion is definitely a place of vital opportunity. He is likely to undergo transformation here, and even learn the real Sky Budian technique, but now it has been occupied in advance. Why does he have double pupils? Shi Yi was angry and startled. It was only a month since the last time they fought. He even grew a pair of double pupils. Could it be that there is a terrifying force behind him who transplanted a pair of double pupils for him? Shi Yi kept guessing in his heart. He was able to make it this far. In addition to his own factors, he also had the support of the Martial Palace, the Yu clan, and even the primordial Divine Mountain. He doesn't believe that there is no backstage. No matter how he guessed or how the outside world rioted, it was impossible for him to enter the ancient holy courtyard again. This ancient holy courtyard can be said to have disappeared in Budian Pavilion. After Shi Zhong pushed open the gate and went in, he instantly entered another world. From a distance, the ancient holy courtyard was only located on a hill, but when he entered it in person, it was not smaller than the entire Budian Pavilion. It seems that this place is really just a courtyard of ordinary people, with dilapidated old houses, ancient wells, grape trellises, swaying deck chairs and dustpans with broken bamboo pieces. You're not Shi Yi. Just as he was looking around, the 72 magic tricks on his body retreated on their own, revealing his original face. Shi Zhong pushed his senses to the maximum, but he still didn't find the source of the sound. Indeed, my name is Shi Zhong. He knew that the other party was too powerful, and he couldn't hide anything at all, so he might as well take the initiative to confess and leave a bright and above-board image for the other party. After he finished saying this, there was silence all around, and the other party didn't respond anymore, which made him a little confused as to what the other party's attitude was. Senior, please show yourself. Shi Zhong bowed. He already guessed who it was in his heart. This is definitely an extremely powerful lord. The 3,000 states in the upper realm and the 8 realms in the lower realm are medicine fields, and the first spiritual root is revived. Forget it. No, you seem to be stronger than him. A gray-clothed woman appeared at the corner of the dilapidated ancient house, with plain cloth shoes and a wooden hairpin, but it gave people an indescribable sense of astonishment. She is tall and tall, with lotus steps, and her skin is crystal clear and fair. There is a charm that fits the avenue in every gesture, with a crescent head and brows, red lips and white teeth. The most shocking thing is the double pupil, which seems to have one in the universe. Stars hang high, the sun and moon are blazing, and the galaxy is like sand. The blood in her body is like a sea, full of vitality, like a young and vigorous girl, but in her eyes, there is the rise and fall of eternity, and there is a sense of fatigue that cannot be concealed. You don't seem surprised. The ancient girl with double pupils walked up to Shi Zhong within 3 steps and asked softly. Oh, I'm quite surprised. Shi Zhong said, this girl with double pupils looks soft like a willow, but she is an unimaginable existence, and there is not much impression in his previous life memory. She is very mysterious and powerful. The ancient girl with double pupils did not speak again, but stared at her closely with a pair of wonderful eyes. The universe in her eyes began to revolve, and the stars turned into meteors to cut through the dark universe and illuminate the night sky. Shi Zhong was a little flustered. The opponent was so powerful and possessed the power of double pupils. He was a little afraid that she would really see something. Suddenly, Shi Zhong saw the stars in her eyes bursting one by one, and she also stopped, as if seeing something taboo. Her breath began to be unsteady, and the ups and downs were serious. The ancient girl with double pupils looked deeply, glancing at Shi Zhong. He pulled the bamboo chair beside him and sat on it. His breath quickly calmed down. Shi Zhong was at a loss. He wasn't sure how much of his secret the other party had seen, but he must have seen part of it. What do you want to gain by coming to me? The ancient girl with double pupils asked straightforwardly. Mending the sky technique. Seeing her being so straightforward, Shi Zhong didn't intend to go around the bush anymore. Okay, you're not bad, barely qualified. The ancient girl with double pupils said. She once received the favor of the heaven-mending Tao, and now she wants to find a good seed in the Budian Pavilion in this barren area to pass on the heaven-mending art, which can be regarded as repaying the kindness and establishing a cause and effect. Really? Shi Zhong asked in surprise. He thought he was about to accept some kind of test, but he didn't expect the other party to be so forthright. The ancient girl with double pupils saw Shi Zhang's expectant look. Xianxia pointed to Shi Zhang, and immediately a white streamer flew into his forehead. Many things flashed through Shi Zhang's mind in an instant, the whole process of a weak grass emerging from the soil, growing gradually, and then withering. Then, the little grass flew back from a pile of dry and broken leaves. Those leaves were put together upside down, from gray to yellow, and finally became green and vigorous again. These are the most basic. In addition to that, the broken mirrors will be closed again, the broken mountains will stand up again, and even the explosion of the planet can be restored. This feeling is very strange, like when watching a documentary in the previous life, someone suddenly pressed the rewind, and the broken things were restored, and the dead things came back to life. This is the real flawless sky-filling technique, which can not only reshape the timeline, but even fill in spells and restore broken treasures, but these abilities can only be mastered through gradual practice. People like Shi Zhang who just learned it can only repair some ordinary methods, such as the 72 transformations of the hair ball, which is more complete after being integrated into the repairing sky. Although it is still incomplete, it can be changed more and more. Not easy to see through. Shi Zhang sat cross-legged on the spot for 2 days, and finally practiced the sky replenishing technique to the primary stage. He was able to temporarily reshape the timeline on himself, but the rune power consumed was enormous, and he could only reshape once, only reshape for 1 second. That's enough. Shi Zhang let out a long breath. His strength has been suppressed here for a long time, and he is ready to make a breakthrough that has been suppressed for a long time. Senior, can I break through here? Shi Zhang asked. According to the time, the destruction of Budian Pavilion should be approaching. What he wants to do is to at least protect Xiao Budian and Shi Qingfeng. His strength is definitely not enough. If he goes out now, it will be difficult to find a quiet place to break through, because Shi Yi must have seen through his identity, and if he goes out, he will most likely be hunted down. Chapter 113 10 Caves, Smelted into One. Yes, the ancient double-eyed girl nodded, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to see how great Shi Zhang's potential was. Thank you. With a thought in Shi Zhang's mind, the 10 caves immediately appeared on the surface of his body, surrounding him, like a colorful crater, and the spirits of 10 colors erupted from the crater, illuminating the place colorfully. 10 holes in the sky. So, the ancient girl with double pupils thought to herself, he wanted to see what Shi Zhang's so-called breakthrough was. If she broke through to the next level, then she planned to kill Shi Zhang's memory of entering the ancient holy courtyard. Go, find someone else. Break, Shi Zhang roared, and Shengsheng used his own rune power to destroy one of the caves. At the same time, he also spurted a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, and his spirit was a little listless. Destroying the cave is tantamount to tearing down one's own foundation, no less than pulling out the bones and marrow, and it will do great harm to the body. A green light appeared in Shi Zhang's body, and the internal injuries were being repaired rapidly, and blood began to appear on his face. Gather, Shi Zhang shouted again, a spot of light began to appear in the destroyed cave, and gradually expanded, the surrounding aura poured in wildly, and the other 9 caves also spewed out immeasurable spiritual energy to help it expand. This point of light quickly formed a bright cave, but it was very unstable, and the entire crater was twisting and deforming. Shi Zhang's eyes hung down a large cloud of chaotic mist, and at the same time, he entered the rules of heaven and earth he had realized with the power of runes and imprinted them in this cave. It is as dazzling as the 10th cave, with a hint of immortal immortality. Broken, Shi Zhang used this method to shatter and reshape the remaining 8 caves, and the last 10 caves were transformed. With a radiant glow, a burst of energy, and the immortal breath began to grow stronger, just like a fairyland. Not bad, the ancient girl with double pupils nodded, approving Shi Zhang's potential. At this time, a small spot of light appeared in Shi Zhang's right eye, the same as the opening of the cave before, but there was no bright glow, only a thick chaotic mist filled the air. Suddenly, this small spot of light exploded, Shi Zhang let out a low hum, a crack appeared in his right eye, and both pupils were separated. What is he doing? Do you want to destroy the double pupil? The ancient double pupil also felt strange and could not understand. The 10 caves are the extreme state of all living beings, because they can only accommodate these 10 caves inside and outside the body, and Shi Zhang believes that his eyes have double pupils, and his eyes are no longer weak, but his strong points. 2 small caves were also opened up in this eye. Come again. Shi Zhang didn't give up. His next step is to unite the cave and the sky, and there must be something similar to a medium point in the middle. The little one in the previous life used the supreme bone on his chest as a guide, as if he had created the 11th small cave. There was no supreme bone in his body, so he had to open 2 small caves with double pupils as a bridge to unite the 10 caves, otherwise he would not be able to do so at all. Impossible to do. Lu Shenfa was alive and well, and quickly repaired the wound on his eye, and he decided to try to open it again. The spot of light reappeared, and spirits and chaotic mist poured out from the 10 bright caves to help it expand. In the end, the small cave was expanded to the limit, and it was only 1/3 the size of the normal cave, no more, no less, as if there was a kind of rule force destined to be so. This small hole was hovering on the verge of shattering for an hour. Xizong tried his best, even in the state of being in harmony with the Tao, mobilizing the surrounding space to help make this small hole completely stabilized every day. There is no ray of light in this cave, and there is no spirit. What is ejected from the crater is the real chaotic gas, accompanied by a faint twilight, which looks like the universe at the beginning of time. Xizong also opened up such a small chaotic cave in his left eye in this way. Compared with other big caves, these 2 openings can be described as spring eyes, origin. Did he opened up 12 caves? The ancient girl with double pupils was also surprised. She had lived for so long, and she had never seen such a situation happen. Even she only opened up to 10 caves back then. Even if she also has double pupils, she still can't reach the level of the person in front of her. Xizong paused, his whole body glowing, and began to fill his flesh and blood with Xianxia, adjusting his state to the best, preparing for the next fusion of the cave in the sky. A moment later, he had reached the peak state, the spiritual platform was glowing, the divine light was full, his body was crystal clear, and his blood was exuberant, like a burning sacred furnace. Blood burst through the sky and came out through his body. The ancient girl with double pupils felt this exuberant vitality and blood. Even the heirs of the real dragon she had seen in ancient times were slightly inferior to him at this stage, which was unbelievable. He took out the bone tripod treasure, poured in a large amount of spiritual liquid, which was collected from the lake in the center of Baidwan Mountain, and added hundreds of kinds of spiritual medicine, threw it in one by one, and poured in a large amount the blood essence of the pure-blooded beast, and the true water of Tai were dripped with dozens of drops of the spring of immortality, using the power of the runes to transform the Tao fire into a blazing fire under the cauldron. Xizong is very willing. These things are prepared for the current pass. He wants to give it a go, so that he can truly reach the strongest realm of the cave. He jumped in, submerging even the top of his head in the liquid. The spiritual energy here is boiling, and the fragrance of medicine is overflowing. The ancient double-eyed girl gently raised her bare hands, covering all the divine essence and preventing it from dissipating. Combined, as the sound of the stone bell fell, the 10 caves outside the body began to shrink inward, squeezing and colliding with each other. At the edge where they squeezed each other, the rays of the sun splashed, and the 10 caves began to flicker, and the spewing spirits also became larger and smaller, extremely unstable, as if they were about to collapse. Steady, he wanted to let the 10 caves fuse together instead of shattering them. The stone bell mobilized the power of the surrounding space to tightly imprison the 10 caves together and prevent them from blowing up. Under his urging, the squeeze between the 10 caves became more and more intense, and the edges of the caves began to collapse. The Tianpeng and Suani inside were like rootless duckweed, shaking with the space storm, and they would collapse at any time, dissipate. His physical body became an obstacle, and after being squeezed by the cave, it began to crack. The divine essence in the cauldron poured in frantically, and cooperated with Lu Shenfa to help him repair his injured body. Xizong's current appearance is very terrifying, like a piece of broken porcelain that has been forcibly spliced together. There are cracks from the top of the sky to the soles of the feet, with light purple gold blood continuously spilling out. He is also trying to use the 2 small holes in his eyes as a bridge to bring the 10 holes together. Chapter 114. The body explodes, purple liquid. He is going to perish by himself. The ancient double-eyed girl couldn't maintain her detached mentality. She had never seen anyone like this. She was completely self-destructing. Sure enough, at the next moment, Xizong's body exploded directly, and his limbs and arms flew in all directions, bumping the tripod into bumps and bumps, and the treasure liquid in the tripod changed color instantly. At this time, time suddenly stopped. The broken arms that flew out began to recombine, the blood flowed backwards, and the cauldron returned to its original color. Ha, ha, Shi Zhang panted heavily. He really died just now, but he saved himself with the sky mending technique. He suspended the fusion of the cave in the sky, and his body is also undergoing rapid recovery. The Xianxia in his body was completely exhausted, there was nothing left, and the flesh and blood were shriveled and wrinkled like an old man in his twilight years. But these were all temporary, and it took him more than half an hour to restore his state to its peak again with Dongtian's spiritual replenishment and a large amount of divine substances. In fact, without these precious liquid supplements, he would definitely need more time. It's too dangerous to do this. In the previous life, the little guy took 2 steps. First, he merged the cave into a divine ring. After he went to the upper realm, his cultivation base was tens of thousands of times higher than what he is now. Then he shattered the cave and reunited. Shi Zhang didn't have the cultivation base to shatter all his caves and keep his vitality alive. If he did this now, he would die immediately without leaving any residue, so he could only merge the caves directly in one go. In Shi Zhang's heart, he still wanted to go back to Shi village and take this step. If Lu Shen was there, he would definitely be able to stop it in time, and he would not have died just now. It's a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes, and time waits for no one. He can only rely on himself and the complete sky replenishing technique to have a chance to do it. Come again, Shi Zhang will never give up. If he wants to become a real powerhouse, he must reach the pinnacle every step of the way, and he must protect the little one. Everything is different because of his appearance. The little ones in the catastrophe can still get out safely like in the previous life. The 10 caves reappeared and stretched to the maximum. His body was covered with dense runes and his blood was surging. While the 10 caves were squeezing his body together, he was also trying his best to use the 2 small caves in the eyes as a bridge to try to get rid of it. They are connected together. Boom! Not long after, Shi Zhang's body exploded again, and the sky mending technique showed its power, pulling him back from eternal extinction. Shi Zhang's heart was pounding. This feeling of death was too frightening. It was unknown, confused, he couldn't see what was in front of him or what was behind him, all perceptions and thoughts were in an instant stop. The spiritual spirit of the 10 caves replenished his vitality just like last time, and the elixir also turned into abundant divine substances in the flames burning under the cauldron. Come again, Shi Zhang held his breath in his heart, he could feel that the degree of fusion this time was a little bit more than last time, and he was getting closer to success. Every time, his body would explode due to the joint squeeze of the 10 caves, and he would be rescued by the sky replenishing technique, and the cycle would repeat, making the ancient double-eyed girl beside him terrified. This guy is so fierce that he doesn't regard himself as a human being. He keeps dying and resurrecting again and again. It takes such a strong willpower to do it. When Shi Zhang was revived for the 10th time, he was very excited, because the 2 chaotic caves in his eyes were finally connected with the 10 caves, almost fused together. In this way, Shi Zhang gradually found the common rhythm of all the caves through repeated failures, resonated with each other, and got closer and closer to success. At this time, Shi Zhang's heart beat suddenly, as if something bad was happening. He was very sensitive in this state of being in harmony with the Tao, and his heart skipped a beat. Most likely, the Battle of Butian Pavilion's destruction had ended. Here we go. Come again, Shi Zhang gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know how many times he had died. This feeling was incomparably tormenting. He really wanted to give up, but he knew he couldn't, so he gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue. The liquid in the cauldron was not enough. Shi Zhang continued to replenish it. At this time, the ancient girl with heavy pupils flipped her hand, and a purple bead was suspended in the palm of her hand, like a round of purple sun, extremely fierce. Purple the air shone to the sky, and immediately the entire ancient holy courtyard was filled with life energy like a vast ocean. She pushed lightly, and the bead slowly floated over, instantly turned into a drop of purple liquid on the tripod, and fell into the tripod with a ding-dong sound. In an instant, the liquid in the cauldron boiled and turned into a thick purple color, completely suppressing all the other treasures. Standing in it, Shi Zhang suddenly felt that his whole body was bathed in the thick divine essence, and the purple air was transpiring, which made him seem to be sublimated from physical to mental strength. Faded old bones. He was terrified in his heart, knowing that his body had been tempered many times, and was completely transformed by the chaotic mist just before, and this drop of purple liquid could make him reborn from the inside out. Metamorphosis, you can imagine how precious it is. Thank you, Senior. Shi Zhang bowed, This time he really received a lot of kindness. The ancient double-eyed girl smiled slightly, and lightly parted her vermilion lips. You want to reach the extreme, I'm just helping you, it's up to you. Okay. The uneasiness in Shi Zong's heart became more and more serious. He has no time to procrastinate, he wants to succeed once. Shi Zongpan sat down, calmed down, stabilized his mind, and then shouted. Combined. The 10 big caves and the 2 small caves all appeared, radiant and colorful, and the chaotic air was transpiring and spreading, as if there was a fairyland in the sky. Evolution takes shape. Driven by the stone bell, the 10 caves began to approach the center rumblingly, as if someone was pushing 10 blazing suns forward. The chaotic air in the 2 chaotic caves is rotating, like a vortex, producing a strange force to attract the 10 caves closer. At the same time, the stone bell is also controlling the rhythm of all the caves, resonating with each other, producing a magical change. Om. The 10 caves trembled together, and the edges merged into one in the vibration and resonance, and finally formed a bright divine ring, connected to each other, and wrapped the stone bell. Shi Zong continued to urge the 10 caves to move closer to the center. He has long been able to achieve this divine ring, but this is not his ultimate goal. The 2 chaotic vortices in the eyes rotated faster, and the 10 caves continued to approach the center under the attraction from the chaotic vortex. All the caves squeezed Shi Zong's body together, which was very terrifying, as if 10 millstones were crushing him at the same time, and his body exploded because of this. But this time, because the purple treasure liquid was constantly pouring into his body, it made his body stronger, and there was an indelible divinity in his body. Chapter 115 The Cave and Sky Unite, Chaos Cave. Combined. Shi Zong roared, he saw hope, this time it is really possible to succeed. Only then did he realize that the integration of the 10 caves and the heavens is an extreme breakthrough of the current law, and it needs the cooperation of real geniuses and earth treasures to complete. It is obvious that the ancient girl with double pupils saw this. 10 mouths of caves completely covered his body, and large and small cracks appeared in his body again. This kind of force was too terrifying, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was self-destructive. Even with the help of this purple treasure liquid, he could not go smoothly finish. As the 10 caves approached, more and more cracks appeared on Shi Zong's body, and the divine essence in the purple liquid was constantly stabilizing his body. And Lu Shenfa is also doing his best to restore it. Hurry up! Shi Zong saw that the 2 chaotic caves had also merged with the rest of the caves, except that the fist-sized space in the center was still blank. His bones also cracked, making a rattling sound, like an overwhelmed bamboo about to break. Unity! Shi Zong roared loudly. With a surge of energy, the 12 caves approached the center together, filling the last vacancy. At this moment, Shi Zong's body was shattered beyond recognition, even the sky cap was cracked, blood was dripping from all 7 orifices, it was very hideous and terrifying. After the 12 caves merged into one, another change occurred. The unified cave was filled with chaotic energy, 5 colors of fairy light burst out, and Sha Rui was transpiring, making it impossible for people to see through the situation inside. In the end, the whole was stabilized, and the chaotic mist dissipated. Only a very large volcano was left inside, and all kinds of spirits gushed out crazily, accompanied by gorgeous fairy light. The 2 chaotic caves really became spring eyes, distributed on both sides of the crater, one on the left and one on the right, and the chaotic mist flowed, and the green lotus took root next to it, and the lotus leaves shook gently, affected by the chaos. The mist nourishes and is very pleasant. The black gold-colored Tianpeng and the scarlet-red Suani are also among them, lifelike, with their own aura. Their eyes are full of domineering arrogance, and the golden thunder and black golden feathers are gorgeous. Shi Zong stands inside, the scars on his body are being repaired rapidly, his body is transparent, every inch of flesh and blood is glowing, accompanied by the resounding Taoist sound, as if 3,000 gods are singing, matching the length of the only hole in the sky the sound of fairy music. The stone bell seems to stand in the realm of the gods. He really did it. The ancient girl with double pupils was also shocked. She originally thought that this brat was just trying to fuse the 10 caves into a divine ring, but she didn't expect him to have such a big plan, creating a world that no one had ever done before. Feet. I said, he won't humiliate you. The ancient double-eyed girl smiled. It seems that if the person in front of her grows up, she may really be able to achieve her goal. Shi Zong got up from the cauldron and stretched his fists and feet. Every movement of his could stimulate the blood in his body to circulate, making a roar like thunder, and every movement of his hands and feet contained the power to smash mountains and cliffs. He felt that he was stronger than ever before, and had reached the absolute peak of this realm. All the enemies in the cave were like ants in front of him, even a pure blood beast could be killed with a single finger. The treasure liquid in the bell tripod had turned lavender, but it still contained a large amount of divine substance. He didn't waste it, and put away the tripod. "Thank you, Senior." Shi Zhang thanked again. He felt that this purple liquid is very precious. It should be the legendary golden body liquid, and the ordinary golden body liquid is only pale gold, which was given by the double-eyed girl in ancient times. This drop should be the ultimate golden body liquid used by the core disciples of Budian Dao to refine it. It is definitely a real genius treasure, which is rare in 10,000 years. It's just a little effort. The ancient girl with double pupils smiled. Since that battle, she couldn't remember how long she hadn't smiled, which shows how satisfied she is with Shi Zhang. "Senior, I have something important to do, so I'm going out first. If I can help you in the future, I will do my best." Shi Zhang bowed, and hurried to the wooden gate of the courtyard. Shi Zhang ran to the front of the courtyard in 3 steps and 2 steps, and opened the wooden door. The sound of shouting and killing outside was loud, and there was a sea of people, and the strong smell of blood poured into his nostrils. Extremely powerful characters fight decisively in the sky. "By the way, can you help Budian Pavilion to tide over the difficulties?" Shi Zhang asked, wanting to pull this supreme powerhouse. If she makes a move, everything will be calmed down without any suspense. The ancient goddess Changtong was calm. With a sense of detachment, she sat on the bamboo chair and didn't want to get up. Her eyes were in a daze for a while, as if she was thinking about something, but finally she shook her head slightly. Shi Zhang was a little puzzled, but he was not in a position to force anything. The black golden wings of the rock behind him fanned out, drawing a black golden light and flying towards the battlefield. Alas, the ancient double-eyed girl sighed, flicking her sleeves lightly, without any momentum or runes. Xianxia, who was fighting against the Shenvine in the sky, suddenly died suddenly, without any wounds on her body, just so without warning suddenly died. The body fell from the sky. "That's all I can do, you won't blame me, right?" The ancient double-eyed girl said softly, looking at the portrait of the handsome man in the courtyard. "If the little one is here, seeing that portrait, he will definitely exclaim, 'Ghost.'" Shi Zhang overlooked the audience in midair, looking for the little one's trace among the dense crowd. The originally peaceful and sacred Budian Pavilion has changed. It became a field of Shira, and there were people fighting everywhere, with broken limbs flying, blood splashing, and the sound of killing was deafening. An ancient force was destroyed, and the sacred treasure in it made everyone tempted, and they all wanted to take advantage of the fire to loot, and everyone pushed the wall down, wanting to wash the blood of Budian Pavilion clean, so as to prevent future troubles forever. In addition, there are more old enemies of Budian Pavilion, such as the Tuoba family. They once wanted to establish a country, but Ji Ling was beheaded by Shenvine. Now they finally waited for the opportunity to push Budian Pavilion into the abyss. Budian Pavilion is destined to be destroyed, none of you can escape. A silver crocodile roared, its tail swept across thousands of meters. A large group of Budian Pavilion disciples died tragically, their flesh and blood exploded. It was extremely cruel. Naughty animal, 10 stars piercing the sun. An old man in blue with disheveled hair, covered in blood, looked like an angry lion. He shouted, and 10 purple light balls flew out, exploding beside the silver giant crocodile. Berserk, the incomparable power of lightning, and the 2 ancient ancestors of the hostile forces were also wrapped in it, blasting them into a scorched black and flying backwards. A group of beasts will only add insult to injury. Who would dare to commit an offense when the Budian Pavilion is in full swing? As soon as the spirit sacrifice deadline comes today, all the thieves and rats on weekdays will be on the stage. They should be punished. Lei Zumian yelled, repeating when he punched out, purple thunder burst out from his body, blowing up the 2 of them. Chapter 116 Mending the Sky and Sacrifice the Spirit. The Ghost Lord appears. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. A white tiger with a white body and golden lines roared. It came from Zilling Beast Mountain. It was the old enemy of Budian Pavilion, and its heir was slaughtered by Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian before. Naturally, it couldn't wait to participate in the battle to destroy Budian Pavilion. Your ancestors can't do it, even your descendants can't do it. You can only give me the disciples of Budian Pavilion as food, haha. Mr. Liu of Budian Pavilion laughed. Golden runes filled the sky, and his arms turned into a pair of golden rock wings, almost cut the white tiger in half. It was shocked in its heart, and sacrificed its treasure. Those were more than a dozen canine teeth, forming a large formation, and the Zhang Jinqi howled, besieging Lu Lao inside. Rely on foreign objects, Xiao Dower. Lu Lao strode forward in a meteoric stride. Jin Peng's wings fell like a sky knife, bursting out with dazzling light, intertwined runes all over the sky, and cut off a large part of the tiger-toothed spear. Lu Lao killed him, and the two sides fought fiercely. In the end, Lu Lao's palm split the golden white tiger, and the body was split in half. The besiegers were terrified. Old Lei and Old Lu were so powerful that they would be hard to resist if they tried their best. No one wanted to touch this bad luck easily. Your sacrificial spirit must die. The two beast kings from Zilling Beast Mountain are attacking. It won't last long, shouted the golden-winged rock. Public. As soon as the words fell, Xianxi's body fell from the 9 heavens, shrinking in size as it fell, and finally landed in front of Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang was unprepared, but it didn't prevent him from putting it away with the human race bag, and finally looked in the direction of the ancient holy courtyard with a feeling. It's him, that good man pretending to be Shi Yi. Someone shouted. Shi Zhang's behavior was too conspicuous, instantly attracted everyone's attention, and someone recognized him. Give me back my mad son's life. An old man from the Tuoba family yelled, and came to kill him, but was stopped by the elders of Budian Pavilion. But based on what Shi Zhang did, the people who wanted to kill him were not limited to the Tuoba family. Those beasts from Zilling Beast Mountain hated him even more. None of them are pure blood themselves, and it took a lot of geniuses and treasures to return their offspring to pure blood. This is all their hope, and they will definitely shine in the future. As a result, they were slaughtered when they entered Baidwan Mountain. How not to make them crazy? In addition, there are also the shit-stirring sticks of the 4 major families. None of them came out of Baidwan Mountain alive, and their entire army was wiped out. Therefore, it fell into a slump and went into decline. Facing the siege and interception from all directions, Shi Zhang had no choice but to run away hastily. Although he was invincible in the same realm, his practice years were too young to compete with these people. In another 10 years, I will kill you one by one with one finger. Shi Zhang was furious in his heart, but he didn't say it out, fearing that it would add fuel to the flames. At this time, the gods rained down from the sky, and the vitality of the old vine came to an end, and began to disintegrate, turning into light rain to return to nature. Master Ji Ling, everyone in Budian Pavilion cried loudly, even the white-haired old men were red-eyed. This divine vine has been guarding them since ancient times until the last trace of strength was exhausted. He tried his best to build a golden channel to divert everyone. Many outsiders are smiling, ready to receive the baptism of the rain of gods. These rains of gods contain a large amount of life energy, which can transform everyone. Everyone in Budian Pavilion was furious. These people are executioners. They want to bathe in the rain of gods after slaughtering their fellow disciples. It is simply despicable and arrogant. Wash your grandfather. The anger in Shi Zhang's heart was also ignited. These people are not even as good as animals. They forced the old vine to bathe in the rain of gods. Is this rain? This is simply the blood of the old vine. Shi Zhang took out the race bag and pushed it with all his strength, and the red, characters turned wildly. He is not what he used to be, and can exert the stronger power of the race bag. Under his full urging, an invisible vortex appeared above the opening of the human race bag, attracting all the rain of gods from the sky, and putting them all into the human race bag. Great good man, someone shouted angrily, and Shi Zhang was recognized at a glance. Your grandpa is here. Shi Zhang slapped a middle-aged man from the Tuoba family next to him who was about to bathe in the rain of gods into mud. This member of the Tuoba family has practiced for 30 years, and his cultivation base is in the realm of transforming spirits. He is no longer considered weak, but he was slapped to death by today's Shi Zhang, and he has no power to fight back. Ah, the members of the Tuoba family were startled and angry. A boy who was less than 10 years old slapped a person in the realm of transforming spirits to death. How outrageous is this? If he doesn't die, who can restrain him when he grows up? The Tuoba family may be removed because of this. A ball of light appeared above the 9 heavens. It was the old vine that was dissipating. Its sound resounded throughout the sky. Goodbye to Shanggu, goodbye to Budian Pavilion, goodbye. Old vine said softly, calm, there is reluctance, but also relief. Master Ji Ling, The people in Budian Pavilion burst into tears, weeping loudly, and howling wailed all over the sky. That old vine should have died a long time ago. You don't have to be sad, I will send you to the West Heaven together soon. Someone smiled cruelly, with serious meaning. The sky-swallowing sparrow also flew down from the 9 heavens, its body was covered with scars, and even a large part of its wings were missing. It had been besieging Lao Teng together with Xianxia, and it went smoothly, but Xianxia died suddenly for some reason, and it was also seriously injured by Lao Teng's dying counterattack. You're all going to die, the sky-swallowing sparrow said in a cold voice. It acted the most cruel way. It once swallowed a tribe with tens of millions of people when it was competing for the mountain treasure. Man turns into blood to replenish himself. Who dares to offend me in Budian Pavilion? An old voice sounded. The volume was not loud, but it sounded in everyone's mind, and the originally noisy battlefield was instantly quiet. Everyone heard the sound and looked, and an old man in gray clothes and disheveled hair appeared. There was a broken sword stuck in his head, and black blood flowed from it. Sword. The gray-clothed old man was confused for a while, and then his eyes became clear. As his words fell, a black streamer flew from a distance and fell into his hands. Ghost Lord appears. Ghost Master lightly stroked the broken sword in his hand with his big wrinkled hand, then soared into the sky. The broken sword in his hand burst into immeasurable brilliance, and chopped off half of the sky-swallowing bird's wings with one blow. PFF'd. A waterfall of blood sprayed out from the wing of the sky-swallowing sparrow, and the half of the wing fell down, which was heavier than a mountain range, denting a large area of the ground. Everyone present was startled. Who was this person, who actually severely injured the invincible sky-swallowing bird with a single sword? Chapter 117 Disciple Mending the Sky, Help Shi Hao. The sky-swallowing sparrow wobbled in midair, and used its great supernatural powers to draw back its wings, and docked them on the broken wings, where the runes were intertwined, and the flesh and blood squirmed. Old ancestor killed it, a Budian Pavilion disciple roared angrily. But the ghost state is very unstable, his breath is strong and sometimes weak, his eyes are sometimes cloudy and sometimes clear, and the black sword stuck in his head is trembling, which affects the ghost state. Ghost Master has now entered a dazed state again, his eyes are empty, and he stands in the air blankly. Everyone's hearts were suspended again, and they were all looking at the old man in black floating in the sky. It's nothing more than a half-dead old man. Someone from Nanyan Shenshin shouted. Most of the people were very nervous just now, for fear that Lord Ghost is a hidden and powerful man, and they are only now relieved, seeing that the way they stay still must be due to a serious problem with their own state. The sky-swallowing bird's eyes are as big as a blood moon, staring at the ghost floating in midair until it redocked its wings, but the ghost didn't make a move. With a firm mind, it spread its wings to cover the clouds and flew straight come over. 2 pairs of mountain-like claws grabbed the Ghost Master. Old ancestor, wake up! The disciples of Budian Pavilion were so shocked that they were afraid of seeing Master Ghost die tragically. That swallowing bird's eyes were full of murderous intent. He was hit hard by a half-dead old man just now, which made him lose face. He couldn't wait to wash away the shame and tear the ghost apart. As Tuntionk got closer and closer to the Ghost Master didn't respond. The people from Budian Pavilion yelled, trying to wake him up, while the people from the hostile forces sneered. Finally, when the sky-swallowing sparrow flew close to Master Ghost moved, and his eyes became clear in an instant, even with a bit of sternness. With a wave of the black broken sword, a black crack appeared in the air, all the surrounding area became dim, and all the light seemed to be absorbed. The black crack cut across the head of the sky-swallowing sparrow, almost decapitating it, but the sky-swallowing sparrow avoided it in the nick of time, but its beak was chopped off. It is called sky-swallowing sparrow, and its ability is naturally related to its beak. It roared, "Ghost, how dare you trick me!" It quickly backed up, trying to call back its beak again. When it summoned the broken beak with its great supernatural power, it found that it could not be found and lost contact. It looked down, just in time to see a human teenager fastening the pocket of a space treasure, and couldn't help being furious. But at this time, Master Gui came forward with a broken sword in his hand, slashing with all his might. A lot of blood spattered on Tian Tunqu's body, dripping with blood. Shi Zhang paid attention to the direction of the sword when the ghost summoned the master to break the sword, and hurried there, because the little one was there. At the same time, he was also thinking, this ghost master is really a ghost spirit. In the memory of his previous life, He had to face Xianxia and Tian swallowing bird, and it was useless to feign death, but now it is different. He used tricks to gain the upper hand. It seems that this swallowing bird is about to fall. Sure enough, Master Gui won the battle first and then gained power. Although he is thin and disheveled, he is like a god of war, opening and closing, with aura like a rainbow. Splash. A moment later, the head of the sky-swallowing sparrow was chopped off, like a hill, and Shi Zhang succeeded again. This human race bag is so easy to use. In the past, Shi Zhang's cultivation base was weak and he could not show anything. Now that his cultivation base has gradually become stronger, the human race bag has begun to release divine power, and everything can be collected. The body that was bigger than the mountains turned into a stream of light, which shot into a position not far in front of him at an extremely fast speed. If it wasn't for the power of double pupils in his body now, he might not have been able to notice it. Shi Zhang guessed that it was most likely that the little bone tower was showing its power. This bone tower was black, even darker than the Black Emperor, and there were always thieves and looters. At this time, the body of Lord Ghost in the sky swayed for a while. More black blood flowed from the black broken sword on his head, his figure gradually disappeared, and the broken sword flew back to Xiao Budian's hand with the gourd seed. Call. All the hostile forces in Budian Pavilion let out a sigh of relief. This half-human, half-ghost old man was so strong that he even killed the sky-swallowing bird in 2 or 3 strikes. None of the people present dared to say that they could beat him. Fortunately, the old man's own state is unstable. Let's end this battle. No future troubles. The man from Nanyan Shenshin was covered in golden battle armor, and he couldn't see his true face, but there were 2 fierce lights on the metal mask. Good. Many voices echoed at the same time. I'll see who dares. There was a rumbling sound from the distant sky, like the roar of 10,000 thunders, with a huge momentum. Everyone heard the sound and saw that it was an ancient chariot with runes all over the body, and there was only a bright red word, war, on it. The title of King of War of the Stone Kingdom is not for nothing. It is earned through the prestige of fighting with real blood, and the enemy is terrified when he kills him, so he is called the King of War. Rumor has it that he is very optimistic about Shi Ziling. Now knowing that Xiao Budian is here, he will do his best to save him, not to mention that he also stayed in Budian Pavilion for a while as a disciple, and he also came here to repay his favor. A group of 4-legged beasts, die. The voice burst like thunder, accompanied by a bright stream of light shot out from the chariot, and it came in an instant, smashing a big silver python. Many people felt chills behind their backs. This battle king is too powerful. With just 1 arrow, such a powerful beast king was killed. The Marquis of Lingwei is here. Protect me in the pure land of Budian Pavilion. Another party came to support. Flying horses stepped into the void, armed with golden weapons and iron halberds, and came to fight across a border of millions of miles. The Patriarch of Kashan has arrived, and those who violate the Budian Pavilion will not die. Step into the sky, break through the sky with your sword, and fight bloody enemies. These are all strong men who have walked out of Budian Pavilion. They have already been enshrined as princes, and they are powerful. When they heard that Budian Pavilion was in trouble, they all rushed to support them regardless of the danger. Tears filled the eyes of Budian Pavilion disciples. In this besieged situation, finally a former senior brother came back, standing in front of them, defending the enemy with his body, and trying to make a bright future. Kill. The elder of Budian Pavilion shouted, feeling his body full of strength again, raised his hand to break the sword, regardless of the injury, opened the way for the disciples in the pavilion. If you are alive, the Budian Pavilion will still be there. The elders advised their disciples that if there were strong enemies, they would block them, let them escape with all their strength, and leave a fire for the Budian Pavilion. Shi Zhang finally found Xiao Budian in the chaotic crowd. He was holding Shi Qingfeng tightly. Although the two were covered in blood, they were not his own. The elders of Budian Pavilion protected them very well. Brother, why are you here? Xiao Budian was very surprised. He knew that the stone bell was in the ancient holy courtyard. It was very safe and absolutely no one could break it. Can brother leave you behind? Shi Zhang laughed, and put Shi Qingfeng into the human race bag. Chapter 118 The Only Hole in the Sky, Black and White. Originally, Shi Zhang planned to accept Xiao Budian, but he shook his head and refused, not wanting to occupy a spot. Shi Zhang understood his intention and accepted the other 8 Budian Pavilion disciples. Limit. Those 2 brothers are over there, don't let them go. The sharp-eyed primordial demon bird spotted Xizong and the little one, and rushed over to kill them. Go to death. The King of War had already killed the ancient chariot, held a heavy halberd to fight against the golden-winged rock, and even took the time to shoot an arrow, which exploded the ancient magic bird hundreds of meters away. But his roar attracted more people's attention. Some wanted to take revenge, some wanted to avoid future troubles, and rushed towards the two of them one after another. The people at Budian Pavilion try their best to stop them, but there are really too many enemies, both humans and beasts. They are powerless and difficult to resist. The key is that these two have made too many enemies and have amazing potential. No one wants them to grow up. Both brothers are existences that crush pure blood beasts of the same realm. If they are left alone, who can control them? Facing these red-eyed enemies, although Xizong's murderous intent was overwhelming, he had no choice but to flee in a hurry due to his age. From time to time, treasures and weapons flew towards them. Xizong shot with all his strength, and the golden thunder shone, trying to intercept them as much as possible. Brother, have you reached the realm of transforming spirits? Xiao Budian asked. He was closest to Xizong, and he clearly felt that the current brother was much stronger than before, and the strong energy fluctuations made him very scared. Not yet, Xizong replied, urging the golden sword hanging from his hair to stop the arrows and spears shooting at them. You've come to the end of your life, go die. The people from Budian Pavilion stopped those big fish, but some middle-aged people in the spiritual realm slipped through the net and stopped in front of them. Damn you! The stone bell exploded, and his whole body became transparent, as if poured with glazed gold, blasting 3 people in the realm of transforming spirits. Let's go, Xizong shouted, and he fought with all his strength against those who stood in front of him. Xiao Budian knew that staying now was just a drag, so she used her body skills to quickly leave the battlefield. Xizong used iron and blood methods to kill 7 people in a row. All of them were in the early to middle stage of spiritual transformation, but in the end there was an old man who was almost 40 years old who had reached the late stage of spiritual transformation, which made him unable to do what he wanted. Get out quickly. Huolinger also persuaded her father to rescue a group of Budian Pavilion disciples, and when the emperor came out, no one dared to step forward and successfully took away the group of disciples. Xizong also found the figure of Elder Zhang from Zulu Academy near him. The news spread that he should have entered the ancient holy courtyard of Budian Pavilion, and Zulu Academy specially asked Elder Zhang to protect him. However, Mr. Zhang did not reveal his true identity. After all, Zulu Academy was already on the cusp of the storm, and he could no longer bring the enemies of Budian Pavilion over. He just blocked the person who wanted to kill Xizong in midair. There are too many forces participating in the destruction of Budian Pavilion this time, including the Immemorial Divine Mountain, Zilling Beast Mountain, Southern Meteor Divine Mountain, Tuoba family, etc., as well as a large number of casual cultivators who want to fish in troubled waters. It is difficult, even if there are many strong aides, it still has the disadvantage overall. Xizong didn't dare to turn his head back, and fled among the crowd with his little one, with more and more pursuers behind him. Even those who were entangled took time to use magic tricks or throw weapons to kill them. Open, Xizong yelled, opened the only cave, and covered himself and the little boy inside without any magic. Most of the bombarded treasures were kept out of the body, and there were chaotic springs gushing out of the only cave, making this small world stronger every moment. Xiao Budian was very shocked inside. Is this brother's cave? How could it be so powerful, like a real small world, with chaotic air steaming and celestial music singing? Break! Xizong's heavy pupils shot out black and white air, and made a gap in a spear that was rushing towards him, and the remaining part of the bombardment caused the only cave to shake for a while outside the cave. Xizong weakened those extraordinarily powerful attacks with the power of double pupils, and then used his only cave to resist, and gradually reached the edge of the battlefield. Those 2 brothers are going to run away. Someone noticed and shouted loudly. Fuck! Xizong cursed inwardly. They were all about to get away, but this voice was attracted again. Sure enough, after that person's reminder, more people paid attention to them, and thousands of enemies rushed towards them like a tide, all of them murderous, trying to strangle the 2 brothers in the cradle. When did I offend so many people? Xizong's scalp was numb, and 1/5 of the enemies in the entire battlefield rushed towards them. Protect my disciples, Lei Lao Muyan yelled loudly, looking like a wild lion. 10 rounds of lightning and purple sun reappeared, stopping many opponents. Who dares to touch my nephew? The king of war roared angrily, and opened and closed with a heavy halberd, chopping the giant golden beast that covered the sky and avoided the sun, staggering, with unparalleled power. All the opponents were frightened. This battle king is too strong. There are few opponents except Shuang. He participated in the good fortune, and when he went crazy, no one could beat him. Elder Zhang is also trying his best to stop the enemies, but there are still a large number of opponents rushing forward. Boom, boom. Shizong's only hole was hit repeatedly, causing him to be severely injured, and a stream of arrow blood spewed out. Brother. Xiao Budian was very worried. He knew that Shizong did this for him, otherwise who could break through if he stayed in the ancient holy courtyard? Brother is fine, Shizong said, still galloping with the little one. The blood in his body roared, green runes appeared, repairing Shizong's injured body. At the same time, a large amount of chaotic mist flowed out from his double pupils, causing rattling noises on his body, and the bones were reconnected. A huge palm print made of runes intertwined came towards the stone bell, like a hill, making it impossible for him to avoid it. Boom! Shizong and Xiao Budian flew out, the whole ground sank, and his only hole almost burst. Don't stop, Shizong whispered, thick blood dripping from his mouth. Okay. The little boy was so painful that tears were about to fall. He took out a jade bottle, unplugged it, and poured the spring of immortality into Shizong's mouth. Shizong drank 2 drops, and his whole body was covered with golden life essence. The wounds on his body are recovering rapidly, and he will be healed soon. Even the existence of Budian Pavilion Jilling can last for a while, let alone Shizong. He soon became fierce again, and took the little one to leave the meat grinder. Those treasures bombarded towards the only hole one after another, causing Shizong to cough up blood, and like a cow, he threw the elixir into his mouth one by one to extend his life. Chapter 119 The Two Frontiers of Stone Kingdom, at Luohuang Ridge. Boom! A blood-red war spear directly penetrated the only hole in the stone bell, almost nailing the two of them to the ground. Shizong spat out blood, suffered extremely serious trauma, even his eyes dimmed. Xiao Budian poured the immortal spring into Shizong's mouth again, which made his condition better. Tuoba Yu, if he dies, your Tuoba family will also be expelled. Elder Zhang of Zulu Academy was so shocked that he fought to the point of madness, tearing apart a large number of strong men, for fear that Shizong would die because of it. The only cave has become distorted. I don't know how many attacks it has resisted. If it were the monks in the spirit transformation realm, they would have died long ago. This made those enemies even more murderous towards Shizong, and made up their minds not to let him survive. Let's go, Shizong whispered. He was already stained red with his own blood, and his consciousness was a little blurred, but he knew that he couldn't stop. If he stopped, he would die. There was no suspense. But not long after, the owner of the previous giant palm slammed out another palm, causing cobweb-like cracks to appear in the cavern of the stone bell, and his body was like a rotten pocket, with no intact parts on his body. Brother, Xiao Budian shouted, his whole heart was in his throat. Hurry up, go, Shizong said. If he was any weaker, he would definitely be dead by now. Fortunately, his body has been tempered by primal chaos chi and ultimate golden body liquid many times, which made him he resisted, and his body is recovering quickly. After fleeing for so long, they have successfully escaped from the battlefield, and now they dared to take off. A golden streamer flew over. Shizong and Xiao Budian stepped on the golden fairy sword, and disappeared in place at an extremely fast speed. This fairy sword is extremely powerful, and it is one of the 10 strongest treasures in the ruins of Baidwan Mountain. The lines on the sword body can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it does not need to be activated by itself. It carries the stone bell and Xiao Budian all the way. Shizong and Xiao Budian did not dare to stop after leaving the battlefield, and kept flying forward, for fear of being overtaken by the enemies behind. They did not dare to use the teleportation array in the city, and only relied on the golden giant sword to drive away, opening up the battlefield with Budian Pavilion distance. They flew all the way for a whole day before they stopped, changed their appearance with the 72 cripples, and entered a small city to rest. Shizong, a disciple of Budian Pavilion, was also released. As soon as they came out, they said they would go back to take revenge. After being stopped by Shizong and Xiao Budian, they wailed and finally calmed down. We will definitely rebuild the Budian Pavilion. Brothers and sisters, you should go back to your own family first. Don't call yourself a disciple of the Budian Pavilion. Concentrate on practicing and wait for me to find you. The little boy said, holding the gourd seed in his hand. Okay. Budian Pavilion's disciples gritted their teeth, finally being persuaded, and prepared to go back to the family to practice, thanked the two of them, and then left. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian found an inn for repairs. Shi Zhang's only hole almost exploded, causing him to hurt Yuan, and he had to recuperate in the inn for several days before recovering. Recalling the battle at Budian Pavilion, Shi Zhang still had lingering fears. It was like a meat grinder. How many souls died in that battle? If it wasn't for the little one, he wouldn't go to this muddy water even if he was killed. The little boy's eyes were also red for several days. There were several elders who had treated him with great kindness, such as Elder Mu Yan, who helped him to find Lei Jai for him, and Elder Lu, who guided him in his cultivation. In this battle, it is probably more ominous than good for the disciples of Budian Pavilion to be defeated. When they walked out of the inn, everyone was talking about it. Alas, today's world is uneasy. The Budian Pavilion that has been passed down from ancient times has just been destroyed. Someone sighed. Who said it wasn't? It is said that the battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, blood flowed like a river, and some important people died in it. The person who spoke felt terrified when he mentioned it. Unfortunately, those who came to help Budian Pavilion failed to keep those disciples even in the end, and most of them died on the spot. Yes, Budian Pavilion has been passed down from ancient times to the present. I don't know how many outstanding people have gone out. It is said that the King of War almost killed the golden-winged rock as big as the mountain, and even killed the second in command of the Tuoba family. It's so fierce. There was an old monk with a look of admiration. He was about the same age as the King of War, but he was different from each other. He worked so hard to repay the favor of Budian Pavilion and protect the son of Shi Ziling. I heard that he himself was seriously injured. He values love and righteousness, and his righteousness is more than the sky. He is worthy of being the King of War. People sigh. I just don't know how those 2 monstrous children are doing now. Someone sighed. Originally, a Tianjiao who can crush pure blood beasts at the same level as what all sects desire, but now that the Budian Pavilion has been destroyed, those Tianjiao have become the most dangerous. No one wants to leave future troubles, and they will all be strangled. I don't know, but I think it's more ominous than good. If so many big people want to destroy Budian Pavilion, even if they are amazing and talented, they are still young and can't survive. An old man with a white beard sighed. At this time, someone lowered his voice and said, I heard that the 2 children ran out, but those big forces involved in the destruction of Budian Pavilion felt very shameless and deliberately did not mention this matter. But the elders of Budian Pavilion, they all died in battle, and one by one they went forward one by one to blew themselves up, and it is honorable to go out alive for the disciples under the sect. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian changed their appearance and listened. Xiao Budian's eyes were red. How many classmates died tragically, and the voices and smiles are still vivid in my memory, and the world is separated in a blink of an eye. Brother, I want to go back to Shikyun. Xiao Budian said with red eyes. Okay, brother will accompany you back. Shi Zhang patted his little head. Budian Pavilion was destroyed, and now he is like a duckweed, so naturally he misses the safe haven in his heart even more. At this moment, the check-in system was activated again. Ding, the host triggers the check-in task, and returns to Shikyun to check in within half a year. Shi Zhang was stunned for a moment. This can be said to be a surprise. He originally planned to return to Stone Village, but he was able to complete the check-in task by the way. He also released Xiao Jin and Shi Qingfang. In order not to be noticed, they all changed their appearance and walked on foot. A month later, the smile appeared on Xiao Budian's face again, and they also walked to the western border of Shiguo, where there were people. They walked on foot, and those uninhabited areas in the mountains were carried on the golden giant sword, and the speed was relatively fast. Shi Zhang opened the map, looked for a good route, and poked the punctuation point of Luohuangling with his finger. In his previous life memory, there is one of the 8 ancient treasures here, which should not be missed, and there are many disciples of the Yu clan in the Budian Pavilion, and Shi Yi was even given the quota of the ancient holy courtyard, but when the Budian Pavilion was destroyed, no one stood up to help. It was really wolf-hearted. Even Shi Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the warm smile on Shi Zhang's face, Xiao Budian knew that his brother was going to do something again, so he was looking forward to it. Chapter 120 Incarnate as Shi Yi, take Bajun Chicken. A group of people adjusted their orientation and began to drive towards the destination. crossing mountains and ridges, wading across rivers and ravines, gradually approaching there. Although those big clans were embarrassed to say that the combination of so many forces caused the two teenagers to run away, but they were also worried about Xizong and Xiao Budian's talents, for fear that they would grow up and do something to exterminate them. They sent people to search for them in many big cities, and even set up ambushes at the ruins of Budian Pavilion, so that when the disciples of Budian Pavilion came back to express their condolences, they would catch them all. However, Xizong passed the sky replenishing technique to them, and told them not to be known by others. This method is probably the root method of the way of mending the sky. Brother, why do you suddenly have double pupils? Xiao Budian was very curious about this. Xizong didn't know how to explain it, and he didn't want to deceive them, so he just said to them mysteriously, secret. The little guy is also smart, he will tell him what Xizong can tell him, and he won't force what he can't tell, didn't ask much. Another half-month passed, and the group finally arrived at Luohuang Ridge. This land of Luohuangling lives up to its name. It is said that in the ancient times there was a real phoenix inhabited, and finally fell here, which made the place full of aura, and even the soil is dark red. It is said that it was contaminated with the blood of the real phoenix, so it is very suitable for planting elixir. It was a treasure land that the Rain clan paid a very high price for. This name is domineering. If it was in the 21st century in the previous life, the Yu clan would be very suitable for selling real estate. Xizong thought to himself. Not to mention the real phoenix in this place, even if there is a real three-legged golden crow that falls, the aura will increase 100 times. It is likely that some kind of big red bird died here. It's really enough to put gold on my face. Xizong and Xiao Budian and his group secretly observed the periphery of this treasure land, their eyes swept back and forth in it. Why are there so many people here all of a sudden? A guard asked. There were only hundreds of guards here before, but suddenly there were 10 times more guards in the past few days. They were digging here and there, and they were laying down layers of formations, as if they were facing an enemy. Another guard looked around furiously, and when he found no one, he leaned his head over and whispered, I heard that a very remarkable creature appeared here, and these big men finally caught it. It seems that it was from Mr. Yi. Prepared. Xizong's heart skipped a beat. Did he come late? Bajun chicken has been caught. The man showed excitement on his face. Then he will come to get it in person. Is there a chance for me to see the legendary invincible double pupil? Then I don't know. Let's see the arrangement above. Just take care of your own business and don't be too curious. Oh, the man was a little lost and bored, when he suddenly looked up and saw a group of people walking towards him. The man in the lead walks like a dragon and a tiger, with the momentum of an emperor, with a natural aura, and every step falls, there is a resonance of the voice of the great Tao. His whole body is covered by thick chaotic mist, only a pair of eyes that can see through everything in the world are exposed. The guard from earlier became excited in an instant, his eyes were double pupils, and Mr. Shi Yi actually came in person. Master Yi, the man asked. It's me. The person covered by the chaotic mist spoke out. The voice was not loud, but it caused the surrounding world to hum, which was shocking. The faces of the two guards at the door were flushed, and they couldn't hide their excitement. Is this the person with double pupils? It really is a physique favored by the gods, and it is so powerful. The family asked Mr. Yi to fetch the Bajun chicken. An old voice came, and one of them followed behind the person with double pupils, said the person shrouded in black. Bajun chicken. The two were puzzled. Just lead the way. The man in black spoke again, with arrogance in his words, as if he didn't bother to say anything more. Okay. The two guards also heard it. Although they were upset, they still led them obediently. This kind of top person is not something they can offend. One of the guards led the four of them to the depths of Luohuangling. There is no doubt that these four people are Xizong and Xiao Budian. After hearing that Bajun chicken has been caught, Xizong has a plan in his heart and decides to come and switch. The road was heavily guarded, and there were powerful monks guarding against it everywhere, but they didn't know that the person they needed to guard against the most was swaggering into the depths of Luohuang Ridge with a high-sounding appearance. Along the way, there are many medicine gardens one after another, planting all kinds of elixir, which makes Xizong's index finger twitch. Before Shidong Tianhei used up hundreds of elixir, he felt poor. I didn't expect there to be so many here, and I have to get them for anything. In addition, there is a very rare mine here. The metal produced can be used to make very powerful weapons or armor. It is one of the most precious places where the Rain clan produces divine gold. Eat it if you can eat it, take it if you can take it, and destroy it if you can't take it. Shi Zhang hit the sound transmission of Xianxia and gently threw it out. This god stone evolved after swallowing a lot of sand from the spring of immortality, and became more moist, like a piece of fine jade, and looks very good. Okay, Shi Dale, the god-beating man, disappeared into the ground in an instant. And a golden monkey slipped out from the foot of the little man in black, carrying a black broken sword, and disappeared into the mountains in 2s and 3s. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian were secretly happy that the treasure land of the Yu clan would probably be destroyed by these two troublemakers. The two guards led Shi Zhang and his party all the way forward, and finally arrived at a small palace. The Yu clan has occupied this treasured land for a long time. From time to time, some important people came to inspect it, and purposely built this place similar to a palace. This Yu clan really knows how to enjoy it, Shi Zongxin thought. If they hadn't been here today, who would have thought that there would be a palace located here in this place with high mountains and dense forests? After the two guards brought them here, they left respectfully. Not long after, a group of people in dark blue robes arrived, with the word, Rain, embroidered on them. This kind of person Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian killed many people in Baiduan Mountain, and they are all real high-level figures of the Yu clan. Young Master Yi, the few people came forward, and they all nodded their greetings to Shi Zhang. Although their seniority and age were much higher than Shi Yi, they still had to respect the double pupil. Yes, Shi Zhang responded directly. Seniors, I'm here to get Bajun chicken. Shi Zhang said it simply and clearly, taking it for granted, and decisively said that he wanted Bajun chicken. He said this after careful consideration. Even the guards guarding here do not know the specific treasure of Luohuang Ridge, and Shi Zhang can dispel their doubts in their hearts by saying it directly of. Chapter 121 8 Ancient Treasures, Return to Stone Village. Sure enough, when he said this, the old man in charge immediately nodded and ordered someone to fetch the Bajun chicken. Young Master Yi, I caught the Bajun chicken here, which is considered a great achievement. Can you inform the clan and transfer us back? One of the middle-aged people asked. This Luohuang Ridge is located in the western border of the Stone Country, very remote. Usually only those who have no power in the Yu clan are sent here. It can be regarded as very poor. Why, are you blackmailing me with Bajun chicken? Shi Zhang said. His tone was calm, but there was a deep anger. Don't dare. The middle-aged man bowed his head and said quickly. I will remind you of what I remember from the Wei clan. Shi Zhang's tone suddenly slowed down, making the people of the Yu clan present happy. Okay, I'll thank you first, young master. Those people smiled on their faces and thanked them again and again. At this time, the Bajun chicken was also brought in. It was a round chicken with a khaki color and its feathers were dull. It looked the same as Shikyun's own chicken except that it was a little bigger. It was being picked up. Come over. The 8 precious chickens can hide from the ground, and we managed to catch them with a lot of formations. You must be careful, the leader said. Shi Zhang frowned. Are you planning to let me carry it back like this? The old man was stunned. With a pained expression on his face, he forced a smile. Don't dare, how can you? All right. After saying that, he took out a blue bag from his waist, put the 8 rare chickens in, and handed it to Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang burst into laughter in his heart. He had already taken a fancy to the space treasure of the old man, although it is not as good as the human race bag, and the space is much worse than the smaller Chenkin bag, but it can hold 1 or 2 living things. It is a treasure. Shi Zhang took the bag with a solemn expression, turned around and threw it to the man in black that Xiao Jin transformed into, which made the corner of the old man's mouth twitch uncontrollably. The purpose of co-authoring Mr. Yi is to blackmail him for his followers. The old man's expression was bitter, but he quickly figured it out. As the proud son of heaven, how could Shi Yi fall in love with his treasure? Instead, it's normal. Farewell. Shi Zhang left these 2 words and walked away. A group of men and women behind him followed respectfully and sent them out all the way. Goodbye. After walking away, Shi Zhang turned around and smiled at them, showing his big white teeth, and disappeared in place. Xiao Budian couldn't bear it any longer, and left the stage laughing wildly, leaving laughter echoing among the mountains. The old man who was blackmailed frowned. A little strange. Why did Mr. Yi and his entourage suddenly become so excited? I don't know. Maybe I will be happy to get one of the 8 ancient treasures. The middle-aged man said. No matter what, we've made a great contribution this time, leaving here is just around the corner. The old man smiled, and finally he was able to return to the bustling area. Report. Someone ran over in panic. Why panic? The old man was in a good mood with a smile on his face. Elder. The elixir in the medicine field suddenly disappeared. Even the terracotta essence disappeared, shouted the messenger. The smile on the old man's face immediately froze, and he was furious. What did you say? How could this happen? These elixirs have been cultivated by the Rain clan for a long time. After all, the growth of elixirs also takes time, and more importantly, the red soil essence, these are the real original things, and now they have disappeared. This means that this treasure land has been completely abandoned, losing the essence of terracotta, and this Luohuang Ridge is no different from other mountain ranges, reduced to mortal dust. If this matter spreads to the ancestral land of the Yu clan, then they really cannot atone for their sins with 100 deaths. Don't panic, we still have mineral veins here. Someone said, this mineral vein is also very rare, they have been mining here for so many years, they know best that the Rain clan can still use them, so they should not be executed. Report. The veins are also destroyed, and all the ores and all the essence are lost, even those that have not been mined. Another person staggered all the way, his legs were weakening, and brought this bad news. The women present fainted on the spot, and the men were also pale and bloodless, and their moods sank to the bottom. The most important treasure to the Yu clan was gone. Their lineage would be wiped out, and there was no way out, to speak of. Suddenly, a chariot rumbled in the distance, with a blue flag waving above it, with the word, Rain, hanging on it. A person came out of the chariot. I'll be ordered by the King of Rain to take away the Bajan chicken. The person just finished speaking, his brows suddenly frowned. Why is the spiritual energy here so thin? Isn't Mr. Yi just did you take it away? The leader of the old man Chang Zhen asked. This Bajan chicken is one of the ancient divine birds, and it is said that even the gods can be moved, if Shi thinks of them so that they can speak for them, things may still happen turnaround. The person who got off the chariot was at a loss. What nonsense, Yer is retreating in the ancestral land, and the Rain King ordered me to come and take the blood of 8 rare chickens to make Yer's panacea. This man is obviously real, the core figure of the Yu clan, Shi is called Yer. Ah, the old man in the lead decided to turn around, his head was dizzy, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and only then did he understand the gorgeous smile of the previous, Mr. Yi, when he left. No matter how the Yu clan shakes, Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian have already walked away with the god-hitting stone and the fur ball. Mao Qiu ate until his whole body was glowing with golden glow, and even his breathing was spraying out his essence. He did not know how many elixirs he had eaten, and brought back dozens of plants. It broke the barrier inside with a broken sword, and destroyed all the elixirs inside, up. During this time, he also ate up the terracotta and mineral essence inside, and the brilliance flowed on his body, and he got great benefits. Brother, I really have you. Xiao Budian said with a smile, feeling very comfortable. Haha, the Yu clan is going to vomit blood this time. Shi Zong's face was full of smiles, and they directly took away the Luohuangling, swaggeringly took away the Bajan chicken, and even blackmailed a treasure. From beginning to end, he was respectful, nodding and bowing. This feeling makes people feel comfortable and relaxed. The Bajan chicken can lay 1 egg every month, which is equivalent to an elixir plant, so hurry up and put it back in Stone Village to raise it. Shi Zhang said. Really? The little boy's eyes lit up, almost jumping up, his face full of excitement. Sitting on the golden fairy sword, the 4 of them flew towards the Stone Village very comfortably with the mountain wind blowing. Another month passed, and the group finally returned to the vicinity of Stone Village. Looking at the mountains and rivers, both of them felt a sense of intimacy. At that time, in order to forge their bodies and break the limits of their physical bodies, their footsteps can be said to have stepped on every foot of land, carrying stones as big as hills and running for a whole day, and they even went deep into the mountains to fight fierce beasts, and jumped into rivers let the torrent wash away, leaving a lot of sweat and blood. I'm back again, Xiaobudian yelled loudly, letting go of his hands, feet and heart. Chapter 122 Check into the Stone Village, it's fun. Although they were pretty good on the outside and didn't suffer much, they were cautious at every step, and there were people everywhere who wanted to skin and tear them to pieces, and they would die if they didn't listen. And after returning to Shikyun, there is no need to worry about anything. With Willow God sitting here, there's no need to worry. Everyone in Shikun is like their own family, and this is their spiritual refuge. Woohoo! Xiao Budian stood on the golden flying sword, shouting loudly, smugly. Shi Zhang looked at him with a smile. This is how a teenager should look like. The golden fairy sword was extremely fast, traveling through the mountains, and soon he vaguely saw Shikun's outline, misty, threatening, exciting. In the nearby mountains, there are still traces of battles. The rocks were broken, and the mountains were burned and cracked, which made Xiao Budian a little worried. Okay, God Lu is here. Shi Zhang patted the little boy's body to express his comfort. The little boy was relieved, and the scene of the stone village in front of him gradually became clear. The uncles and uncles in the village were all working, and the houses in the stone village were also very complete, without any signs of a struggle. The scorched black willow at the entrance of the village is now full of vitality. It is nearly 100 willow branches fluttering in the wind, full of green waves, as if carved from the purest jasper, emitting a soft, mysterious and peaceful light. Looking at these kind people and things, Shi Zhang's heart is also full of warmth. The folk customs in this deep mountain are simple and kind, but the people outside are too complicated and difficult to guess, which makes people feel tired. Uncle Lin Hu, Uncle Fei Jiao, my brother and I are back. Xiao Budian shouted loudly. The mountains trembled, and the valleys resounded. The people who worked in the village looked up one by one and saw all of them extremely surprised. The golden fairy sword stopped after flying almost 100 meters from the stone village. The four of them jumped off the flying sword and ran towards the village happily. Zongzi, small. A large group of people gathered in an instant, with smiles on their faces. Piho and Shi Mengdazhuang came out of the crowd, hugged them and hugged the three of them. They were very close relatives, making a fuss. He is already a father, but he is still so unseemly. Shi Meng's father smiled and slapped Shi Meng's buttocks. Are you married? Xiao Budian looked surprised. That's right, we are older than you, and we have grown up a long time ago, so it is normal to be a parent. Shi Meng smiled a little embarrassed. Who is this girl? The bride-in-law you brought back? An aunt pointed at Xiao Jin and asked. Xiao Jin wore two ponytails and a small lotus skirt. She looked shy, like a porcelain doll, and made a voice like a lark. Mother, I am Xiao Jin. Quote. Oh, Xiao Jin. A group of people were all amazed. In memory of her, Xiao Jin was a golden-winged rock that swallowed mountains and rivers. How could she suddenly become such a cute little girl? Xiao Jin is a pureblood golden-winged rock, and she has now transformed into a form, so she made such a fuss, a clan elder said. Oh, a group of people suddenly understood. Uncle Lin Hu, Uncle Fei Jiao, have you broken through the cave realm? Little Dot asked in surprise, feeling her breath. That's right, the strange beasts you brought ate so many. The problem of late cultivation has been resolved, and it will be a matter of course, and you will reach the cave realm. The two strong men laughed. The cave realm may not be considered a master outside, but it is really rare in the deep mountains here, and even a tribe with tens of thousands of people may not be able to afford it. Although Shi Zhang was also very happy in his heart, after all, he was the soul of an adult, and he didn't brag like the little one. Looking at the gray hair of the clan elders, he felt a bit panicked. He also had this feeling in his previous life. Every time he came back from vacation, he saw more and more gray hair on his grandparents' buttocks. He felt very sad and powerless. But today is different. Shi Zhang walked over to Shi Yunfeng and gently called out to grandfather. Shi Yunfeng's old eyes were cloudy, and when he saw Shi Zhang return, his whole body trembled, and his calloused hands trembled. My son, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Quote. After more than a year, he has grown older, and even the pupils of his eyes have turned gray and white. Shi Zhang took out an elixir from the bag of human seeds and used the power of runes to turn it into a medicinal juice. Suddenly, the entire stone village was filled with fragrance, and the aura was instantly filled many times. Grandpa, I said that when I return, I will help you heal the dark wounds on your body. This is agave, and eating it will melt the dark wounds, Shi Zhang said. This agave is the top-grade elixir. It contains many more divine substances than ordinary elixir, and more importantly, its medicinal properties are very mild and will not harm Shi Yunfeng's body. Shi Yunfeng looked relieved and satisfied, but he refused. You can keep these things, you are still young, and you need them more. I have enough. He takes a handful of them, and immediately the entire stone village was bathed in a thick aura. The stems and leaves of this elixir shine, as if carved from emeralds, exuding a large amount of vital energy. The fragrance is sour, making everyone feel transparent, its pores are open, and all the fatigue of work disappears. Suddenly, not see. These are all from brother, it's amazing. The boy said proudly. Wow, all the people present were shocked. These radiant, multicolored elixirs are extremely precious at first glance. It is said that it is difficult for a tribe with a population of 1 million to get them out, but the little one managed to grab a handful. Not only these, but also many more. The little one took out the contents of the Chenkin bag one by one as if offering treasures, and there were hundreds of pieces of light treasures, stacked together emitting incomparably powerful light. Come on, one for each family, everyone take it by themselves. Xiao Budian smiled. They killed all the way on Baidwan Mountain, and collected so many treasures in the ruins, he didn't need so many. Broke. A crisp sound rang out, and there was a bright red slap mark on Shi Meng's buttocks, making him jump in pain. What are you doing, Piho? Piho patted the crystal treasure and said with a smile, let me see if I'm dreaming. Can't you shoot yourself? Shi Meng exploded, and the two began to fight again. Seeing that Shi Zhang was not lacking in these things, Shi Yunfeng drank the treasure liquid with confidence. In an instant, there was a furnace burning in his body and he was warm. The dark wounds on his body instantly disappeared, the wrinkles vanished, and his hair turned black. Yes, the whole person instantly became 20 years younger. Zhao Feng, a clan elder who was the same age as him, quipped. Ha ha ha. Chapter 123 The Stone Village Family, Rare Treasures. The people in Shikyun burst into laughter instantly, and Shi Zhang continued to take out the elixir and turn them into precious liquid, and fed them one by one to the elders of the clan, and all of them became younger in an instant, and the blood in their bodies was so full that it was about to overflow. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian reported to God Lu that they were safe, but God Lu was very considerate and let them reunite with their clansmen before coming to him. In fact, Shi Zhang's check-in task has also been completed, and the reward turned out to be the extreme blood of the Skyhorn ant, which made him very happy, because when he went to Zulu Academy, Lu Sheng warned him to rush back to Stone Village for a major event before he was 10 years old, of baptism. The rewards of the check-in system this time are exactly what he needs now, and there is nothing better than the blood of one of the 10 culprits for baptism. Now that the god of Willow had spoken, Xiaobudian took the hoe and led the people of Shikyun to plant the elixir. Shizhong mixed the sand from the spring of immortality into the soil, and created a large piece of spiritual soil in the blink of an eye. Shizhong went to the lake at the entrance of the village and poured the spiritual spring harvested in Baidwan Mountain into it. The liquid level rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the spiritual energy in the village almost turned into mist. The beast and the dragon fish in the water all cheered. Everyone in the village felt that their internal organs were being nourished and their physical fitness was improving rapidly. Shizhong personally measured the earth's qi with the power of double pupils, found the key location, and planted the 4 small fairy peach trees. The fairy peach trees were like burning flames, shining brightly and dazzlingly, emitting colorful rays of light, making the tiles and walls of Shikyun glowing, as if it has become a hometown of gods. What is this? It's like gold, Shi Linhu asked. The radiance of the fairy peach tree was so brilliant that he almost couldn't open his eyes. These are 4 semi-sacred trees. One day they will truly become one holy tree, Shi Zhang explained with a smile. Holy tree. Everyone in Shikyun felt a little numb. Did these 2 brothers go to rob the ancient sacred mountain? They could even get these things. When Shi Zhang planted these fairy peach trees, Xiaobudian also planted hundreds of elixir, and Shi Zhang watered them with elixir to ensure their 100% survival rate. The treasures brought back by the 2 brothers transformed an ordinary village into a hometown of gods in about an hour, which is no worse than the ancient sacred mountain. The spirit lake is shining, hundreds of elixir and 4 half-holy essence of essence, dazzling and eye-catching, lingering with immortal energy, like the sun and the moon shining together, competing for splendor. Everyone in Shikyun was happily looking here and there, while the strong men played with those treasures fondly, like a little adult who got a toy. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Shi Zhang felt very happy. All the people in Shi village treated him like relatives. This feeling was very warm. It was because his hands were stained with blood, and when he slaughtered all his opponents, his heart was still clean and clear. He is also willing to pay for this sacred place. After such a lot of tossing, the sky also darkened. Shi Zhang led everyone to the grass at the entrance of the village, using a bone spear treasure as a barbecue grill, enlarged it to tens of meters, and then put the blood of those pure-blooded beasts into the fire. The flesh and blood were strung up, including Wu, Xianxia, Chilong and so on. What kind of beasts are these? Why are they so scary? The strong man in the village looked at the bodies and asked. Even though these creatures were dead, they still had a terrifying viciousness on them, which made them, the men who lived in the mountains all the year round, feel secretly startled. Oh, these are the flesh and blood of pure-blooded beasts, but they are too stubborn to catch them alive and return to guard the village. Shi Zhang laughed. Everyone in Shikyun didn't know what to say. The two brothers surprised them too much today, which made them feel confused. My brother is so powerful now, those pure-blood beasts slap each other, even the treasures bestowed by adult beasts are useless. Xiao Budian smiled, and proudly took out the dragon scale treasure net. Seeing the soul-shaking breath coming from the scales that shone like stars, everyone in Shikyun felt that their brains were not enough. This is a pure-blooded beast. To them, it is like a god. Here is a bunch of them, like bacon. The stone bell ignited a raging fire underneath with black floodwood, made a crackling sound, and began to roast the meat. My son, bring me some wine. Shi Feijiao shouted. No need, grandpas and uncles, I brought you better wine. Shi Zhang smiled, took out the big tree containing the monkey wine from the human race bag, and poked it with a dagger. Immediately a gust of fine wine flowed out, and the thick aroma of wine swept the audience, making many big men's eyes straighten instantly. Shi Zhang fetched the cup, took the monkey wine and handed it to Shi Yunfeng. A group of big men swallowed frantically, sucking the aroma of wine in the air with their noses. Seeing the appearance of these rough men, Shi Zhang smiled, and also understood somewhat. In this mountain, there is a lack of supplies. These strong men usually only drink alcohol made from bad grains, but even so, they are still treasures. Take small sips and drink sparingly. Now seeing the monkey wine brewed with elixir and semi-holy medicine, how could one not be straight-eyed? Hee. There are all of them, don't worry. Shi Zhang smiled and greeted the little one to help pour wine for the elders. After Shi Feijiao received it, he couldn't wait to drink the wine in the cup, but his face turned red instantly, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Xiao Feijiao, your father is chewing peonies. Xiao Feijiao blushed, feeling a little embarrassed, turned Shi Feijiao over and let him lie on the grass sleep peacefully. This Shi Feijiao was glowing all over his body, the blood in his body surged, and he made a sound like thunder. The divine substance in the monkey wine was tempering his body, and then his breath suddenly increased, and two holes appeared, and he broke through directly. This wine, it's amazing. This is monkey wine, mixed with semi-holy medicine and elixir. Drink it slowly, or you will be like Uncle Zhao. Shi Zhang laughed. Someone passed out without a reminder. Understood. Feijiao has already set a bad example for us. The other men laughed. The fire of Heijiaomu was very strong, and it didn't take long for the roasted meat to be cooked gradually, golden and bright, exuding an attractive fragrance. Shi Linhu cut off a small piece with a dagger and put it in his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After swallowing it, it immediately turned into a warm feeling, making his limbs smooth. I didn't expect that one day we would be able to eat the meat of pure-blooded beasts and drink wine made from semi-holy medicines. Even the emperors of the ancient kingdom can do nothing more than that. He sighed. Returning the emperor, do you want to give you a few more concubines? Ant Tiger asked beside him. Hey, no need. Shi Linhu laughed twice, making everyone even happier. Chapter 124 Spring of Immortality, Goodbye Willow God. The black dragon wood is burning ragingly, and a few sparks pop out from time to time. The warm firelight is reflected on the drunken faces of everyone, and the relatives are reunited. With such delicious food and wine, everyone is very happy. Talk. Everyone was very curious about the experience of the two over the past year, so Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian talked about it roughly, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. Surprised, the big guy began to worry about the safety of the two of them. Let me tell you, you two, now the ancient fierce beasts and those ancient families are chasing and killing you, and the Budian pavilion where the little boy is located has been destroyed. If it is better for you to stay in the village and practice for 20 years before going out, no one will be afraid. Shi Meng said drunkenly. That's right, yes, although your talents are limitless, you are still too small to wrestle with those big forces. Listen to uncle, your own safety is the most important thing. Shi Lin human, his face was flushed, and his speech was broken, but he could still hear the deep concern in it. Shi Zhang listened quietly with a smile in front of the bonfire. The temperature of the fire seemed to shine into his heart, making him feel warm. But Shi Yunfeng didn't open his mouth. When he was young, he was also a person who traveled 80,000 miles, and he could most feel the grand ambitions in Shi Zhang's heart, just like a kunpeng that has temporarily returned to its nest, and will soon go to the widest big world to soar. Shi Zhang boiled a pot of soup again with a bone tripod, and added a lot of springs of immortality, which made the vitality of the clan elders in Shikyun more vigorous, and their white hair became black, as if they had returned to their youth. After they ate the flesh of the pure-blooded beast and drank the monkey wine, they glowed all over. They sat cross-legged on the precious ground and made breakthroughs one after another, making Shikyun stronger. After drinking for 3 rounds, most of the men passed out and were helped back to the house by their relatives, while Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian came in front of Liushan. Willow God, Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian bowed deeply. There were obvious signs of fighting outside the village. Even the mountains were split open, but Shi village was unharmed. It must be Lu Shen who took the initiative to protect everyone in Shi village. It is also because of the presence of the god of Willow that Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian can roam outside with peace of mind, without worrying about the safety of Shi village. They've all grown up, Lu Shen said, with a sense of relief in his words. Both Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian are disciples of God Lu, and the pure blood beast brought back today is the best proof of their growth. Lu Shen, do you think this Tai True water and immortal spring are useful to you? Shi Zhang took out these 2 precious liquids, one kind of silvery precious light, warm and moist, and the other kind of golden light, brilliant and dazzling. The light of the 2 precious liquids is completely different, and the stone bell seems to hold a round of sun and moon with both hands. I'll just take a drop. Willow God stretched out 2 faint willow branches, gently touched them, and tapped on the 2 treasure liquids. Suddenly, the 2 willow branches seemed to be assimilated and became like gold, as cast as silver. But this change passed quickly, and a rune flashed on the wicker, which was the true meaning of the immortal spring and Tai True water, which was seen by the god of Willow. That's right, it's all the precious liquid that gave birth to spiritual wisdom. The immortal spring has gone a long way on the road of longevity, and there are things worth learning from. Lu Shen said, and the branches were retracted, returning to their original appearance, and hanging down. The air of chaos. God Lu, can you see what's inside? Shi Zhang took out the dusty stone. This thing is interesting, Willow God said, a dozen willow branches all stretched out, with a little bit of chaotic air on the tip of the branches, and lightly knocked on it, making a dull thumping sound. The knocking of the branches has a wonderful rhythm, and every fall seems to resonate with the power of the rules of the surrounding world. After a short while, the small gray stone cracked, and layers of stone peeled off, revealing the true face inside. In the end, there was a crystal-clear bone clock lying on the stone clock's hand, which was completely natural, with natural charm and brilliance like water, gently swaying on the surface of the clock. A clock? Shi Zhang raised his eyebrows. He picked up a clock when he called himself Shi Zhang. Is it a coincidence or destiny? This thing absorbs the essence of the sun, moon and sound instruments on the top of Finbao Cliff, and was born in response to the heaven and earth. It is very rare. It can be regarded as the supreme embryo, which can devour all kinds of treasures to advance. What level can it reach in the end? It depends on your own chance, Lu Shen said. Besides, you can also engrave runes on the body of the bell, and you can also increase the power of the bell. Lu Shen continued. Shi Zhang tried, intending to condense the most familiar Tianpeng runes on it, but it didn't work at all. The body of the clock was as smooth as a mirror, and his current cultivation was not enough to leave an engraving on it. Forget it, we'll talk about it later when the cultivation base is up. Shi Zhang didn't intend to continue smashing. He injected a bit of mental power into it, and at the same time tried to manipulate it with rune power, causing it to fly, shrink to the size of a knuckle, and hang between the hairs. Shi Zhang's action made Lu Shen also notice the bone tower on the little one's hair, and said, unexpectedly, it appeared again. Lu God, does this little tower have a big history? The little one was curious asked. God Lu actually said again, which meant that God Lu had seen this small tower before. Well, it's bigger than you think. Lu Shen said, the cause and effect are very important, you better not know for now. Maybe you know, but don't say it, Lu Shen said to Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang's heart skipped a beat. Lu Shen was the ancestor worship spirit in the ancient time. With her cultivation and experience, she seemed to have seen and guessed something. However, Shi Zhang was just feeling emotional. He believed that God Lu had no malice towards him, and he was also confident that no one other than him would dare to know his secrets, otherwise it would probably be erased by the power of rules. Seeing what Lu Shen said, Xiaobu nodded, hiding his curiosity in his heart. "Show me your cave," Lu Shen said. She felt the distinctive aura of Shi Zhang. "Good." The stone bell opens the only cave, and the inside is like a small world, with 10 colors of light shining, chaotic mist churning, revealing the breath of immortality, a mysterious green lotus swaying, black golden sky rock soaring, and red suani swallowing and breathing electric ons. They are all like living things. Lu Shen was silent, as if he was thinking about something. "Very good." In the end, Lu Shen uttered these 2 words with a hint of shock. "Perhaps one day, your unique cave and double pupils will merge to create a real world," Lu Shen said, pointing out a general direction for Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang had a thought. In the future, he is planning to develop in this way. The sky will collapse, the earth will crack, and the era will reincarnate. It is better to seek foreign things than to seek one's own body, is the right path. Chapter 125 10-year-old Baptism, Extreme Transformation. You are about to turn 10 years old, and now I will perform the baptism of 10 years old for you. Are you ready? Lu Shen asked. Shi Zhang nodded, and took out the baptism he had prepared. Yu Changqi's body, the beak and head of the sky-swallowing sparrow, and the blood essence of other pure-blooded beasts were all well preserved by Shi Zhang in the jade pot, without leaking the essence, just for this day. Willow God stretched out 2 wicker sticks and pierced Changqi's body and the head of the sky-swallowing sparrow respectively. The 2 bodies were sunken and dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had been thousands of years. The bodies of these 2 ferocious beasts shrunk rapidly, and all the essence was extracted, turning into a cloud of gray-white dust and falling to the ground. In midair, there were only fist-sized blood cells left, which were crystal clear, like blood diamonds, blooming with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the sky red, and the life energy was so strong that it could not be added. The wicker is still stuck in it, and the 2 balls of blood seem to be boiling, beating non-stop. Phantoms of Changqi and sky-swallowing sparrow also emerged from it, roaring and roaring very penetratingly, but the wicker trembled slightly, and quickly dispersed the 2 phantoms. The little one stood far enough away to watch every detail carefully with his eyes wide open. "I'm going to start," Lu Shen said. "The blood of these ferocious beasts is enough for this baptism." "Wait," Shi Zhang said, whispering in his heart, communicating with the check-in system, and received the reward for this check-in. Shi Zhang took out another jade pot from the ethnographic bag, and there was a puddle of golden liquid in it. The real golden light made people unable to open their eyes, like a small sun. The blazing power of life that is as vast as the sea emanates from this small jade pot. This pool of blood is like a vast ocean. Accompanied by the sound of mountains roaring and tsunami, all the fierce beasts in the endless mountains are silent, lying on the ground. I dare not move on the ground. You can vaguely see a golden god ant standing in the galaxy, with a burly figure, body spines as sharp as knives, full of unparalleled sense of power. The body reflects the light of God gold, like a man wearing a golden armor, king of all living beings. With the sky above its head and its feet on the stars, it exudes an aura that dominates the world, as if the vast universe cannot accommodate it. This is the celestial horned ant, one of the 10 evils of the ancient times. With its utmost strength, it is the best in the world. Even the real dragon, the top 10 evils, is inferior in this respect. Extreme blood of the skyhorn ants. Yes, Shi Zhang nodded without explaining the reason. Willow God didn't ask any questions either. He just reached out to the wicker and broke all the jade pots in front of him at the same time. Boom! The 8 clusters of crystal clear divine liquid exploded and turned into strands of divine glow, covering the sky and covering the earth, as if a sea of clouds was surging in the sky, with a magnificent momentum. The willow branches spread out like the top of the sky, and a large amount of chaotic air fell down, blocking and taming all these divine clouds, condensing them into a colorful waterfall of divine clouds, and pouring them on the stone bell. Shi Zhang held his breath and concentrated on keeping the Lingtai clear. The next moment, those Xianxia rushed into his body, penetrating through every hole. His whole body glowed like an ignited eternal furnace, and the pores of his mouth and nose emitted blazing light, and even his internal organs were covered by divine glow, and the blood flowed rumblingly in his body like the waves of a great river. Roaring, the momentum is amazing. The extreme blood of the skyhorn ant turned into the most original power and poured into every inch of its flesh and blood. The bones exploded, making a crackling sound like roasted chestnuts. He was reborn, recreating the divine blood. Those mysterious and familiar Sanskrit sounds resounded in Xizhang's flesh and blood again, as if all the gods and Buddhas in the sky were stationed in his body, chanting for Xizhang and transforming. The dense runes flowed and shined all over the body of the stone bell, flickering on and off, as if breathing, blending with the chanting sound in the flesh and blood. There is a wonderful blend and rhythm. The radiant glow continued to wash over Xizhang's body, washing away his body until it was spotless, shining brightly like divine gold, bringing about a radical change. The blood of ordinary pure-blooded ferocious beasts would not have much effect on Xizhang, because his physical body had already reached its peak after being tempered by the primal chaos chi and the original golden body liquid. However, the extreme hemostasis of the skyhorn ants is different. The crown is extremely extreme, which shows that this race is at the pinnacle of power. Brand new vertex. Xizhang's current physical strength can be disdainful to all creatures in the cave realm. The baptism lasted for a long time, from the middle of the moon to the setting of the moon. The stars in the sky were dim, only the light on Xizhang became more intense, almost competing with the rising sun. The only hole roared, its sound was like thunder, absorbing a large amount of divine glow, making the 10-colored fairy light inside even more brilliant, and the chaotic mist rolled and transpired, revealing an aura of opening up the world. His rune power has also been perfected, reaching an unprecedented level in this realm. The dual extremes of physical body and rune power make Xizhang incomparably powerful in this realm, and all people in the cave realm can be regarded as ants. The only cave was restrained, and the rune was submerged in Xizhang's body. Xizhang opened his eyes, revealing two bright fairy lights. His black hair danced wildly, and his heroic appearance was like a young god king. When Xizhang opened his eyes, Xiaobudian was also finishing opening the 10th cave. When he watched Xizhang's only cave, he felt enlightened, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the 10th cave in one fell swoop. The 10th cave was exceptionally powerful, squeezing the other 9 to the side, hanging above the little one's head, like a vast sun in the sky, extremely resplendent, gushing out a massive amount of spiritual energy. It's time to charge some interest, Xizhang said. Being chased by the Rain clan, the 4 great clans, and Taigu Shenshin all the time, posting notices offering rewards everywhere, wanting to kill himself and Xiaobudian. Now that both of them have reached the extreme of the cave realm, Xizhang immediately wanted to find the bad luck of those people. Isn't it too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years? Xizhang is not of this character. He wants to take revenge as soon as he has a grudge and has the strength, and he can't delay for a second. Okay. Xiaobudian also had the same idea. Butian Pavilion was destroyed, those elders who had been so kind to him died tragically one by one, and his fellow disciples were slaughtered, and he couldn't wait to take revenge. God Lu, please send us to the false god realm, Xizhang said. Okay. Lu Shen agreed, and the two of them haven't been in for a while, and even the 2 years since the little one was titled by the false god realm have passed. Only people in 2s and 3s in the village got up. Last night, the monkey was too drunk, and most of them were still lying on their beds. Xizhang briefly explained to them, and sat cross-legged in front of Liushan, preparing to return to the false god realm. Chapter 126 Re-entering False God, Ancient Family. Xiaojin also came over. She hadn't been in yet. She was also very curious about the false god realm, and asked if Lu Shen could bring her in together. Willow God readily agreed, stretched out a wicker, soared to tens of thousands of meters, pierced through the sky with a thick air of chaos, the Chongguang fell, and the endless power of runes built a light gate. This also shows that Willow God is much stronger than before. What can only be done with all one's strength, can now be easily done with a single wicker. The spiritual bodies of the 3 stepped into the gate of light, stepped on the majestic ruins, walked through the ruins, and reached the end of the road. The golden passage appeared, and the rays of light flashed, transporting the 3 to the beginning. At the ground passage, Xizhang sneered, Xiaobudian looked angry, and Xiaojin looked around with curious eyes. The 3 of them had different expressions and strode up the bluestone steps. The 3 of them were full of confidence this time. They didn't hide their appearance, nor did they use the 72 changes to disguise, but walked into the false god realm openly, attracting the attention of countless people in an instant. "It's these two brothers, they are not dead," someone exclaimed. The ancient sacred mountain and several ancient families were chasing and killing them all over the world. Butian Pavilion was destroyed again, and there were strong men guarding the gate of Zulu Academy, and they did not see them returning there. Many people think that these two brothers have no way to go to the sky, no way to enter the earth, and most of them have died tragically in the hands of these forces. They didn't expect that they are now alive and kicking, swaggering into the false god realm. "These two brothers will probably smash the sky today," someone said with a premonition. "The Yu clan, the Tuoba clan, and those who don't know what kind of family they are, get out." Shi Zhang roared, and the space in the initial place buzzed, and the sound spread far and far. This roar startled everyone in the vicinity, and they all followed the sound, wanting to see who dared to be so arrogant, and shouted at the two ancient families and the four major families. "Who is provoking my Yu clan, looking for death?" Soon some members of the Yu clan rushed over angrily, holding treasures to suppress the clamoring lunatics, demonstrating the inviolability of the ancient aristocratic family. "It's you who are looking for death." Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian made a move, struck all the enemies, and blasted all the people from these families who rushed to them. Blood rained down, no combination of magic spells or treasures could stop them. Not long after, the number of people from these families who were beheaded by the two exceeded 3 digits. The ground was blood red, and the stumps and broken arms were scattered all over the place. Not a single dead body was left alive. PFF'd. In the closed rooms of these big families, people kept spurting blood, and their faces were pale. In the false god realm, the body would be injured after death, and it would take a few months to cultivate, while it would take at least half a year for those who were beaten alive like this started. "What's wrong?" asked the elder of the Yu clan. More than 20 people woke up with vomiting blood at the same time, and the number is still increasing. "What's the matter?" The great good man, and the baby, arrived in the false god realm again. Someone said intermittently, his face livid and ugly. Although the false god realm is a spiritual body, the feeling of being beaten alive is very real, which shocked their souls and their hearts began to shake. "It seems that I have to sue the ancestor," the elder said. Not long after, a roar sounded from the depths of the Yu clan's ancestral land. "No matter what method you use, kill these two little bastards for me." Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This ancestor is very old, and his mood has long been like a 1,000-year-old well. It is difficult for him to change his mood, but because the two teenagers are furious, they want to invite the real background of the Yu clan to kill them. Unaware of the changes in the outside world, the two of them concentrated on harvesting the lives of those few families. In less than half an hour, the number of people who died under their hands had already exceeded 500,000. Suddenly, there was a wind in the back of Shi Zhang's head, and he faintly felt that danger was approaching rapidly. Following this feeling, he stretched out 2 slender fingers, protruding out like lightning, and clamped a pitch-black soul-killing needle. This kind of soul-killing needle is the most vicious and insidious, and it attacks silently. It can truly kill a person's mental body in the false god realm, and turn the person's body into a walking corpse in the outside world. Is this what the so-called ancient family is capable of? Shi Zhang sneered, flexed his body skills, and knocked out the person who shot the soul-killing needle, harvesting 7 or 8 soul-killing needles. As soon as Shi Zhang got it in his hands, the onlookers backed away unconsciously, fearing that he would throw one out and nail them to death. "Hugh is crazy." The members of the Yu clan came again with a group of elites, each holding a crystal-clear treasure bone with rune power flowing on it. "Set up the formation," the Yu clan shouted, urging the treasure bones in their hands with all their strength. Under the urging of the power of the runes, these treasures floated from their palms, rumbled and rotated like a few large meteorites, and there was a wonderful connection between them. The 3 of them were enveloped in it. At the same time, these treasures have turned into gray dragons, more than 10 meters long, stirring up the wind and clouds, and thunder rolling. Under this environment, the abilities of these gray dragons have greatly increased, and if a dozen of them strike together, they are pure blood. The beasts must be suppressed. When the onlookers lamented that the formation is powerful and that the ancient aristocratic families cannot be provoked, dull voices sounded one after another in the thick fog. Accompanied by the wailing of dragon beasts, pieces of broken dragon bodies flew out of the fog. When he came out, the members of the Yu clan were smashed to pieces. "That's it," Shi Zhang threw out several palms, smashing all the precious bones hidden in the void into powder. Shi Zhang originally had the Taoist heavenly eye, and now he has gained the power of double pupils. The other party wants to use formations to confuse his senses, which is really a big joke. The remaining precious bone clocks were grabbed out, and they were all fed to the crystal bone clock. The faces of the living members of the Yu clan are pale. This is one of the foundations of the Yu clan. They are very powerful in the outside world. Now they have been destroyed like this, and the bodies of the outside world have become waste products. Can your ancient aristocratic family do it right? There is no strong person with any background. Is the skin on your face that is much thicker than ordinary people handed down from ancient times? Shi Zhang strode forward, while the rest of the people of the clan retreated again and again, with horror written all over their faces. You are only acting fierce in this initial place, and you will be killed soon in the higher level cave. The man shouted sternly. Really, if you're alive, you'll see it. Shi Zhang didn't say anything more, and slapped the remaining 5 members of the Yu clan into a rain of blood. Chapter 127. Fighting the Rain clan again, the goddess of war appears. After the group of people from the Yu clan with the treasure formations were wiped out, no one from these big families dared to come. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian waited for about a moment, feeling bored, and shook their heads towards the blessed land of the Dongtian realm. Go to the passage. Wow, this action once again caused an uproar among the crowd. The 2 brothers really didn't just talk about it. They really did not fear the ancient family and went to conquer the blessed land of the cave realm. I knew it wasn't that simple. Many people were very excited. As melon-eating onlookers, they wished that things would get bigger and better, and they all formed a mighty torrent to follow in. Little devil, where have you been? The golden red battle armor of the goddess of war in Zulu Academy shone in the sun, and her tight armor stomach could not cover her proud figure. Her black hair fluttered and she was heroic, beautiful yet heroic, is stepping onto a mysterious altar. Ever since Shi Zhang escaped from the Butian Pavilion battlefield, he has not been heard from, and he has not even returned to Zulu Academy. He disappeared for a few months, and many rumors said that he was assassinated. However, she felt that the glib and black-bellied brat would not be harmed so easily, and it was always his fault for cheating others. Now as soon as she heard that the great benevolent person appeared in the false god realm, she immediately set off with the entrustment of the whole hospital's senior management. Grandpa, the person I spoke of has appeared. On a majestic ancient mountain, there were groups of elixir, white cranes flying together, green pines and cypresses, beside the spring water formed by spiritual energy. A purple-haired girl in a long white dress said to an old man with white hair and beard. Oh, is it him? If it's true as you said, it seems that it is necessary to go to the false god realm in the wasteland. The old man's eyes were bright, and the clouds in the sky were instantly scattered. The good man and the milk baby are going to enter the false god realm. This news has stirred up the situation in the barren land. I don't know how many powerful people have stepped into the false god realm through their own passages. Shi Zhang's first feeling after entering the blessed land of the cave realm is that the aura here is more intense, which is several times higher than the original land, and it can be regarded as a treasured land for cultivation. This world is no different from the outside world. It is so vast that you can't see the end at a glance. Everything is so real, no different from the outside world. Yu clan, Tuoba clan, and those 4 scumbag clans, I'm here, where are you? Shi Zhang roared, walking like a dragon. He was here to bring bad luck to these families, so he didn't intend to hide. The voice spread far away, but no one responded. Judging from Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian's record of hunting pure blood beasts in Baidwan Mountain, few people dared to touch them. The 3 of them walked all the way, and the passers-by made way for them one after another. Elder, are we going to let them be presumptuous like this? A young Yu clan disciple hiding in the dark looked annoyed. Let them be mad for a while, and when they take the initiative to attack our paradise, we will kill them. The elder of the Yu clan said angrily. Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian stood on the wall of the Dongtian city. The false god realm of the Dongtian realm is too large. All the way to those family treasures must pass through the teleportation array of this city. This place can be regarded as the hub of the Dongtian realm. An ancient family, ha ha. Shi Zhang laughed, full of disdain, turned around and stepped on the teleportation formation with Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin. The golden passage flashed, and the feeling of time and space shifting came, and Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian had already stepped on another land. Here are majestic mountains, beautiful rivers, hazy white mist, auspicious beasts running around, and auspicious birds flying into the sky. This is a rare treasure land. The Yu clan spent several generations to open it up and build a continuous stretch of palace islands. It is used by the disciples of the Rain clan in their practice. The place is a good place, but it's a pity that it has become a nest of rats. Shi Zhang said, not hiding anything. Bold, how can you insult the Yu clan? An elder of the Yu clan shouted loudly, like a wild lion. Have I insulted you enough? I don't see any consequences. Shi Zhang laughed lightly, scoffing at this threat. Wonko child, today is your death day. The elder shouted, and the palace islands glowed, as if they had been activated. They all became crystal clear, and at the same time, a terrifying power was brewing. This is the technique of defending the city created by the formation masters of the Yu clan combined with these building complexes. The attack and defense are integrated. Since its completion, the Yu clan's paradise of paradise has been impenetrable and has never been breached. Yu clan, you white-eyed wolves. You also have disciples practicing in Budian Pavilion. The elders there teach you everything, but you also help outsiders destroy Budian Pavilion, you should be punished. Recalling the past, the little boy rolled his eyes when the Budian Pavilion was destroyed. Members of the Yu clan broke into the Baoshu Pavilion, and after finding nothing, they became angry and swung their butcher knives at the disciples of the Budian Pavilion. Xiaobudian even suspected that they were the ones who leaked the transferred disciples of the Budian Pavilion. Otherwise, with the power of the divine vines, how could all the passages constructed be known to the enemy, and there would be no one left? Winning the king and defeating the bandits, future generations will only remember that my Yu clan killed 2 challengers who didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth today, and made our Yu clan famous. After being exposed by the little one, those Yu clan people will not hide it anymore. The ancient chariot of the Rain clan has not fallen, and any negative news will eventually be suppressed and forgotten. What a winner and loser. Shi Zong's anger was ignited at once. This Yu clan member is really shameless to the extreme, comparable to the achievements of the Skyhorn ant in the Journey of Strength. The formations of those palace islands were fully activated, and a divine light of several kilometers was swept out, which was blazing and dazzling, and reflected a large area of the world in pale white. This divine light is like a fairy sword with terrifying destructive power. A towering mountain was cut in half directly, and the cut surface was extremely brilliant and smooth like a mirror. Hey! Facing the destructive divine light, Shi Zhang did not retreat, stretched out his left hand, and under the blessing of the rune power, it instantly rose to hundreds of meters, and directly grasped the divine light. Is he crazy? The goddess of war also arrived at the scene. She could see that Shi Zong's rune power only enlarged his palm without any magic blessing. Divine light. After all, you are too young and too frivolous. Even with a little achievement, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth. How dare you catch this divine light with your bare hands? The elder of the Yu clan sneered, waiting to see the scene where the stone bell was blown to pieces by the force of the formation. As the manipulator of this formation, he is very aware of the power of this divine light. Even a mountain made of poured metal will be cut open, let alone a flesh and blood body. Chapter 128. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with me. The bloody scene that those people expected did not appear. Shi Zong's big hand really grabbed the divine light, allowing it to swallow the immeasurable killing power, and the energy surged wave after wave, shaking the void. Humming, still unable to escape that translucent white palm. That's it, the stone bell uttered, like a hammer hitting the heads of the members of the Yu clan, making them dizzy, confused, and unbelievable. This is impossible, a young Yu clan disciple shouted, unable to accept the result in front of him. Nothing is impossible in this world. Fan Ke thinks that 1,000 meters is the top of the sky, and he has never seen Kunpeng soaring up to 90,000 miles. Shi Zhang sneered, every word and deed was destroying their self-confidence. He exerted force with his left hand, and the blue veins in that crystal palm were exposed, wrapping around it like a horned dragon, full of the beauty of strength. With the power of the stone bell, the radiant divine light began to flicker on and off, like a solitary lamp in a huge wave. Crack, crack, crack. There were continuous cracking sounds, and the divine light was crushed by the stone bell in the end, turning into light rain fragments, which fell from the stone bell's fingers one after another. What happened in front of me once again surpassed the perception of everyone present, and everyone was dumbfounded. It was unbelievable that a young man's physical strength would be so terrifying. Let you see what a fairy sword is. Shi Zhang raised his right hand, and the golden fairy sword immediately appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the sword directly at the Yu clan's cave. Like a shooting star illuminating the night sky, a slender golden sword energy erupted from the fairy sword, turning into a 1,000-meter golden horse, heading towards the Yu clan's blessed land with a destructive aura. The sword energy was like a sea, and the murderous energy was like an abyss. This golden sword energy was extremely fast, and it reached the buildings of the Yu clan in the blink of an eye. A large piece of Gongyu glowed all over, and a large number of runes lit up. Feeling the power of this sword energy, they activated the defensive runes in it autonomously. For a while, runes were intertwined there, smoke and dust filled the sky, flames soared into the sky, screams, and accompanied by loud noises that shook the sky, everyone felt a little untenable after thousands of meters. After the smoke and dust cleared, everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. The Yu clan's tens of thousands of meters of buildings were cut open, and there was a bottomless ravine in the center, and the black earth's air flowed from it. Surge up. What kind of formation, what enchantment, what palace island, what arrogance, what elders all disappeared under this sword. They tried their best to resist it, and the power of Shi Zhang's sword was so terrifying. Yu clan, haha, Shi Zhang laughed. Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin went straight up to kill them, and they wanted to do extermination, bloodwashing the heaven and paradise of the Yu clan. Shi Zhang also followed, strolling among the Yu clan's palaces and islands, like wandering in the moonlight. It was extremely relaxed, and with one point, all the inscribed rune formations burst into pieces. A piece of fiery red divine wolf skin was activated and turned into a giant wolf hundreds of meters long, with raging flames burning on its fur, as if walking from the burning hell, with a terrifying power. This is the slough of a divine wolf, which has been sacrificed in various ways to become a treasure. It is much stronger than ordinary treasures, and when it is activated, it looks like a divine wolf reappearing. It roared like a stone bell, and opened its bloody maw. The strong smell of blood was creepy. It is unknown how many creatures were killed by the wolf's mouth. The Tianpeng wings behind the stone bell fanned, stretched out his right index finger, and pointed out. A white beam of light pierced through its forehead bone, directly piercing the giant wolf. The giant wolf was shriveled and wrinkled like a deflated balloon. Stone Zhang took it into his hands and fed it directly to Bone Clock. A series of palace islands rose from the ground, like a big seal, trying to suppress these three people. Each of these palaces has a complete set of formation runes, combined with the treasure bone fixed formation eyes, heavier than mountains, falling from the sky, and suppressing the three of them. Shi Zhang still pointed out that the palace island exploded directly. Xiao Budian held a black broken sword and slashed vertically, cutting a palace in half. Xiao Jin also showed his body. Tianpeng flapped its wings, invincible. The palace island was completely destroyed, crushed into powder. The palace island was bombed, and the formation was smoothed out. Those members of the Yu clan who lived here were all slaughtered by these three incarnate demon kings, turning them into broken bones and blood mud. Did this guy grow up eating real dragons? It's been a while since I've seen him, but he's become so much stronger again. Will he be able to pay off in a few years? It is an important treasure of Zulu Academy, but judging from the current situation, it is useless. This stone bell has become unimaginably tyrannical. The Yu clan has worked so hard and spent a lot of treasures to set up a rear hand that can't stop him. It is simple, domineering, and irresistible. Thinking of the bet he made with Shi Zhang before, he couldn't help but flush slightly, very delicate and beautiful. Not only her, but the rest of the spectators also had the same idea. The bravery of this great benevolent person has never been seen before. If he does not fall halfway, according to this momentum, within 10 years, he will be able to shock the entire wasteland and become a god walking in the world. When all the dust settled, the Yu clan's Dongtian paradise was completely destroyed. A simple stone tablet emerged, with a line of words on it that was very bright and dazzling. The attack power of the cave realm is the highest. The courage of this great benevolent man is indeed the best in the past and present. Before this was over, another stone tablet appeared, with a line of words engraved on it, the best body in the cave realm. The best. Shi Zhang's simple move actually directly broke 3 records since ancient times, shocking the world. He walked up to him, using his fingers to represent the pen, flitting like a phoenix, dancing like a dragon, writing a few lines of big characters in one breath. Who is the peak at the end of the handsome? When you see a good man, you will be empty. Goodness will be rewarded by heaven, and evil will be rewarded by me. When he finished writing, the words on the bone tablet burst into infinite light, and were recorded on the stone tablet, shining all over the world and telling the world. At the same time, 2 pieces of bronze fell from the sky and floated in Shizong's hands, making the onlookers jealous. It's only 2 yuan for breaking 3 records. It's really cheap, Shizong said dissatisfied. These 3 records are extremely gold-rich, and the Void God realm actually only gave 2 yuan. All the onlookers around were petrified when they heard the words. This kind of bronze piece is rare in ancient times. It is said that it is related to an invincible treasure technique. Chapter 129 Dongtian Pure Land, the Yu clan is wiped out. The Dongtian Pure Land of the Yu clan was completely destroyed. The painstaking efforts of several generations were wasted today. Shizong and Xiao Budian looted the treasure house in it, and the harvest was quite large. The treasures were fed to the bone clock, Shenzhen they all fell into the mouth of the god-beating stone. In addition, Shizong also captured the leader of this paradise of paradise alive. He seems to be a big fish and has a pivotal position in the Yu clan. Therefore, Shizong didn't kill him, but injected thousands of sealing runes into his body, sealing him like a rice dumpling, so he could still breathe and his eyes could move. Shizong carried him like a dead dog, and dragged him all the way back to the Golden Passage, back to Dongtian City. Dongtian City is now overcrowded. Looking from the city wall, it is full of dark human heads shaking. Many people were whispering and pointing at the top of the city wall, because there was the great elder of the Rain clan there. If so many monks pay attention to him on weekdays, he must be very happy and feel that the Rain clan is mighty, but at this time he is not the protagonist, because he is being used by Shizong sitting under his buttocks as a meat pad. Shizong sat on his waist, put one foot on the city wall, stepped on his head all the time, rubbing his face against the rough city wall. The huge Yu clan, today is really dishonored. 2 teenagers took the cave to the Pure Land, and they were also taken as hostages for the people of the wasteland to visit. Someone sighed. Heroes come out of youth. An old man with a white beard said, stroking his beard. No matter in the outside world or in the false god realm, the Rain clan is extremely domineering, and they will die if they are angry. Many people complain about them, but it can't be helped by an ancient family. Today, seeing someone stepping on the face of the Yu clan, I feel refreshed, and the sullenness in my heart dissipates. So handsome. A young girl cultivator stared at the stone bell whose hair was blowing in the wind. Every girl has a period of nympho years in a heroic dream, and Shizong's appearance and strength are very online, instantly satisfying the fantasies of these girls. You're quite popular. At some point, the goddess of war in military uniform approached and said softly. Her figure is protruding in backwards, her legs are slender, and her golden red battle armor adds a different charm to her. Her black hair is like a waterfall, her lips are beautiful, her nose is bright, her eyes are starry and her eyebrows are starry. A perfect masterpiece. Shizong turned his head and looked, and smiled. Daughter-in-law, are you jealous? The goddess of war rolled her eyes at him, put her arms on the wall, looked into the distance, her hair fluttered with the breeze, the sunset glow fell on her body, and even more so. It has an extra touch of delicate red that is hard to see on weekdays. Shizong had to admit that this goddess of war was really beautiful, and there were only a few people who could match her in his 2 lifetimes. I really can't see through you, the goddess of war said softly. When she was watching the battle from afar, Shizong was an existence that conquered the world bravely and swallowed thousands of miles like a tiger, like an inviolable god king. But every time she got close, Shizong called her daughter-in-law one after another, taking advantage of his words, with a playful smile and a hooligan air. When he was safe in Zulu Academy, he had to go to Budian Pavilion to swim in the muddy water. When most people thought he was killed, Shizong jumped out again and turned the false god realm upside down. I'm quite simple. I'll treat whoever is nice to me. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me first. Shizong laughed, adding a little more strength to his feet, and the skull of the great elder of the Yu clan they all made rattling noises. The goddess of war turned her head and gave him a meaningful look. If you really have nowhere to hide, you can go back to the academy, and the academy will do everything in its power to protect you. Shizong felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. It is really rare to have such a group of people stand up to protect him when everyone is the enemy. Thank you father-in-law for me. Xizhang smiled and shrugged his shoulders. The goddess of war didn't answer him, and left with her waist twisting like a water snake, leaving a slender figure behind Xizhang. At this time, the golden channel of Dongtian City was activated again. Xiaobudian dragged the leader of the Tuoba family in Dongtian realm back. The golden immortal sword whizzed through the air, and quietly floated in front of Xizhang. Brother, this is also a big fish, he is Patriarch Tuoba's younger brother. Xiaobudian said, stretched out his hand and threw the limp middle-aged man against the wall. After the Tuoba family's Dongtian Pure Land was broken, this person wanted to escape, but was discovered by the golden fairy sword, and under the black hand, all the meridians in his body were cut off, and he couldn't move at all. Very good, Xizhang said with satisfaction. In the golden passageway, a golden light shines brightly, and a black gold divine bird rushes out, with its wings spread out for 20 meters. There were 4 middle-aged men hanging under the black gold divine bird's claws. Each of them was dressed luxuriously and wore a brocade crown. They looked like they were high-ranking people. It's just that their current condition is very bad, their hair is disheveled, their bodies are covered in blood, and their limbs are twisted at abnormal angles. The black gold giant beast opened its claws, and the 4 middle-aged men fell from the sky, and fell on the city wall with their faces on the ground, which made people feel painful. It's all here. Xizhang sneered and kicked them a few times to line them up. The black gold giant beast flapped its wings and landed, and with a flash of golden light, it turned into a little girl in a green lotus skirt with a string of copper bells hanging around her waist and a timid look on her face. When the blessed land of the Yu clan was swept away, Xiaobudian and Xiaojin volunteered to sweep away the pure lands of other families. Xizhang thought for a while, although this Tuoba family is also an ancient family, but it has never produced gods, it is inferior to the Yu clan, and it can be crushed with the power of opening 10 caves by a small one, let alone the 4 major families. It is rare for someone in the cave realm to open up 8 caves. With Xiaojin's strength, there is no problem at all, so he agreed. For the Yu clan, 100 copies of the blood of the remnants, for the Tuoba clan, 80 copies, 40 copies for each of the 4 of you. If I didn't get it within half an hour, I will let you spread the cover and lift the coffin, and the whole young and old are waiting for the food. Xizhang sneered, holding a pitch-black soul-killing needle in his hand. Although Xizhang really wanted to kill them directly, he still held back, hoping to use the waste in exchange for some precious blood to baptize everyone in Shi village. This is the most important thing. If they don't give it, hanging these people here can be regarded as peeling off the face of these families. No matter what it is not a loss. It's really a lion with a big mouth. Someone said. The remnants of the ancient times are ferocious, and each share is hard won. If there are too many hunts, they will be revenged by the ancient gods. This stone bell can be filled with tens of hundreds of pots, even the ancient family will be killed. Hollowed out. These 2 teenagers are about to get married. Someone said enviously. I don't think it's possible. Precious blood is rare. Even if these ancient aristocratic families could take it out, they wouldn't do so, because it would be equivalent to the entire aristocratic family bowing their heads to these 2 young men, and they would probably have other iron-blooded methods. Some people obviously see it more thoroughly. Chapter 130 Asking for precious blood, the needle for destroying souls. They have even breached the Pure Land, what else can they do to deal with these 2 young people? Someone was at a loss. Another person said solemnly, the ancient family, especially the family that has produced gods, cannot be guessed. On the city wall, there are important figures from these big families on their feet. It seems that you are not worth the price in the family. Xizhang laughed. The members of the Yu clan and Tuoba clan were relatively calm, but the members of the other 4 major families were more frightened. Don't mess around, our relationship hasn't been that bad yet, if you let us go, maybe there is still room for reconciliation. Xizhang stretched out his big foot to step on his face and turned vigorously. Reconciliation, isn't it fun when you chase me down? These big family members want to use the name of the family to scare themselves when they are about to die. It's really ridiculous. After a long period of aloofness, even at this point, they still feel that others need to please them. It was not far from half an hour, and finally the first member of the 4 major families appeared in front of Xizhang. It was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, looking majestic, standing on a treasure looking at everyone on the city wall. Let my brother go. The voice carried an undeniable taste, and it spread far away, resounding in the air. 40 jars of precious blood. Shi Zhang said, young man, don't mistake yourself. The abilities of the great family are far beyond your imagination, so don't make your clansmen hurt. Shi Zhang raised his brows upside down. Are you threatening me? I'm just telling a fact. Okay. Shi Zhang smiled instead, and inserted the soul-killing needle in his hand into the middle-aged man wearing the same clothes as him without hesitation. The soul-killing needle seemed to melt, and penetrated into the middle-aged man's body from the wound, and soon a large amount of black mist came out, making a creepy scream, blown by the breeze on the city wall, and finally dissipated. Trace. How courageous. The middle-aged man in the sky was furious, and turned to leave. Wait to be wiped out. Want to leave after farting? The needle was thrown in the direction he left, only to hear an almost inaudible light sound. The man's figure stopped, and he fell from the treasure. His bones were gone before he even hit the ground. Everyone felt chills in their backs. This great good man was too decisive in killing. With his current strength, the soul-killing needle will kill anyone and everyone. The speed is extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to react. There is still half an hour left. If no one comes to redeem you, you all go to die. Shi Zhang said coldly, as if a god descended from the world, and was pronouncing their fate. As the time approached, the faces of the remaining members of the big families on the city wall were ashen, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Great good man, Hugh is crazy, today is your death day. A roar came from outside Dongtian City, a golden light suddenly appeared, and a golden banner floated up, and it became bigger in the wind, forming a golden decree hundreds of meters away. The breath came out, causing the space to sway for a while, as if it wanted to break the shackles of the cave realm. Rain God's decree, someone exclaimed. This Rain God's decree is different from the previous ones that were spliced together from fragments. This Rain God's decree is intact, and the aura of the gods is particularly strong. It is a transcendence on the level of life. The feeling of worship. What makes people even more frightening is the two large characters flowing with golden light on it. Slay. With his own blood, Zudi opened the ultimate backhand of the Rain God, and obtained the two-character decree written by the Rain God himself, put to kill. Ha ha ha, good man, I will let you lie here today. An old man with a white beard stood on the top of the mountain and laughed loudly. Today's Rain God's decree has been activated, and unless the power of order from the false god realm takes action, nothing can stop the killing power of the Rain God. It's just a person who doesn't know whether he is dead or not. The two broken characters written make you so frightened. You must be sick. Shi Zhang stepped out of the city wall, and Tianpeng's wings behind him stirred, and he and the Rain God the decree is opposed to each other. Ignorant child, you will definitely die today. The people of the Yu clan were full of confidence. This decree contained the killing power of the Rain God. How could a mortal be able to resist it? There was a smile on the corner of Shi Zhang's mouth. The Rain God was a cultivator who ignited the divine fire. He was just a false god, and he dared to call him Rain. In Shi Zhang's eyes, it was extremely ridiculous. Today I will let you see what is called a god. Shi Zhang said in a deep voice, and Tian Pengqi behind him incited him, and he even directly attacked the decree of the Rain God. Not only that, the Tuoba family and the other four major families also sent people, and they joined forces to attack, treasures and runes flying all over the sky, and suppress the three of them. The Rain God, please show your power and kill this beast. The members of the Yu clan present shouted in unison. The Rain God's decree in the sky seemed to have sensed the call of the people of the Rain clan, and the paper was gently stirred, shooting out endless golden raindrops. These golden raindrops seemed soft, but they actually contained terrifying penetrating power. The nearby alpine rocks are pierced by the raindrops, leaving a bottomless black hole. Give me these scumbags from the Yu clan. Shi Zhang roared angrily. The two sides had already fought. Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin were like tigers, like a herd of sheep. They rushed into the phalanx of other families, and immediately flew with broken limbs and limbs. Shi Zhang was bathed in these golden raindrops. Even if they fell on his body had already reached the absolute limit of the cave realm. These golden raindrops did not pose any threat to him at all. Is that what the Rain God is capable of? Shi Zhang shouted, and Tianpeng's wings behind him stirred, making him approach the Rain God's decree quickly against the golden raindrops. Call. The distance between the two is within a blink of an eye for today's Shi Zhang. He came close, swung his right arm, brought a violent wind, and slammed fiercely at the decree of the Rain God. The decree of the Rain God trembled, and the golden raindrops that flowed out unexpectedly flew back, forming a rain curtain in front of the decree, and the golden light flowed like an indestructible barrier. Shizong's fist contained a mighty force, like a majestic mountain falling down. There was a series of violent explosions, and then it hit the golden water curtain. Boom! There was a shaking between the sky and the earth, and a deafening sound erupted. The place where the two collided was a golden light, as if a round of sun was here, making people unable to open their eyes. Boom! Crash! Shizong was surrounded by golden light, like a golden god of war. The divine Dharma decree shook violently, and flew backwards for thousands of meters. Chapter 131 Wrath of the Gods, 9 Layers of Rain. Rain God, hee. Shizong laughed softly, his words were full of disdain. The members of the Yu clan were pale, as if they were astonished to see the sky fall. In fact, not only him, but everyone on the field did not expect Shizong to be so powerful. They originally thought that even if Shizong was extraordinary, at most he could only protect himself under the decree of the rain god. This is already a high estimate of Shizong's heart. After all, this decree carries the killing power of the gods. Who can stop it? But Shizong not only blocked it, but also rushed to the front forcefully, blasting away the barrier of the rain god's decree, and kicked it flying for thousands of meters. This kick not only kicked the rain god's decree, but also kicked the face of the entire Yu clan, making them all feel angry and shocked. The rain god's decree was suspended in the air, and the word, killing, on it was shining brightly, and a terrifying energy was being bred. In addition, everyone also felt a strong anger erupting from that Dharma decree, erupting like a vast sea, sweeping the audience. The wrath of the gods. Someone spoke, but his heart was so terrified that he couldn't even speak fluently. When the gods got angry, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and millions of floating corpses bleed for thousands of miles. This is not just talk, they really have the ability to do it. Are you worthy of being angry in front of me? Shizong said, striding forward, trying to suppress the will of the rain god in the decree with absolute combat power. The word, killing, in the decree of the rain god erupted with immeasurable golden brilliance, rendering the sky it was in a rich golden color. The runes were intertwined there, the sky was filled with divine light, and there was the sound of crisp metal collisions. The next moment, the contents inside exploded. Countless weapons flew out of the golden sky, swords, axes, spears, halberds, hammers and spear chains, all of which were transformed with the power of runes, but all of them were still substantial, with a cold and stern light of metal. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar. The power of the gods is indeed powerful. Each of these phantom weapons exudes a terrifying aura, and they are not weaker than real treasures. If so many are bombarded together, how can we resist it? No matter how strong it is, everyone will be crushed. The 9-ring sword slashed on the ground, creating a large crack thousands of meters long, and the black earth energy surged. Boom! A big mountain in the distance was hit by a hammer, the mountainside exploded, the top of the mountain collapsed, and a huge boulder weighing 100,000 jin rolled down, shaking even the ground. Break it! Shizong yelled, using the sacred method of fighting to evolve the treasure technique of Suani, condensing a giant palm of thunder and lightning that is hundreds of meters long, and the golden thunder light burst out from the giant palm, exuding violent energy that destroys heaven and earth. The golden giant palm slapped across, and all the treasures covered by it were smashed to pieces by the power of lightning. Not only that, this giant lightning palm even covered the golden space where the rain god's decree was located. Dense explosions sounded one after another, and finally the rain god's decree was slapped out, almost hitting the ground, leaving the ground was only a few meters away, so he could stabilize his figure. At this time, everyone could see clearly that there was a clear footprint and a golden palm print on the decree of the gods. The decree was cracked in some places, as if it could not withstand this terrifying attack. Is this the Suani treasure technique? Why is it so powerful? A disciple from an ancient family exclaimed. Although this Suan Ni is powerful, it is only a remnant seed after all. How could the primitive treasure technique born from the remnant seed be so powerful? This Suani treasure technique is just a shape, and the true meaning in it has been replaced by a more powerful source of power. There was a big man who had lived for a long time, his hair and beard were white, and his eyes were fierce, and he saw the clues. The audience around the arena were discussing, this is the decree of the rain god, and they were slapped down from the sky by a young man's treasure. They were shocked and felt that they were in a dream at this moment. Rain god, how could it be? A disciple of the Rain clan shouted, unable to accept that their god lost to the young man in front of him. Don't panic, we still have a solution. Some elders of the clan calmed down and called the elites of the Yu clan present to use the clan's combined attack technique. Rain rode 9 heavens. This is a great supernatural power created by the rain god when he was still alive, and it is extremely powerful if he works together. There are even legends that when the 9th heaven appears, the rain god will reappear before the eyes of the world. This time, the Rain clan has brought over 1,000 elite disciples, and together they mobilized hundreds of thousands of runes to appear, imprinted in the air, densely packed, and the world they are in has become a sea of runes. These runes are all brilliant and radiant, echoing each other, and there is a wonderful rhythm, as if they have life and breathe together. They fade from time to time and light up, blending the sea of runes into one. Here, the members of the Yu clan yelled in unison. These runes quickly gathered together, and a huge lotus bloomed, wider than the Great Lake, covering all the members of the Yu clan. At the same time, the rain god's will in the decree of the gods was completely irritated, and the word, kill, turned into 2 millstones, which descended from the sky and suppressed him. The first level of rain. The people of the Yu clan yelled, the huge lotus flower opened, and the white petals fluttered. It looked extremely holy, and a shocking force burst out, sweeping towards the stone clock. Double lore. Only then did the onlookers understand that the people of the Yu clan really did their best to suppress Xizhong. Shaking, as if about to collapse, a huge water curtain rushed over, like the curtain of the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, with a majestic momentum, blocking all directions of the stone clock. This is the pure power of water. It looks gentle, but it is actually the most terrifying. This kind of power of nature is invincible and represents the will of heaven. The 2 rounds of golden millstones as big as mountains on the top of the head were crushed down, full of the killing power of the gods, and the mountains and rivers that rubbed against it were immediately exploded, and the space around it was also in a cycle of fragmentation and overlap, already on the verge of breaking the limit of the cave realm. Break it for me, Xizhong roared, raising his fist to the sky, blood soaring up into the sky. His body was glowing, as if poured from glass god gold. He spread his fists and smashed on the 2 golden grinding discs. The surface of the fist and the crushing force of the grinding disc collided fiercely, causing the void to tremble. Crack! A clear voice came, and dense cracks appeared on the 2 rounds of golden grinding discs that crowded the sky and the earth, like porcelain that was about to break, which was shocking. Impossible! The people of the Rain clan shouted hysterically. This contained the most terrifying killing power, representing the will of the gods. How could it not be able to stop a boy's 2 punches? Xizhong felt a little strange. He used 80% of his physical strength in the 2 punches just now, and he didn't bomb the 2 rounds of millstones. Chapter 132 Fierce Battle. The world is shaken. You must know that his current physical strength is comparable to that of the Skyhorn ant, one of the 10 evils in ancient times, and there should be no strength in the cave realm to continue. When he observed with double pupils, he discovered the reason. The word, killing, contained a trace of Dao fruit after the rain god ignited the divine fire, which resisted his terrifying physical strength. At this moment, the layer upon layer of water curtains arrived, and the members of the Yu clan gritted their teeth and cast the rain curtains of the 3 heavens one after another. Boom! The sky is shaking, the ground is cracking, mountains are falling one after another, and even Dongtian City has a layer of light curtains, fearing that it will be destroyed by this terrifying force. But Xizhong stood alone in the sky. Even though the rain was surging like a stormy sea, he stood still, and withstood the terrifying energy impact with his extremely strong physical strength. When everyone felt that Xizhong was astonished as a heavenly being, he himself didn't feel much, because no matter how powerful these energies were, they were still confined within the realm of the cave, and it was difficult to pose a threat to him. The stone bell punched again, and the sky shook. The cracks on the 2 golden millstones became bigger, and only a small part was connected. The members of the Yu clan were also desperately using the Tao of Rain 9 heavens, and many of them vomited blood, continuously raising this combined skill to the level of the 7th heaven. Seeing that the stone bell was about to smash through the 2 golden millstones, the leader of the Yu clan reached out and sacrificed a black pagoda. This is the soul-suppressing tower that the Yu clan spent a lot of treasures refining. It can shatter a person's living soul and obliterate the spiritual body in this false god realm. What is more terrifying than the soul-killing needle is that this soul-suppressing tower is an extremely powerful treasure, and unlike the soul-killing needle, which can only be used once, it is definitely a terrifying weapon in this false god realm. Seeing the most powerful 9-story soul-suppressing tower appear on the stage, most of the onlookers felt that everyone was in danger, and couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. It is really hard to guess the family that has produced gods. Even if they can get this kind of thing, how can ordinary monks fight against it? If they encounter the real one, they will only die. This black tower swelled in the wind, and suddenly turned into a huge monster with a height of several tens of feet. There was a circular gap at the bottom of the tower, which was black and filled with an inexplicable power, sunk inside. The runes engraved on the black pagoda began to glow brightly, from the bottom of the tower to the center of the tower, and the runes lit up one by one, as if breathing. An extremely strong attraction emerged from the black hole at the bottom of the tower, making Xizhang unsteady, and Tianpeng's wings behind him struggled a few times before he managed to stabilize himself. Xizhang really wanted to sacrifice the fairy sword to cut the broken pagoda in half, but he wanted to take this soul-suppressing pagoda for his own use and kill those who wanted to kill him. At this moment, the Rain clan activated the combination strike technique to the 8th level, and the sky and water curtain bombarded Xizhang, making Xizhang's stature that had just stabilized suddenly unable to maintain, like a shooting star heading towards the bottom of the tower. The black hole flew away. The people present couldn't help exclaiming, "Is a generation of Tianzhou really about to fall like this?" Brother, Xiao Budian was shocked, left the Tuoba family's conjoined treasure, and rushed to rescue him. "I'm fine," Xizhang said. His voice was very calm, without the slightest hint of panic. A thin black thread flew out from his hand, and instantly hit the leader of the Yu clan. The man's body was rapidly being dissolved, and the spiritual imprint hidden in the soul-suppressing tower also dissipated. The stone bell flew close, and with one hand attached to the soul-suppressing tower, his own rune power poured into it. "Instantly take this soul-suppressing tower as your own." Xizhang turned his head again, the wings of the sky rock on his back flapped, and he drew a jet of black golden light, which instantly bombarded the 2 rounds of golden millstones that were as big as mountains, tearing them apart. This kind man is really against the sky. Seeing this situation, all the people present were convinced. The Yu clan has even used the decree of the gods, the soul-suppressing tower, and the clan-suppressing combined attack technique of the Yu clan. Even if all the family's whole cards are played out, Xizhang can't hurt a hair. At this time, the mutation regenerated, and a holy stream of light flew out of the bombed golden millstone, and flew into the white lotus flower where the Yu clan member stood. The next moment, all the members of the Yu clan were squeezed out, and the huge lotus petals were closed layer by layer, and the aura of the supreme god was revealed from the gaps. The whole body of the white lotus was glowing, and it began to dissolve gradually, turning into the purest essence and pouring it into the center of the stamen, where the golden light was shining brightly, as if a god was being conceived. The rain god is not dead. The 9 heavens of the rain Tao projected his will, and merged with the trace of spiritual power in the decree, as if the rain god had descended in person. A member of the Rain clan shouted loudly, although he vomited blood, but his eyes are wild, looking forward to the miracle. Xizhang stood in the void and waited quietly. If he was willing, he could cut everything in half with a sword, but he didn't. He wanted to kill the so-called rain god in front of everyone, destroy their faith. This is an invincible mentality and will. He firmly believes that no one in the cave realm can suppress him, so he has the confidence to face everything. "This young man is amazing," said the powerful old man. "The great good man already has an invincible posture, and within 10 years, he will be able to conquer the barren land, and it will be difficult to find opponents." The white lotus petals melted layer by layer, and the spiritual aura in the center of the stamen became more and more intense, even with the aura of life. Boom, boom, a dull voice resounded powerfully, and the mountains and ravines vibrated with the sound, with a sense of rhythm, like the heartbeat of a living being. "Rain god, are you really still alive?" A majestic palace with vermilion walls and green tiles floated in the sky, and the voice of the Fire Emperor sounded from inside, as if asking the sky, but also asking himself. All eyes are focused on the white lotus flower, and as the petals gradually decrease, the true face inside is also revealed. Hey, a lot of white smoke rose up, and the small world where the white lotus was located turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone held their breath and stared inside with their eyes wide open. Boom, a soft voice rang out, like raindrops falling into the beaten, soft and quiet, very pleasant to the ear, and one's mood immediately calmed down. From the thick white mist, a figure came out, but he couldn't see clearly. His whole body was wrapped in the chaotic air, only the majestic pupils could be seen emitting a real golden light. With every step he took, there were invisible ripples around where he landed, as if he was stepping on a calm lake. Not only that, there was also a rainbow of 7 colors hanging behind his head, setting him off as unattainable. Chapter 133 The Power of Double Pupils, the Means of Gods. His movements are very gentle, but his gestures are in line with the avenue of heaven and earth. He obviously does not have a strong aura, but he stands there quietly, surrounded by 10,000 ways of guarding him, showing that he is the protagonist of this world. The god of rain has manifested into the world. The people of the Yu clan were like fanatical believers, with fiery eyes, and they worshipped this figure with all their bodies thrown to the ground. You worship there without seeing your face clearly, so you're not afraid of worshipping the wrong ancestor. Shi Zhang laughed. You should be punished for violating the power of the gods. A Yu clan disciple raised his head angrily and scolded Shi Zhang angrily. Shi Zhang didn't take it seriously, and asked the opposite figure, "Are you a man or a ghost?" Bold, someone shouted angrily. Noisy, did I talk to you? Shi Zhang raised his eyebrows, threw out 3 soul-killing needles, and directly nailed the person who spoke before. Wow! The tens of thousands of onlookers secretly admired Shi Zhang's courage. The god of rain is right in front of his eyes, and he can do as he pleases. It's really brave. The figure wrapped in the chaotic air immediately made a move. He raised a palm as white as fat, and struck it at the stone clock, and a palm print with a height of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared and blasted at the stone clock. This palm print filled with chaotic air, even the void was shaken to rumble, the mountains cracked, and the land sank. This is the power of the gods, and it is hard to resist. Pretend to be 13 in front of me, you are not qualified yet. Shi Zhang let out a long roar, his purple gold blood was surging, he drew a jet of black gold light, and raised his fist towards the palm print to bang. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Shi Zhang blasted a big hole out of the palm print with his fist, and got out of the palm print, continuing to attack the so-called rain god. The figure shrouded in chaotic air stretched out his hand, and immediately cut off the space in front of him. Shi Zhang rushed to the front, but there was a small world separated from this figure. This is really a trick of the gods. Every move contains the avenue. Raise your hand to draw the sky, and the power is supreme. Shi Zhang didn't care, and plunged into the small world, and suddenly there were dark clouds, lightning and thunder, swords and swords. Touch, that figure is performing a treasure technique, evolving thousands of attack methods. This is an ignorant and fearless person who took the initiative to enter the small world created by the rain god. Then wait to be killed and refined. The members of the Yu clan looked excited. In their opinion, the stone bell must fall into it. But as soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist smashed out, the small world shattered in response, and the stone bell broke through the sky, destroying thousands of attack methods in it, and came out with unparalleled strength. Let you see who is the god. Shi Zhang yelled, and punched out, even this space was roaring. The figure raised its white jade-like palms to bang, and there was a general trend of the world, as if the whole world was being oppressed by this palm. Open it, Shi Zhang yelled angrily, his purple gold blood energy rushed to the sky, shaking off this oppressive force, his fist was shining, and bombarded the opponent's palm. It's ridiculous to dare to fight against the divine body with a mortal body. The Yu clan member said confidently. He seemed to have seen the appearance of Shi Zhang's muscles and bones being broken and his body exploding. Boom! Circle after circle of ripples erupted at the place where the two collided, and all the surrounding rocks and trees exploded. The figure wrapped in chaotic air flew backwards for several kilometers, smashed a mountain, and the dust rolled down. Let him lose that detached posture. Rain god, don't say that you are just a projection, even if you come over in real body, I will kill you. Shi Zhang said coldly, and called him again, burrowing into the smoke and dust. Is he going to kill the god? An old man said tremblingly. The rain god is invincible, it is impossible to lose. The faces of the Yu clan members were ashen, and they prayed for the rain god in their hearts. Everyone's attention has been on the battlefield, but there is so much dust that they can't see anything, only dull voices can be heard. Call out, a figure burst out from the dust, and everyone's eyes widened to catch it, and they immediately recognized the figure. That is the projection of the rain god, but he is not as elegant and detached as he just appeared on the stage, because the chaotic mist covering his body is much thinner, and everyone can see that the projection of the rain god is missing an arm, which is broken from the shoulder. Enough. That's enough. This figure shocked the world by uttering words. Is this really just a projection? Why is it more like a living life with its own will and emotions? It's enough for you to say enough. If you hadn't used the Tao fruit of becoming a god, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand in front of me based on your cultivation in the cave realm. Shizong's figure also emerged from the smoke. He held a crystal arm in his hand, which was torn from the projection of the rain god, and even had a few strands of golden blood. He stretched out his hand and flicked it, and the arm flew high into the sky, and was caught by a black gold divine bird, which swallowed it with a thrust of its neck. The power of Shizong's double pupils can see through the essence of the figure in front of him. It is a half-life body fused with the spiritual power of the decree and the projection of the 9 heavens of Rain Tao, plus the blood fragments of the people of the Rain clan. His body contains the rules of the Tao and fragments of the Tao fruit, which is enough for Xiao Jin to undergo a transformation, allowing him to experience part of the mysteries of the Tao realm in advance, which is very helpful for future growth. Shizong's action completely enraged the projection of the rain god, and he fed his body to the primordial devil bird in front of him, which was simply the ultimate insult to him. His aura surged again, and he formed a seal with one hand, and one after another bright runes appeared beside him, a total of 18 runes. Each rune contains a precious technique of the rain god. Shizong has seen several of them before, such as slanting wind, drizzle, and Xingyu. They are all presented in the form of runes, imprinted brilliantly in midair. Brighten. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared high in the sky, overlooking the entire battlefield. That's the domain envoy. It seems that the cultivation base used by the rain god is going to exceed the upper limit, and it has attracted the appearance of the domain envoy. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Rain god is about to use his own invincibility technique. Good people will die. The disciples of the Rain clan shouted. This movement of the rain god's projection gave them hope again. Shizong stood calmly in the void, without making a move to stop him. He wanted to defeat the opponent head-on in the peak state of the rain god to show his invincibility. As the rain god's projection continued to seal, the 18 runes surrounding him began to gather, and the void he was in shook for a while, as if it was about to shatter. These 18 runes gradually merged into a very ancient word for rain. This character was only circulated in ancient times, and few people recognize it today except a few old antiques with research, but they can all feel the terrifying energy contained in this character. Chapter 134 The Rain God is Invincible, Old Guys. At this moment, the power of water in a radius of tens of miles was extremely strong, turning this place into a swamp country, and the air was filled with thick water mist. Rain God is invincible, a group of Rain clan fanatics shouted, cheering for the rain god projection. Shizong just watched quietly. Although there is something about the rain god projection trick, it takes too long to prepare. In the words of his previous life, skill forward swing is too serious. If it wasn't for Shizong's intention to defeat the opponent's strongest ultimate move, he would have directly slashed at him, not to mention that the opponent would be cut in half. At least it would have interrupted the precious technique he was performing. And the rain god projection just happened to see Shizong's state of mind at the moment, so he dared to brew there openly. When the ancient word, rain, condensed successfully, all the nearby rivers flowed backwards, and the moisture in the air was attracted to the ground, and a large area became dry. Only the talisman filled with the power of massive water arts. The rain god projection is glowing all over, and it looks sacred and inviolable. The rain character is condensed by countless water powers into a crystal-clear water droplet, shining brightly, like a purest crystal, refracting colorful rays of light. Rain god's fingers lightly tapped on the water drop, causing a circle of ripples, and the water drop immediately burst towards the stone clock. The speed of the water drop was extremely fast, as if it had broken the constraints of space, and everyone saw an afterimage under their full attention. Boom, rumbling. It was obviously just a drop of water, but it made the sound of a raging sea roaring, as if there was a vast ocean inside. Where the water droplets pass by, the earth is breaking, mountains and rivers are cracking, and cliffs are collapsing. This is the most terrifying force of nature. It is like the wrath of the sky, sending down disasters to destroy everything. Shizong sneered, and the wings of Tianpeng behind him flapped, bringing him extreme speed, and he also turned into a black gold afterimage, rushing past the water drop. It's unwise. An old man shook his head. Based on their experience, it is natural to see the power of this drop of water. It is no exaggeration to say that it has the power of an ocean. Under the full force of the rain god, the power produced by the burst of extreme speed is stronger than the impact of a meteorite falling from the sky. It's so big, even this small world is like paper under its power. They all saw Shizong's strength. If he avoided it, everyone thought he could fight, but he chose a head-on confrontation with no tidbits. It was really unwise. Even a body made of divine gold would be pierced and then burst. Die, die. Many members of the Rain clan looked like crazy demons. The impact that the stone bell gave them today was too great. If this didn't kill him, everyone present would collapse completely. Great benefactor, a girl exclaimed, covering her eyes tightly with both hands, afraid of seeing Shizong's flesh and blood explode. Most of the people present felt that Shizong would surely die, and only those who really knew him were left with confidence in him. For example, Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin, they are the most aware of how powerful Shizong is, and the goddess of war just purely feels that with Shizong's character, she will never do things that make her suffer. Just when the surrounding audience had their own feelings, the bright water drop and the black golden streamer of the stone bell had already collided. Boom! Like two planets colliding together, an extremely dazzling aurora erupted at the intersection of the two. Everything exploded like paper, and the energy fluctuations that destroyed the world spread out. Everything within a few kilometers of them exploded. It's all bursting, falling apart, nothing is whole. The towering mountains are collapsing, hundreds of thousands of caddies of boulders are smashed into powder, the sky and the earth are shaking, and even the light on the Dongtian city in the distance is flickering, and spider web-like cracks spread up and fall down. Dust. At the place where the aurora was blazing, Shizong rushed out at a high speed, his sword eyebrows stood upright, his black hair danced wildly, his whole body was wrapped in purple gold blood energy. Like a real god from the lower realm, he stepped on the chest of the rain god afterimage, and lifted him from the sky. Stepped down in midair, slid close to the ground for several thousand meters, smashed towering trees one after another, leaving a deep ravine, and then slowly stopped. The surrounding audience were all petrified. Shizong raised his arm, there was no wound on it, only a part of the cuff was missing. "You are so bad, I haven't used my rune power yet," Shizong said softly, like a huge meteorite hitting everyone's hearts. Hearing what Shizong said, they realized that Shizong was crushing everything with physical strength from the beginning to the end. Even facing the strongest ultimate move of the rain god's projection, they couldn't force him to use any treasure. Physical strength is already invincible, if you add runes and treasures, how strong will it be? Many people find it hard to imagine that Shizong's current fighting power has overturned their cognition many times and limited their imagination. Rain god, hee, I'm Ba. Shizong spat on him with a mouthful of old phlegm. The rain god projection was stepped on by Shizong, his face was covered with mud, and he couldn't see what his expression was. Shizong sneered, and stepped hard on his feet, crushing his chest, completely ending the rain god projection. Shizong stood up and looked back. The faces of everyone in the Yu clan were ashen, without a trace of blood. Is this the god you worship? Is this the god you are proud of? Is this the capital you feel so high? Shizong's 3 words pierced their hearts, and they will accumulate pride and faith for many years, all smashed to pieces. They really couldn't accept that the invincible rain god would be defeated by this person in front of him, and he was crushed from the beginning to the end, without any blow power. Let's go. Someone came back to his senses and reminded the people around him to leave quickly. Want to leave? Shizong said with a sneer, if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. Shizong raised his hand, and a dark 9-story pagoda appeared above everyone's heads. Zhong, the black hole at the bottom opened, and the runes densely covered in the tower gleamed, emitting an irresistible suction force. The members of the Yu clan were locked in by this suction, and they flew upside down one by one with their feet off the ground. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't change any status quo. The black hole was like a whale swallowing, absorbing the people of the Rain clan one by one, and none of them escaped. The Tower of Soul Suppression shook slightly, and there were thousands of screams from inside, but it soon calmed down, and a pinch of black ash poured out from the bottom of the tower. This process was watched by the surrounding audience, and they all trembled unconsciously, feeling grateful for the members of the other big families. They were just beheaded by Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin, and they only need a few months of training, but this time the entire Yu clan was wiped out, and thousands of Yu clan elites became living dead. The people of the Yu clan spit out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 135 The Cave is the Ultimate, Yun Zai's grandson. Throw those old guys in too. Shi Zhang said. Okay. Xiao Budian replied, raised his hand, grabbed the leaders of the families on the city wall and threw them into the Black Soul Tower in the air. Slow, someone shouted while running under the city wall. Xiao Budian paused his movements, and the man didn't talk nonsense. He took out dozens of jars of precious blood sprayed with light from the treasure, and each jar shot out brilliant colors, making people dizzy. Young man, this old man is here to redeem someone. I want to ask the young man to let go of my Kun clan. That is the only parent of the old man. Please, young man, please show me your hand. The old man shouted, his eyes were slightly red, and the old man's tears are hot. Don't, I'm not some young hero. Shi Zhang raised his hand to stop the old man's flattery. Previously this old man retreated for 3 years and handed over the Kun clan to his younger brother to manage. How could he expect this to happen? This old man is willing to add 17 pots of precious blood to make amends to the young hero, said the old man. Shi Zhang softened his heart a little. What the old man said was 17 jars of precious blood. He probably took out all the old family background, and it was not a whole number. Young man, when the big families joined forces to offend young man just now, I was not from the Kun family. The old man kept his posture very low. Shi Zhang looked at Xiao Budian, who nodded slightly. All right, Shi Zhang agreed. Although the old man must have another plan to see himself die in battle to save his precious blood, Shi Zhang didn't intend to make things difficult for him, because he wanted to take this opportunity to tell everyone that he kept his word and that if he took the precious blood, he can change human life, so that his gains will be the greatest. Xiao Budian threw the middle-aged man wearing the word, Kun, to the old man, and the latter looked grateful, leaving behind a lot of colorful blood and leading the middle-aged man back. The rest, all slaughtered. Shi Zhang said, okay. The little boy kicked them out of the city wall one by one, and put them all into the Soul Requiem Tower. Don't mess with it, don't mess with it. Most of the people present felt chills down their spines. This good man is too cruel. These are all famous people in the world. If they said they would kill them, they would kill them without frowning. Shi Zhang put away the precious blood contentedly, and shouted to the people present, see, I am a good man who says that one is one, and anyone who opposes me will be slaughtered by me in the future, and the family can take the precious blood. Come to change his life. Everyone was speechless for a while. Who in Dongtian Paradise would dare to find him bad luck after this battle? Shi Zhang didn't care when he saw the snakes and scorpions that everyone was avoiding. There will never be a shortage of people who feel good about themselves in this world. Next time he enters the blessed land of transforming spirits, someone will probably jump out and want to step on him. At this time, the simple record stone tablet appeared again, with a line of gold-plated characters engraved on it. The combat power of the cave realm is the most. Slay the phantom of the rain god and break the record for the most combat power. Another bright red palm print that could not fade was slapped on the face of the Yu clan, which contrasted with the first record of tearing up the decree of the rain god. The crowd around the audience were not surprised by this most powerful battle. On the contrary, they had already expected it. After all, the process is vivid in their minds. Who would have the courage to say that the cave realm can surpass him? Shi Zhang went up and wrote a few big characters, I am invincible. These words contained Shi Zhang's spirit, and his words were like a person, reflecting his invincible mentality and will. Contains great power and influence. This quaint stone tablet erupted with unprecedented blazing light, reflecting tens of thousands of meters around it like daylight. The words on it clanged, and finally imprinted on the stone tablet with incomparable clarity, exuding an invincible force. Immediately afterwards, the second and third ancient monuments emerged, which were the most slaughtered and the most mopped up respectively. Since the three people completed it together, anyone can leave a note on it. Shi Zhang gave this opportunity to Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin. When all the ancient stels disappeared, 3 balls of light fell from the sky again, and fell into the hands of the 3 of them respectively. The stone bell was the bronze fragment, while Xiao Budian and Xiao Jin's was a precious bone. Everyone's eyes were burning. These 3 people broke through 2 ancient aristocratic families and the Pure Land treasure houses of 4 big families in a battle today. But they are just greedy, at least no one dares to provoke them in this cave realm. The three of them circled around the paradise again, and everyone feared and respected them, making Xizong feel bored. Just as they were about to leave, a loud voice suddenly came from afar, "Young man, please stay." Xizong turned his head and saw that an old man was walking towards the three of them with a purple-haired girl. The two of them landed in front of Xizong, and the purple-haired girl was naturally Xianxia, and the old man with white hair and beard but a good look. Xizong didn't know who it was, but guessed it should be Yunzai's grandfather. "Huh, sister-in-law is good," Xiao Budian shouted to Xianxia very politely. The smiling expression on the old man's face froze in an instant, and no one could bear the fact that the two little kids on the opposite side were plotting against his granddaughter in front of him. "What are you talking about, little boy?" the old man said, using his treasure technique to suppress the little one first. Xizong beside him made a sudden move and pressed the old man to the ground with one hand, still face down. The old man's body was full of divine light, runes filled the sky, and the two arm guards in his hands even burst out a terrifying energy impact on Xizong's arms. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't shake that arm at all, and the other party was even suppressing him with pure physical strength. How could this happen? The old man was shocked. He heard from his granddaughter that the good man should have opened up 10 caves, but he himself opened up 9 caves. Can compete. The fault was that the news of these two people was blocked. They crossed the boundary from the false god realm outside the wasteland, and just arrived here, and they didn't even have time to look at the recording stills floating around. "Old man, what's the matter?" Xizong asked. He is hostile to those who attack Xiao Budian, so naturally he will not respect it. "Let go first." Xianxia hurried forward and said. "This grandfather of hers is a real big man, who is very important in the ancient sacred mountain. He has lived for thousands of years, but today he was pressed to the ground with one hand by a boy who was less than 10 years old. How aggrieved he is." Xizong glanced at her and said calmly, "Why?" Yunzai's pretty face flushed with anxiety. "My grandfather is looking for you to discuss cooperation." "What, sister-in-law, are you going to marry?" People from all directions are looking sideways. Chapter 136 10 Fierce Treasures, Kunpeng's Lair. "Little baby, don't talk nonsense." Yunzai's grandfather struggled to pronounce it while being held down on the ground. Xianxia stretched out her 2 lotus arms, grabbed Xizong's right hand and shook it vigorously, but unfortunately it still had no effect. "Young man, let go first, I'm asking you, to find the 10 fierce treasures," the old man said intermittently. 10 fierce treasures, Xizong suddenly remembered. In the memory of his previous life, there was a Kunpeng lair in the seaside of the wasteland, and Yunzai's grandfather had also found Xiao Budian to cooperate with him in the previous life, but in this life it was replaced by a Kunpeng lair. Just him. Thinking of this, Xizong loosened his strength a little, and forcibly removed the old man's 2 arm guards with his other hand. "Your treasure is not bad, it's like a gift to me." Xizong smiled and took his hand back. The old man originally only had the strength of the 9 caves heaven, and immediately after taking off the treasure, he couldn't even threaten the little one. The old man stood up immediately, his face was flushed, he didn't know whether it was pinched by Xizong or blushing. "This is the treasure of my ancient sacred mountain, you can't take it away." The old man calmed down, and instantly looked like a master of Taoism. Call him and see if he accepts you." Xizong laughed. "Young man, you have to be reasonable in life. You don't want to snatch it under the eyes of everyone, do you?" The old man opened his mouth to negotiate. "Which one of you saw that I robbed him?" Xizong shouted loudly, and the onlookers shook their heads desperately, like a rattle, for fear of offending the great demon king. "Look, no one can prove that it's yours." Xizong laughed and threw the 2 arm guards to Xiao Budian. The old man wanted to continue talking, but suddenly he saw an ancient record tablet in his sight, engraved on it, "The most sweeping and the most killing." The record was made by the 3 people in front of him. He couldn't help swallowing saliva. "Young man, let's cooperate. It's easy to talk about other things, but these 2 treasures are very important to my ancient sacred mountain." The old man was determined to return the 2 arm guards. "Then how about marrying your granddaughter to us to guard the village?" Xiao Budian suddenly said. "This damn child." The old man was choked immediately, and wanted to suppress him, but the situation was stronger than others, and he was crushed by the opponent even wearing the treasure, not to mention that the treasure is gone now, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. "I said, don't be so angry. You see, my sister-in-law has acquiesced." There is a saying that girls are not allowed to stay, and married granddaughters are thrown out. Shi Zhang had a plan in his heart, and he touched the little girl on the shoulder to let her go. Don't talk about it. The old man's face is so dark that he looks like he is going to run away, and he still needs to get some information from him. The little one stopped talking, and the old man's face gradually recovered. Shi Zhang glanced at Xianxia, and found that the little girl was looking at him with a blushing face. Shi Zhang straightened his mind and continued negotiating. Go ahead and talk about how to cooperate. Xianxia's grandfather also knew the priorities of the matter, so he calmed down and discussed with Shi Zhang. Things are similar to Shi Zhang's previous life memories, that is, it takes a person who has opened up 10 caves to open Kunpeng's lair, and this old man came to him. But Shi Zhang has his own plans. It's free to pick up my real body, you tell me the location of Kunpeng's lair, and I will return this treasure to you. Shi Zhang said. The old man was silent for a moment, staring at the armguard on the little one, gritted his teeth reluctantly and said, okay. He leaned forward and told Shi Zhang the address by sound transmission. The smile on Shi Zhang's face gradually became stronger, and he stretched out his hand to pat him on the shoulder. Good brother, take care of you with all your heart. The old man instantly looked like he had eaten a dead fly, and Shi Zhang took his hand back, ready to leave. My treasure, young people must keep their word, shouted the old man. You inquired in this desolate false god realm. I, a good man, always say the same thing. I promised to pay you back, but I didn't say I would pay it back immediately, right? Shi Zhang said with a smile. The ghost knows whether the address you mentioned is true or not, and I will return this treasure to you when I come back from there. I guarantee on my reputation that the location I mentioned is absolutely true, the old man said. He was very aggrieved. With his status, he was forced to this point. In the outside world, he was an existence that would tremble when stomping on the ancient mountain. Sorry, I don't believe it, Shi Zhang said simply and directly. You, XX, the old man felt a wave of anger rushing straight to the top of the sky, and his head was about to split open. Go, Shi Zhang said, turned and left. Xianxia hurried forward to comfort her grandfather, but saw that his grandfather's face instantly calmed down. He didn't agree to go with us, what should we do? Xianxia asked. The old man looked in control. It's okay, as long as he goes, Kunpeng's lair will be opened, and he doesn't have to go with us. Then his identity. The old man shook his head. I didn't see that. This kid has too many secrets, it's difficult to deal with. It was the first time for him to be rubbed on the ground with one hand, and he chose to forget it as soon as possible. After all, it was too embarrassing. Shi Zhang walked towards the exit of the Dongtian realm, cursing in his heart, the old clapper can really act. If it weren't for his previous life memory, knowing that Kunpeng's lair would be opened as long as there were people from the 10 Dongtian, he would probably be complacent, thinking that the other party would beat him with a bamboo basket. The water is empty. These old men have lived for so long, and they are all as smart as ghosts. Fortunately, they did not suffer, and they even blackmailed 2 treasures. Shi Zhang returned to the ruins of the false god realm, while Xiaobudian and Xiaojun went out to let everyone in Xikyun come in. It didn't take long for a group of rough old men and strong aunts to come in. A group of people shouted and felt novel about everything in the false god realm. Shi Zhang took out hundreds of jars of blood essence, and suddenly a large area of ruins was reflected in colorful patterns. Zhang Zi, who are you going to rob? Shi Lin, who felt a little dazzled. This is the precious blood of the remnant seed. A small pot can only be extracted from a remnant seed, and there are so many here. Shi Zhang blushed immediately when they said this. No, it was all forced on me by someone else, it's hard to turn down the kindness. The 57 cans were indeed given by the elders of the Kun tribe, and it was not a lie talk. Everyone in Xikyun was rejoicing in the false god realm, but the big families outside were complaining, especially the members of the Yu clan. Thousands of elites had turned into living dead. It would consume a lot of resources to raise them now. It hurts people's hearts, and it is impossible to advance or retreat. No wonder Yu Zemo is determined not to enter the false god realm, that's why. Many members of the Yu clan suddenly realized. At the time when everyone was clamoring to enter the false god realm to kill the good people, Yu Zemo, who was the #1 arrogance of the Yu clan, was determined not to go, and even had a falling out with the clansmen. Chapter 137 The Real World, Breakthrough Spirit Transformation. After the people in Shikun were baptized, they entered the false god realm. Xizhong told them to be careful and not to cause trouble, gave them. Everyone was confused, but they still remembered, and rushed into the initial ground of the false god realm with excitement, just like a group of big children. Xizhong returned to the real world with a smile. Now that he knew the location of Kunpeng's lair, he planned to break through the realm of spirit transformation first and make himself stronger before going there. He walked out of the village on foot, measuring the breadth of the earth with his own steps, and the true meaning of the world, from form to spirit, was completely integrated into it. With his current cultivation base and state of mind, when he looked at this world again, he had a completely different perception. He let go of his body and mind, felt the breeze blowing, the warm sun was warm, and the hostility and turmoil brought about by the killing in his heart were all swept away. A pair of invisible big hands were smoothed. He walked very slowly, with an inexplicable rhythm, and his breathing and heartbeat followed this wonderful rhythm. If someone were to measure it, they would find that Xizhong's steps were exactly the same distance, without any difference. He was covered with the fiery red afterglow of the setting sun, and he was extremely calm and peaceful, like a well-educated eminent monk, feeling the reality of this world. Suddenly, Xizhong stopped, and immediately sat down on the ground, because he felt that the time had come, his perception was in place, his cultivation base had already reached the extreme, everything was natural, and he broke into the realm of transforming spirits. The realm of spiritual transformation is a process of reshaping the true self from the inside out, tempering the Xianxia in the body, evolving talisman light and flesh and blood, and giving birth to one's own spirituality. When these are successful, they will reach the realm of cultivating spirits. In the cave, they will evolve into battle spirits whose combat power is not weaker than that of the real body. That's it. Xizhong sat cross-legged on the grass, his body was wrapped in purple gold blood energy, his frontal bone became transparent, spraying out the purple gold light. Every ray of divine light in his flesh and blood is undergoing tempering, becoming more resplendent. The golden portal in his flesh and blood opens, and bursts of singing sounds come out, as if 3,000 gods are always with him, chanting for him, for him. He prays. Xizhong's blood was glowing, and there were more purple gold divine substances in it, which contained powerful and mysterious energy flowing in his body, like a liquid made of melted purple gold gems, bright and translucent. He entered a wonderful Tao rhyme, and the luminous runes gradually merged into his flesh and blood, resonating with this Tao rhyme, constantly evolving and sublimating, making him look extremely sacred and transcendent at this moment. The internal organs are undergoing transformation, and the life essence contained in them is more abundant, and they are moving towards another higher level. The bones are also trembling, glowing, tempered by the divine brilliance, and become more crystal clear, like jade carved made. Gradually, Xizhong's inside and outside were covered by a layer of metal-like light film, his body was crystal clear, transparent and clean, and even his hair was shining with a hazy luster, making him look extremely holy. The realm of transforming spirits surpasses the heavens and the earth, tempering one's body in all directions, allowing Fuguang Xianxia to give birth to her own spirituality, transcending the past. 5 days passed in a flash, that layer of light film also quenched into Xizhong's body, completely fused, regardless of each other, and made Xizhong have a qualitative leap from the inside out. When he opened his eyes, he was full of consciousness, his body was crystal clear, and he was full of vigor and energy. He had an ethereal feeling, as if he was transcending this world and was about to fly away. Xizhong has officially stepped into the realm of transforming spirits, reaching the body into a spirit. Although he has not yet completed the great consummation, his combat power has skyrocketed, and he has entered a new level. Xizhong opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of turbid air accumulated in his lungs. This stream of air unexpectedly transformed into a dragon shape, blasting a boulder weighing tens of thousands of caddies to pieces. This result surprised Xizhong even. It was easy for him to blow up a rock weighing tens of thousands of caddies, but he did not expect that his breath would be so powerful. Xizhong felt that his combat power had skyrocketed and he had reached a new level, and he was almost done, so he returned to the village. Still far away, Xizhong could see the majestic Shirui at the entrance of the village, which was dazzling, as if a small sun had fallen here. Come. Walking in, Xizhong saw the little one covered by wicker. He had already integrated the 10 caves into a circle, and he stood in it, as if standing in a fairyland. Not bad, Xizhong smiled, very satisfied. The little one is still so extraordinary, as if a shining emperor star is rising, and will shine in the world. When the stone bell approached, Xiaobudian just finished merging the divine ring in the cave, ran up to him and said with a sad expression, "Brother, the willow god also baptized me, but I feel that I have reached the limit of the cave, and I can't help it. Like you have united the cave and the sky. It's okay, I still have a chance in the future, and I can do it." Shi Zhang smiled and patted his head. Hearing Shi Zhang's words, Xiaobudian swept away his depression and smiled again. Because in Xiaobudian's eyes, Shi Zhang is omnipotent like a god, as long as it is what he said, he can achieve it. As soon as they returned to the village, all the uncles who had been to the false god realm gathered around, talking about the shock they received in the false god realm. When they first entered, they were very curious about everything. People from other big families were proud and said that they were people from poor villages. The man in Shikyun has a fiery personality, how can he bear this? He immediately started fighting with the other party. After Shi Linhu and Shi Meng defeated several big family disciples, more powerful ones came, and everyone in Shikyun began to feel overwhelmed. Those big family disciples hurt Shi Linhu and laughed wantonly. When everyone was helpless, Ant-Hu stood up holding the broken piece of yellow paper and said, "We are relatives of Dashan and Niwa. Knowing who Dashanran and Niwa are, but there is no other way, the dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor, and he has the courage to shout." In the end, what surprised them was that the disciples of those big families instantly softened their legs when they saw the crumpled piece of yellow paper. He took out a lot of healing pills and begged everyone in Shikyun for forgiveness. Everyone in Shikyun was shocked by this reversal, but the other party apologized, and everyone in Shikyun was kind-hearted, so they accepted the treasure pills and forgave them. As a result, those big family disciples got up and took out all the treasures on their bodies, slapped themselves in the face while smiling, and retreated with a crackling sound. Chapter 138 Tianpeng spreads its wings and goes to the lair. At first they didn't know what was going on, until they saw the recording stele, and after those people's explanations, they realized how appalling things these two guys from Shikyun had done inside. Shi Zhang smiled wryly. The reputation of him and Xiaobudian is only useful when no one dares to enter those big families, and it may be counterproductive after a while. Everyone in Shikyun also expressed their understanding, and they will not reveal their true faces when they go in the future, and Shi Zhang is also planning to bribe Master Now and Master Jingbi to ensure the safety of everyone in Shikyun in the initial place of the false god realm. However, everyone felt that the name Milkman was too ugly, and the name Xiaobudian was not aggressive enough, so they decided to call Xiaobudian's real name in the future, Shi Hao. However, he told God Willow about his plan, and planned to take Shi Hao to Kunpeng's lair along the coast of the wasteland, hoping that God Willow could help. Kunpeng. Lu Shen was thoughtful, and quickly agreed, and handed them a golden wicker, telling them that if they were in danger, they could contact him through the wicker, and he would arrive as quickly as possible. With this willow stick, Shi Zhang's confidence instantly became stronger. Willow God is in existence at the level of an immortal king. Although he has not fully recovered yet, he is absolutely unbeatable in this small lower realm. What is this? God? That God is not even an ant in the eyes of the real Lu God. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao bid farewell to everyone again. Although everyone had expected that the two children would leave, they did not expect this day to come so soon. But they also understand, especially after going to the false god realm, they all saw the splendor of the outside world, the appearance of strong people like clouds. Shi Meng and Pai Hu, who were proud of the village, grabbed a lot in front of the aristocratic family. If they had stayed in Shikyun forever, how could Shi Zhang and Shi Hao have achieved what they are today? Children, you have great ambitions, we all know that. We don't expect you to be rich, as long as you are safe and sound, understand? Yu clan elder explained with a serious face. Shi Zhang nodded. The people in this stone village always made him feel very warm, without so much flirtatiousness and intrigue, and getting along with them always felt simple and happy. No matter how high he flies in the future, this stone village will always be his spiritual sanctuary, like a big ship sailing in huge waves, knowing that there is a harbor with dim yellow headlights waiting for his return. The three of them bid farewell to everyone in the stone village and came before the willow god. Even the Bajun chickens under the willow tree were clucking and clucking, alleviating the sorrow of parting a lot. Willow god stretched out 9 branches, like giant spears supporting the sky, pierced into the void, and the chaotic energy surged, opening up a golden portal. Okay, Lu Shen said, and according to the coordinates Shi Zhang told him, he used his great powers to construct a passage to the coast of the wasteland. Goodbye. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao waved goodbye to everyone with Xiao Jin, stepped into the golden portal, and suddenly the world spun, and the feeling of stars shifting came, and the next moment, they appeared on the coastline of the wasteland superior. How strong is Lu Shen? Shi Hao sighed. Shi Zhang smiled slightly. It's stronger than you think, but one day, you will surpass her. Looking at the magnificent sea and smelling the salty sea breeze, Shi Zhang is also full of new ideas. In his previous life, although he was born in the south and only one province away from the sea, he wanted to go there since he was a child, but he never had the chance, and was delayed by various reasons. Today, however, he saw an even more endless sea, where water and sky really meet, forming a line. Now the blue sea is still very calm, there are only boats in 2s and 3s, but Shi Zhang seems to have seen the scene of bloody battle, and even this sea area will be dyed red by then. Let's go, I'm the man who will become the One Piece. Shi Zhang shouted. What? Shi Hao was puzzled. It's the king of thieves on the sea. Shi Zhang had a plan in his mind. Kunpeng's lair was opened, and people from all 8 domains would come. In addition to the creatures in the sea, if he could grasp the timing well, he would definitely make a fortune. Okay, Shi Hao said with a thief-like smile. He also likes things like house robbery the most, and the two brothers can be said to share similar tastes. Xiao Jin's chubby face was also full of smirks, the so-called those who are close to vermilion or red and those who are close to ink or black. This simple child has also been led badly. Get up. Shi Hao took out a bone boat from the human race bag, and under the urging of the runes, it became larger in the wind, turning into a large boat of hundreds of meters, floating on the sea. This treasure is a special treasure that he left behind on purpose. It was originally considered to be used for escape in case of emergency. It was not swallowed by the bone clock. Although it was only 100 meters in size and not grand enough, it could carry the 3 of them. It is more than enough. The 3 of them jumped onto the boat, injecting rune power. The whole body of the boat was glowing, and began to move forward rapidly according to Shi Zhang's will. The ship sailed fast on the sponge for 3 days and nights before it barely crossed the open sea. If it was in the previous life, it would have finished crossing the Pacific Ocean. The two worlds are so different that they are completely incomparable. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao also became bored from their high spirits at the beginning. After all, there was no fluctuation on the sea surface in the past 3 days, and they didn't even see a bigger fish, let alone a dragon or a dragon. Really boring. Brother, are you sure it's this direction? You won't be tricked by that old guy, right? Shi Hao asked. He dares. If he lied to me, I will send his ancestral treasure to the Sai Mao pit. Shi Zhang said with a beard and a stare. Brother, you can't do this, it's not kind. After all, you are also the one who wants to marry someone else's granddaughter. Xiao Jin interjected. Who said that Yun Zai's little girl is beautiful because she is too curious, as if there are 100,000 Ys written on her face? Besides, when did I say that I am kind? I just accepted his granddaughter, what should I do? The Sai Mao pit must be closed, and it is a matter of business, not favoritism. Shi Zhang said seriously. While the 3 were bragging and chatting, the ship suddenly shook violently, as if it had been hit by some huge object, and the 3 of them were almost thrown into the sea. Where is the evildoer? Shi Zhang raised his hand, and he held the golden fairy sword in his hand, ready to go at any time. After all, this is not Baidwan Mountain and Void God Realm, and he pays attention to fighting against the same realm. When he encounters threats in an instant, the combat power was maximized. Tianpeng's wings on Shi Zhang's back fluttered, and he discovered that it was a huge blue strange fish with a huge head and a thick layer of bones on the forehead. Hit the hull. This is the legendary iron-headed baby who didn't look back after bumping into the south wall. No, iron-headed fish. Shi Zhang sighed. Chapter 139 Adrift at Sea, Headless Horseman. However, the emotion was emotion. Shi Zhang's movements did not stop. The golden fairy sword in his hand swung a few sword chi, slashed at the strange fish, and dazzling sparks appeared. The species in the sea are really powerful. Shi Zhang thought to himself, it's just a monster with such a body, it's stronger than some ancient species. The strange fish suffered from pain. After all, it was injured by the sword energy from Shi Zhang's cut, and it bleed out a lot of blood. This made him even more insane, and he slammed into the hull like crazy, causing cracks. Not only that, but it also flicked its tail like a stone bell. The fish fins were several tens of meters long. After the stone bell avoided it, it exploded when it hit the sea surface, and the water sprayed like a waterfall. Hee, isn't it exciting? Shi Zhang became ruthless, the sword energy in his hand soared to hundreds of meters, almost cut the fish in half with a few strikes, and the blood stained a large area of the sea. When this strange fish was desperate, a large group of small red fish appeared on the sea in the distance, and they swam over densely. Although they were only a few meters in size, they were insignificant compared to sea beasts that moved hundreds of meters, but they were better than others. There are many in quantity. These red fish look very ferocious, like evil spirits from hell. They all have a mouthful of fangs, dense and sharp, flashing cold light, like a pair of sharp knives, particularly penetrating. As soon as these small red fishes appeared, the strange fish that were about to die before were instantly scared, twisting their huge bodies and fleeing quickly, while the group of small fishes swam past the stone clock at an extremely fast speed, and within a few breaths they were gone. After catching up with the strange fish, thousands of small fish submerged it in an instant, and their sharp knife-like teeth gnawed on this strange fish. The strange fish twisted its body crazily. The sea there was like boiling water, but with the creepy chewing the sound rang out and quickly calmed down. Only a skeleton of the strange fish was left, and it was gradually sinking. There was no trace of flesh and blood on it, and it was completely gnawed clean. This group of terrifying fish did not stop, and continued to look for the next prey. Shi Zhang looked horrified at the surface of the sea. Although the sea looked calm, it actually had murderous intentions hidden in it. Next, they seemed to have really entered the inner sea, and were attacked by sea creatures one after another. All three of them took action, repelling or beheading some creatures, but they fled in a hurry after being chased by a sea snake more than 300 meters long. Even this bone ship was almost smashed into pieces by its tail. The three of them poured all the power of the runes into the hull, which greatly increased the speed of the ship, almost gliding against the water surface. After fleeing like this for a whole day, the lingering sea snake gave up. Grandpas, I am famous in my life, but I have been chased by a reptile for so long. Shi Zhang gasped a little after speaking. This sea snake seemed to have entered the next level of terrifying creatures, and it was very vengeful. As far as Shi Zhang is concerned today, he is still invincible, so it is a blessing to save his life. Why didn't it suddenly stop chasing? Xiao Jin asked. The sea snake had been chasing it happily just now, but it stopped all of a sudden, not daring to take another step forward. Shi Zhang suddenly woke up when he heard the words. This kind of sea creature should be most familiar with this sea area, and the place where they dare not go deep must be a dangerous place. In the memory of his previous life, there was a sea of death in the depths of the North Sea, which was the battlefield of the saints, which happened to coincide with the location of Kunpeng's lair, and now he probably came here. At this time, another ship appeared as far as their eyes could see. That ship was much better than the bone ship Shi Zhang, and it was 1,000 meters long. There was a large group of people standing on the boat, and some old men with white hair and beards, who should be the elders of the clan, escorted them. But before Shi Zhang and the others could see clearly, a headless horseman appeared from a distance, holding a sky-cracking golden sword in his hand, driving a big black horse. Every hoof fell down, and his body was like thunder, making this the sea is churning. It raised its hand and threw the golden spear, like a divine arrow, blazing and dazzling, reflecting the entire sea surface into golden liquid, and even the void was buzzing. This sword seems to have broken through the limitation of space. Even though the two are separated by tens of thousands of meters, they arrived in an instant and bombarded the big ship. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the ship disintegrated and exploded instantly after being hit by the Xianxia. The waves were heavy, and the sea water rolled up to the sky, blood rain. This is just a casual blow of the headless horseman, so terrifying that it makes Shi Zhang feel chills on his back when he looks at it from a distance. This headless horseman is too powerful. The immortal will, controlled by a certain force, has been guarding this ancient battlefield and killing outsiders. Let's go, Shi Zhang said. That unknown power is a lesson learned from the past. A group of people mobilized the crowd to come, but they were wiped out without even seeing the fur of Kunpeng's lair. If they were discovered, it would likely be the same fate. A knight is a knight, and it has to be headless. What's the problem? Shi Zhang cursed secretly. He remembered that there was such a headless horseman on the outskirts of the undead mountain in Xianxia. Are all the big shots like this? They didn't dare to look back, and hurriedly drove the treasure to escape. The size of the North Sea is no less than that of the barren land. Xi Zhang and his party slowed down the speed of the boat, approaching the depths of death cautiously. The sea water in this sea area is red and black, very strange, and there is always mist that cannot be dispelled, making this sea area a vast expanse of whiteness, with extremely low visibility, severely restricting everyone's five senses, and making people feel uneasy. And when passing through some special waters, you can still hear the faint and miserable screams ringing in your ears, as if a sea ghost is crying. The fog is vast, and some strange wreckages can be seen floating on the sea from time to time. They are as tall as mountains and have been immortal for thousands of years. In addition to these traces left over from the ancient war, Xi Zhang can also see ships of other great forces or flying objects similar to void animal skins from time to time. Unfortunately, most of these are broken, torn apart, and there is no breath of life. It was attacked by an inexplicable creature in this sea area. Xi Zhang discovered that the larger the man treasures, the more vulnerable they are to attacks, especially those flying high in the sky. Small boats with hundreds of meters like Xi Zhang are considered good, and they have been safely heading towards death approaching the depths of the sea. Although the speed is not fast, it is better than safety. However, luck did not always fall on them. Perhaps because of the mentality that mosquito meat is also meat, their bone ship was suddenly pierced from bottom to top, pushing it to a height of several hundred meters. Chapter 140 Ghost Ancient Ship, Future Picture. It was a silver fish's snout, tens of meters long, like a silver heavenly sword. It broke into the hull without any resistance. It's a silver swordfish, Xi Zhang said unluckily in his heart. He had seen records of this strange fish in some ancient books. One of the most ferocious predators among beasts. Only after encountering it did I clearly perceive the horror of this silver swordfish. This treasure is very hard, and it was pierced so easily. Xi Zhang and Xi Hao were thrown high into the sky, and the Tianpeng wings on Xi Zhang and Xi Hao's backs stirred up and left the hull, while Xiao Jin was put into the human race bag, because it would be too large to restore its original body, are easy targets. As soon as the two were lifted into the air, they felt very strenuous. There was a strange force in this sea of death, as if a pair of invisible hands were pulling them down, making it very difficult for them to float in the air. The bone boat was lifted high out of the water by the silver swordfish, and the two of them really saw its appearance clearly. Its body was very slender, with dense scales, shining like metal. It lived up to its name, just like a real boat. Tianjian is a natural top hunter in this sea area. It shook the fish kiss vigorously, and the bone ship immediately fell apart, and the wreckage hit the sea surface, splashing a 100-meter high waterfall. Xi Zhang and Xi Hao hurriedly instigated Tianpeng Kai behind him to escape from this place, but the silver swordfish still pursued them persistently after falling back to the bottom of the sea, and the silver light shuttled across the bottom of the sea at an extremely fast speed. The two of them didn't dare to stay, and tried their best to incite Tianpeng's wings, but they were still not as good as this silver swordfish. The streamlined body also brings it real quickness, almost a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Get away, Xi Zhang yelled, reminding Xiao Budian that while he was running away, he was also keeping an eye on the movement of the silver swordfish. At this moment, he saw that silver swordfish suddenly broke through the sea surface, leapt up from the bottom of the water, like a sharp sword off the string. The tens of meters long fish snout shone with cold and stern light, and shot at the two of them. Come. The two quickly staggered their positions, and the kiss of the silver swordfish passed them by, and the pointed and long silver kiss of the fish reflected their flustered faces. Hole through. Escape. The two dared not stay, and took advantage of this gap to distance themselves from the silver swordfish, but they would always be caught up. After a few hours, they were attacked many times, and each time they were just a little bit worse. Xi Zhang has the power of double pupils, which can slow down the opponent's movements for an instant, enough to help the two of them avoid it at critical moments. But the rune power of the two of them is almost exhausted. Although there is a steady stream of supplies from the cave, they can't make ends meet. They seem to be galloping with a mountain on their backs, and the higher they fly, the stronger the pressure. Time has to be consumed, and their rune power is also exhausted. What to do? Xi Zhang looked around, trying to find a solution, otherwise he could only use the Willow God's branch to escape back, which was too much of a failure. Finally, when Xi Zhang opened the power of the Daotai Tianyan and the double pupil, he finally saw some black ships in the mist. Some were only a foot in size, some were taller than mountains, and the hulls were very old and dilapidated. Exuding green lights, very permeating. Ghost ship, others may regard it as ominous, and think it is a curse and supernatural, but Shi Zhang is very clear about the origin of this ghost ship. After all, they have to face the most terrifying Black Hand in the long river of time. Even the golden iron triangle that has shined for an era seems a little weak. Follow me, Shi Zhang yelled, turned around, and fell towards the ghost ship like a meteorite. Okay, although Shi Hao was surprised, after all he didn't see anything, but out of trust in Shi Zhang, he still did it. Call out, the silver swordfish attacked them again, and because they fell and were closer to the sea surface, it can be said that this attack would definitely hit Shi Hao. Evil beast, Shi Zhang turned his head, and the golden fairy sword in his hand slashed out a sword energy of hundreds of meters, illuminating the whole world, and slashed on the fish kiss, causing it to shift a little. The sword kissed Shi Hao's calf and skipped, rushed several hundred meters into the air, drew a graceful yet dangerous silver arc, and plunged into the sea again. When it was about to attack again, it found that the two humans had already entered the ghost ship. The breath made it uneasy, and its life was threatened, so it could only give up, sank into the bottom of the sea, and disappeared. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao entered this ghost ship, and in an instant, a strange force spread up, like invisible tentacles, trying to penetrate into their bodies, suck out their life essence, and imprison their souls. Shi Hao felt weird, and his hair stood on end, but with the help of Chong Tong, Shi Zhang saw the essence of this ghost ship, and saw the words written in blood inside the ship, "I'm the only one left." In these few words, Shi Zhang felt that kind of sadness, that kind of loneliness and helplessness, the dead body of Emperor Wuxia, and Emperor Yi Tian, who were half alive and half dead in the coffin, leaving only the seriously injured Empress, who went far away to see everything. In the world, they have been spying for a long time, but no one can help them, because what they have to face is the most powerful and terrifying opponent. You will not be alone, that battle. I will appear, no one can stop me. Shi Zhang couldn't help shouting. He scratched his fingertips, bent down, and wrote a line of big characters on the deck with the blood of the congenital holy body and Taoist fetus. Not to become a fairy, but to wait for your return in the world of mortals. The purple gold blood words bloomed. The immeasurable brilliance seemed to have awakened something in this ghost ship, and that strange power faded away like a tide, replaced by an extremely holy aura. In the faint white mist, a vague figure came out. It was a woman in white, with black hair fluttering around. There was a galaxy crumbling in every gesture, and the stars were dying. The whole world is hard to contain. She couldn't see her true face clearly, and was covered by a grimacing bronze mask, half crying and half smiling, with tear stains, reflecting her whole life. This is the peerless female emperor who is talented and arbitrary. She has no talent and cannot cultivate, but she rises against the world, sweeps away all enemies in all directions, stands on the 9 heavens, makes the gods tremble, resists time, and lives life after life. To wait for that he returns. The whole body of the ghost ship glowed, and a mysterious force emerged to protect this place, preventing the aura of that figure from leaking out, otherwise let alone the North Sea, even the 8 realms of the lower realm would be completely shattered. Chapter 141. The Empress is ruthless, fight against the Emperor. You're here. When Shi Zhang saw this figure, he didn't feel any fluctuations or strangeness in his heart. On the contrary, he felt very familiar, like meeting old friends who have fought together for thousands of years. It's you, the Empress said. Her voice was ethereal, but there was a sense of distance that was difficult to bridge. The other party was clearly in front of her eyes, but it seemed like a universe was separated. I seem to know you, but I don't seem to know you, the Empress said. Her eyes under the bronze mask were very empty. You, Huang, Hun River, 4 poles, soil, conquer, Di Yun. The Empress spit out these big words intermittently. Her condition seemed to be very unstable, her eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes cloudy. After all, this is not the real body of the Empress, it is just the obsession left in the bloody characters. After all the long years, there are too many that I can't remember clearly. Every time the Empress uttered a word, there was a burst of divine thunder bursting above the sky, and Shi Zhang suddenly felt that there was a sky knife hanging above his head, which would fall down at any time. In the end, the Empress's eyes returned to clarity, she stretched out her hand, and all the heavens trembled, and stars fell one after another into the boundless sea of stars. A light gate appeared in front of Shi Zhang and the Empress, and Shi Zhang saw his future figure in the light gate. Wearing 9-color fairy armor, with a chaotic clock hanging on his head, he stepped on the sun and the moon, and attacked wildly in a broken universe. Displaced, billions of stars exploded. Beside him, there is a three-legged and two-eared tripod stained with fairy blood and a white figure with a grimace mask, fighting against some supreme existence. The order of God is on the attack, and the flames of war are burning all over the star field of hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, a sea of chaotic thunder fell, carrying the power of order, the sky was shaking, and there was an aura of annihilation. The Empress seemed to have touched the rules of the world, and wanted to send down divine punishment to destroy everything. All life in the entire North Sea trembled and their souls throbbed. Although they did not see the divine thunder above the 9 heavens, they sensed that irresistible force. The presence. The Empress, aura instantly became fierce, and with a wave of her pure white jade hand, the power of the flying fairy erupted, like a galaxy hanging across the sky, directly shaking away the chaotic divine thunder that was enough to destroy the 8 realms. However, the power of that rule still affected the nether ship, the light gate was shattered, and all the scenes disappeared for a while. After all, it's not my real body, and that's all I can do. The Empress said. If it wasn't because you exist in the present, you exist in the future, and you even exist in between, minimizing the power of order in the world, I wouldn't even be able to manifest it, said the Empress. Shi Hao on the side couldn't understand, but Shi Zhang knew that he was the biggest loophole in the rules in ancient and modern times, and he was here as a time traveler. No matter which time and space he appeared in, it was reasonable and would not offend the power of the rules too much. With me here, everything will be reversed, Shi Zhang said, including his invincible belief. Indeed, at the moment you and I met, I felt the change of time and history, and everything became uncertain. The Empress said. At this time, the chaos divine thunder above the 9 heavens was brewing again, and the power of the rules gathered, and the 3 people on board felt it very clearly. I still can't exist for too long, after all, this has violated the law of heaven. The Empress felt something in her heart, her eyes penetrated the endless star field, and saw the chaotic thunder sea that crowded the sky and the earth. The figure of the Empress pointed at Shi Zhang, and a beam of immortal light flew over. It was the radiant power of flying immortals, which merged into Shi Zhang's body, making his whole body glow. An incomparably powerful source of good fortune power is tempering every inch of his flesh and blood. The Empress is using the Tao fruit of her future body to help the current Shi Zhang, and she is running against the long river of time, and is suddenly crushed by the power of order from ancient times to the present. Boom! In the endless and distant star field, the chaotic god thunder that crowded a universe fell. With the most powerful power of rules, the Empress shot from the air, and the power of the flying fairy bloomed with immortal light, illuminating the world, and bombarded this place. A chaotic sea of thunder. This is the ruthless emperor. Even if it is just a residual obsession that has gone through the ages, it is still unmatched. Facing the power of the long river of rules, it is still taking the initiative to suppress it. When Shi Zhang was in Shikyun, that layer of light film had already fused with his physical body, reaching the state where his spiritual seeds were buried deep and his wisdom was spontaneously flowing. The spirituality contained in Xianxia has reached the extreme. After all, this is the Tao fruit of the ruthless emperor helping him to refine it. It simply took away all the good fortune in the world, and no one can match it. Next, Shi Zhang needs to guide Wiguang, nourish the god seed, let it germinate, and give birth to his own exclusive rune god embryo. Those primordial ferocious beasts have powerful original runes in their bodies, containing their Tao and Dharma, and after the human race has cultivated to this level, they also begin to try to build their own runes to generate their own exclusive power. For example, the rain god, when he ignited the divine fire, the rune took shape initially, and the spells in it could be displayed, becoming a treasured spell of the human race. Shi Zhang has reached the limit of becoming a spirit now, and he himself is like the most fertile soil, waiting for the seed of God to be planted to give birth to his most powerful original rune. But this is only the first step. Those runes buried as God seeds will be adjusted, fused, and transformed until they truly fit with themselves, regardless of each other. The Empress is still fighting the chaotic thunder sea with the power of flying immortals across the endless star field. The sky is shattered, and the galaxy is shattered, but Shi Zhang's heart is still, and those original runes on the original truth emerge in his mind. The original true explanation records the most powerful original runes of those heavenly beasts. Although there are no treasures recorded, the original power of these beasts can be revealed from these runes. With a thought in Shi Zhang's mind, These runes turned into luminous incorporeal bodies, including Zhenyu, Golden-Winged Rock, Suan Ni, Chelong, Wuwu, Teoti, surrounded by Xizhong, shining brightly, like living things. These are too low, no. The Empress on the side suddenly said. Xizhong was ashamed. These are the most powerful beasts of the heavenly rank in the original truth, yet they were rejected and said no. Only an existence like the Empress dared to speak out. The Empress raised her hand and held it in the void. There seemed to be a universe in Xianxianyu's palm. Inside it was the real dragon Tuohai, the Kunpeng hitting the sky, the real phoenix Nirvana, and a blade of sword grass cutting the sky. Detained in the palm of the Empress. It's no loss to be a strong man who has intercepted the imprint of Tianxin. Xizhong sighed. The other party can intercept the original runes of the ancient 10 evils in this piece of origin of the world with his remaining obsession, which can be described as a masterful means. Chapter 142 10 Fierce Marks, Reverse the Future. The Empress turned the world in her palm into a stream of light and poured it into Xizhong's mind. In no time, Xizhong understood the original runes of the ancient 10 evils. These runes can be used as your reference, but to create your own rune framework, it depends on how you evolve yourself, said the Empress. She was making a mudra, holding all kinds of cause and effect on her body, turned to Xizhong and said, I hope you can reverse everything. I will, Xizhong said solemnly. The void was buzzing, the sky and the earth were shaking. This sentence seems to have been recorded by some kind of power somewhere. Okay, said the Empress. She voluntarily dissipated her body, and the chaos divine thunder that swooped down from the 9 heavens enough to sink the 8 regions also gradually dissipated. Xizhong's heart sank. The ruthless emperor's actions can be described as well-intentioned, and he was looking forward to someone who could fight side by side with them, shoulder the blue sky on their backs, and prop up the hope of the future. All the runes of the ancient 10 evils were carefully studied by Xizhong to understand the origin and true meaning of them, and he began to try to arrange and evolve these runes in his body, dismantling and combining these runes, and merging them together. Gradually, a supreme aura began to appear on Xizhong's body. As he continued to evolve and arrange the runes in his body, that aura became more intense, as if a supreme immortal emperor was rising. Both his spirit and body have entered into a wonderful rhythm, his mind is peaceful, and his soul is exploring and wandering in unknown areas. The runes in his body began to solidify gradually, carrying a ray of immortal aura of immortality, all of which were operating independently, not intentionally by Xizhong, and in line with the Tao of heaven and earth. In the end, the rune solidified, and immeasurable divine light bloomed in the body of the stone bell, like a god sitting cross-legged in it. Xizhong woke up and transformed this talisman into a talisman light, melting it into the flesh and blood like a divine seed. In just a split second, Xizhong felt his combat power soar, like a fairy furnace burning with divine fire. The rune born of Tao communicates with the world and provides him with endless power, and there is an inexplicable power in every gesture. He clenched his fists, his thoughts drifted to the endless and distant future. Although the Empress didn't make it clear, he already knew about those forces, the celestial god, Samsara and Soul River, and the hard-to-buried ones in the floating earth of the 4 poles. With me here, everything will be different. Xizhong clenched his fists. The ruthless emperor captured the 10 fierce mark runes in the avenue, which made him the strongest in this small stage, and he would naturally not let this down expectation. Brother, Shihao said. He also had mixed feelings in his heart. From the words and deeds of the two of them, it revealed an extremely dark and bloody future. What disturbed him the most was that he didn't see himself in the light gate that reflected a corner of the future. It's okay. Xizhong patted his head. In the memory of his previous life, Emperor Huang Tian was the most miserable one. He alone judged the ages, lonely and desolate, and he had to bear too much. In this life, with himself around, Xizhong would never let Shihao fight alone. At this moment, a shout sounded from outside the ghost ship. Friends inside, please come out and meet me. Xizhong and Shihao left after hearing the sound, feeling very strange. The ghost ship is very important to the creatures in this sea area. It is a taboo, all creatures avoid snakes and scorpions to it. Unexpectedly some creatures will take the initiative to approach, and the sound is around the ghost ship. The ghost ship was huge, higher than the mountains. The two walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck, and found that the sea near the ghost ship was occupied by a group of strange creatures. This group of creatures are like sea jellyfish, but they are black and red all over, exuding a metallic light, with a pair of huge wings, and their tails are like scorpion tail stings, shining with a cold scarlet light. Look, our divine envoy. A strange dragon that was closest to him spoke out, and suddenly thousands of strange dragons shouted together. Their voices were very excited, and there was a feeling of pilgrimage. Don't, I'm not some kind of envoy. Shi Zhang was at a loss, but he was still very vigilant. These monsters are obviously much stronger than predators like the silver swordfish, especially the one who spoke earlier. It's not particularly high, but the blood is too thick, and it belongs to the strongest pure blood beasts on the shore. Seeing Shi Zhang and Shi Hao's vigilance, the strange Zhao from earlier transformed into a boy about 15 or 16 years old in black robes with dragon horns on his head, suspended in midair, and the two looked at each other from a distance, and the two pairs of long fangs and blood-red eyes looked very strange. The two sides chatted for a while, and Shi Zhang understood the origin of the matter. This group was originally a normal dragon beast living in this sea area, but due to the influence of the blood of the ruthless emperor on the ghost ship, it transformed into a stronger race, the sky-swallowing demon dragon. The heaven-swallowing demon Zhao has always believed in the ghost ship and regarded it as a sacred thing, but the devouring force on it is too powerful, and they respect and fear it, so they cannot approach it. They also know that this kind of ghost ship was created by an unimaginably powerful god. When they saw Shi Zhang and Shi Hao enter the ghost ship, not only were they not swallowed, but they seemed to be accepted by this power. They naturally regarded them as envoys of God. God envoy. Shi Zhang had a weird look on his face. This title sounded like a big fool no matter what. Please ask the envoy to follow us to the Demon Dragon Palace to meet my father, the Lord Demon Dragon, said the son of the Demon Dragon who had turned into a human form. The stone clock moved a little bit. In his impression, the Undersea Dragon Palace was a treasure trove. He naturally wanted to see it, but he was still a little wary. After all, the other party was a large group, and it would be difficult to guard against them if they wanted to harm them. God envoys don't have to worry. Although the power of our ghost ship cultivation is powerful, it is also very dangerous. There must be a sacred place for the soul to ensure that we will not be affected by this power, so we will never be against it. You are at a disadvantage. The Mojao Shengji smiled, and said directly, with great sincerity. Shi Zhang thought for a while, and what the other party said was indeed reasonable, like the meaning of the ruthless emperor's elder brother to ruthless people. If he didn't have a place in his heart, he might really be demonized and become a puppet of this kind of power. Go, Shi Zhang asked Shi Hao in a low voice. Anything is fine, Shi Hao responded. Okay, please lead the way, Shi Zhang said, with the willow god's branch in him full of confidence. Those heaven-swallowing demon Zhaos boiled instantly, very excited, and they all got into the water in an orderly manner. Please come with me. The demon flood sun smiled, although his face was very dark, but his smile was very warm, making people feel like a spring breeze. Shi Zhang and Tianpeng Kai behind Shi Hao instigated and left the ghost ship. Shi Zhang made it smaller and put it into the human race bag. Seeing this scene, the Mojao Shengji became more convinced of the identities of the two envoys. Otherwise, how could he take away the ghost ship? Because everyone who had this action before was ruthlessly obliterated by the power above, even the smallest one. The same goes for the boat. Chapter 143 The Holy Son of the Demon Zhao, Kunpeng's Lair. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao got into the bottom of the water with the Devil Dragon Sun, and kept swimming to the depths of the sea. With their current cultivation level, they can maintain their lives without breathing. With this group of devil dragons opening the way, no sea beast would dare to attack them, so the journey was very smooth. It has been descending tens of thousands of meters before reaching the bottom of the Devil's Sea. It is not dark here. The plants on the bottom of the sea and some kind of substance mixed in the sand are always glowing, and the visibility is not low. The two of them were very curious and followed behind the Devil Dragon Sun. They felt very novel about everything on the bottom of the sea. From time to time, they could see all kinds of huge sea-bottom beasts swimming, but they didn't dare to approach, and they even saw Shi Zhang and the others. They all stopped in place, not daring to block their way. Your race is quite domineering. Shi Zhang sighed. Those fierce beasts who caused a bloody storm outside looked like a good baby in front of them. The Devil Dragon Sun turned around and said, the emissary is joking, although we dare not say that we dominate the North Sea, but in the area around the Devil Sea, there is no underwater creature that dares to offend us. After all, my father is a veteran venerable, and even stepped into the next level with 1 foot. Oh, Shi Zhang felt a little shaken in his heart. He can be called a god if he is above the venerable, and this demon dragon king is actually a strong demigod. Those who are stronger than those who swallow the sky and Xianxia. After about a quarter of an hour, Shi Zhang saw a huge palace hundreds of meters high from a distance, with 3-color dome lights blooming, illuminating a large area of the sea extremely brightly. When you swim closer, you can see that the entire palace is carved with extremely luxurious crystals. The white crystals form the walls, the pillars are blue, and there are sculptures made of red crystals, all of which are shining independently. The palace looks very graceful and luxurious. What a local tyrant, Shi Zongxin thought. These things are rare treasures in the outside world, usually a small piece is a family heirloom, but here they are used as building materials. This palace was just built 100 years ago, mainly because my father likes it. He said that living in that kind of black stone cave is too unpopular. The devil dragon said with a smile. Shi Zhang nodded. It's quite tasteful. So this demon dragon king is still a delicate king. Shi Zhang laughed inwardly. However, he also expressed his understanding. After all, at the level of the demon dragon king, everything will be done according to his own heart, and this kind of state of mind is good for the growth of cultivation. Before they entered the palace, a middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe walked over with strides. Each step covered a distance of hundreds of meters, with a sense of shrinking the ground to an inch, and soon he was in front of the 3 of them. I heard from the guard that my son found 2 envoys. They must be these 2 little friends. As expected, they are tall and handsome, and they are like dragons and phoenixes, ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man smiled heartily. Hearing the head horns, Shi Zhang and Shi Hao immediately thought of Xiao Tian. Although it was a word of praise, they always felt strange, and said quickly, don't dare to be, don't dare to be. After saying that, then the burly middle-aged man shook his brows, and said to the Mojao Shengji, do you see that the human language of the father is very advanced, and my handmade embroidered robes, are you going to boom or not? A trace of embarrassment appeared on Zhao Shengji's handsome face, and Shi Zhang didn't expect that the legendary demigod powerhouse turned out to be such a big kid. In his guess, shouldn't a strong man who cultivates this kind of magical power be very serious or even very cold? Father, the Mojao Shengji said while covering his forehead, as if he felt a little ashamed. The demon dragon king didn't care at all. The envoy is not an outsider. What's wrong with speaking freely? There is no need to pretend to be majestic as usual, it is very tiring. Shi Zhang really likes the character of the demon dragon king, straight-hearted, but this kind of character it is able to concentrate on the whole journey of cultivation, and the general sea races have deep hostility towards the human race, but this is not seen in the demon dragon king at all. Okay, what about you young people, go to trouble yourself, if someone bullies you, call me, and see if I don't kill them. The demon dragon king said, waving goodbye to Shi Zhang and Shi Hao, and a message appeared in front of him. He stepped into the golden passage, and his figure disappeared in place. My father and king have gone to fool around in a human town again. The Mojao Shengji said a little depressed. But Shi Zhang didn't think so. The demon flood dragon king was probably trying to taste all kinds of things in the world, to increase his own perception, so as to hit the next level. The demon dragon king came and went quickly. His appearance was like the wind. Without delay, Shi Zhang's vigilance gradually let go. If this group had any plans against them, it would definitely not be like this now. Let's go, said the devil dragon son, leading them into the magic dragon palace. The walls of the palace are inlaid with a large number of pearls the size of a basin for lighting, which is extremely luxurious, but both of them are monks, and these things are not very attractive to them. What they are interested in are the sculptures on the wall. These murals record the evolution process of the Mojao clan from ordinary dragon beasts to the present. They are very detailed, but because they are newly built, they don't have the feeling of time. In the very center of this palace, there is a crystal sculpture of the demon dragon king, which is 4 or 5 feet high, magnificent, heroic and domineering, with the potential to swallow mountains and rivers. Moreover, Shi Zhang was keenly aware that this sculpture contained a very powerful force. If foreign enemies invaded, this sculpture would probably explode with shocking power. The 3 of them sat down in the main hall, and a very beautiful clam girl brought them the spiritual fruit from the bottom of the sea. They slurped it down with a mouthful of saliva, and their whole bodies were wrapped in a wave of warm energy. Did the 2 envoys come for Kunpang's lair? The holy son of the Mojao asked straight to the point. Well, now the Kunpeng's lair is about to open, stirring up the situation, and the outside world will come in droves. I hope that I can help each other with the two envoys, and the possibility of obtaining the inheritance of Kunpeng is even greater. Xi Zhang thought about it for a while, and thought it was okay. After all, the heaven-swallowing demon Zhao clan was considered friendly to them, and Xi Zhang, a sea clan who didn't hate humans, was also willing to make friends with them. Moreover, this ethnic group is also somewhat related to the ruthless emperor, so Xi Zhang is naturally willing to help if he can help. Besides our Mojao clan, there are Hoyan Fish clan, Zijin Fish clan, and even the Sea God clan in Beihai. The descendants of these groups all have an arrogance, such as Mo Shang, who is known as the reincarnation of the Sea God. The noble phantasm under it is very powerful, said Mo Zhao Shengji, listing several threatening competitors of the same generation. The treasure left by the Sea God. Xi Zhang's heart was moved. He had an invincible heart for those strong men, and he didn't care much about it. Instead, he coveted the treasure in his hand. Chapter 144. In the Sea of Devils, the prodigy emerges. Looking at Xi Zhang and Shi Hao's eyes shining, the demon Flood Sun couldn't help but feel a little strange. After all, they are related to a supreme being like the owner of the ghost ship, so how could they covet the treasure left by the Sea God? In the next period of time, the holy son of the demon Flood Dragon took the two of them to the bottom of the Devil's Sea. Shi Zhongwen released Xiaojin, confidence. In addition, the holy son of the demonic Flood Dragon also provided the three of them with a practice treasure site excavated by the spiritual veins in the seabed, supplemented by a large formation, and the effect was superb. Shi Hao successfully broke through the realm of transforming spirits there, and Xiaojin also made great progress in strength. After coming out of the treasure land, the four of them began to attack in the nearby sea area. Now there are monks coming from all over the North Sea who heard the sound, ships carved from fruit cores, god blankets that control the void, and horns as high as mountains, carrying batch after batch of creatures came here. In the Sea of Devils, a rock cliff bigger than the ancient sacred mountain appeared. It lay horizontally on the sea. There was a huge lair on it. People are very exciting. It seems that Kunpeng's lair is really about to appear. To choose a good master, a mysterious energy covers the entire sea area, suppressing the cultivation of all creatures within the realm of transforming spirits, and using this method to select the most beautiful person. However, this kind of mysterious energy is still unstable, sometimes disappearing, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Many old antiques who are above the realm of transforming spirits also mixed in with the idea of luck, even when this suppressing energy is the weakest. The Tianzhao of the realm made a ruthless move to clear the way for the future. Of course, there are also some younger generation Tianzhao who violently rise up when this energy is the strongest, beheading some famous veteran powerhouses in the world. The juniors are in this realm far surpassing them in the past, and if they are not careful, they may really be beheaded here. In addition, there are various sea beasts and outsiders confronting each other. Big groups like Flood Dragon Lord and Sea Demons also invaded this place in a large scale, killing many powerful people with their numerical advantage. All the creatures are approaching the edge of the rocky cliff, but after half a month, they still haven't really reached the foot of the rocky cliff, and even the visual distance has not changed. The Kunpeng's lair has not yet fully opened. The power in it distorts the space, making it impossible for everyone to reach. There is a feeling of looking forward to running a dead horse. Xi Zhang and his group dispatched when the power was strongest, attacked many strong men, and gained a lot. When the power weakened, they dived into the bottom of the sea. Zhao's territory was almost like coming and going without a trace, and those who dared to chase down were either killed by them or swallowed by giant beasts on the seabed. Suddenly one day, when they were wandering on the bottom of the sea looking for prey, a few bloody sky-swallowing demon Zhaos suddenly swam up. They were all broken, their scales were cracked in many places, and their bodies were twisted and deformed, as if they had been crushed by some powerful force. Report the divine envoy Holy Sun, the descendants of the sea god have entered this sea area and are massacring the clansmen, please the divine envoy and the Holy Sun to take action. The heaven-swallowing demon Flood Dragon was speaking with blood foaming from the corner of his mouth. Where is it? The Holy Son of the demonic Flood Dragon was instantly angry. This sea area was originally their territory, and now the descendants of the sea god are actually killing the heaven-swallowing demonic Flood Dragon here. It is simply belittle the entire group. Follow me, please. A lightly injured sky-swallowing demon Zhao led the way, while the rest stayed where they were to cultivate their bodies. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao also followed without hesitation. During this period of time, the heaven-swallowing demon dragon clan has always respected them, and all kinds of elixir treasures are at their disposal. Now that they are being bullied by other races, they will naturally not sit idly by. Led by the sky-swallowing demon Zhao, the four of them flew towards the east at a high speed. After a quarter of an hour, the sea water began to take on a faint blood red. The severed body of the beast floated on the sea. Mo Shang, the devil dragon's son, showed 2 pairs of fangs, and his face was full of cold killing intent. They regard Shi Zhang and Shi Hao as envoys of gods, and they are treated with courtesy, but it does not mean that they are good stubble, and they are ruthless people who cultivate each of the magic power left by the emperor as a ruthless character. A blazing golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance, and the golden waves of hundreds of meters surged. Go to hell! A roar came, shaking the sea area to buzz. The golden sea waves crashed down, and a large group of swallowing demon dragons and sea beasts all exploded, dyeing a large area of the sea area into monsters. The strange black-red color is because the blood is too thick. Mo Shang, the demonic Zhao Shengji, roared from the air, holding a battle spear in his hand, surrounded by black mist, and a thick death aura came from above. Li Yu, you are finally here. At the place where the golden light shines, there is a young man wearing a golden battle armor, holding a golden trident, blue hair like a waterfall, and deep blue eyes. He looks about 15 or 16 years old, very handsome, like a young god king, standing among many enemy corpses, but not a trace of blood on his body. Come to my clan's territory and slaughter my heaven-swallowing demon Zhao tribe. I think you didn't die slowly enough. Li Yu, the holy son of the demon Zhao, drew a black light on the dark sea, and headed straight for the descendants of the sea god. I am a descendant of the sea god, and all the seas are my territory. How can you say your domain? The descendants of the sea god hold a golden trident, with a fighting spirit, and the battle armor on their bodies bursts out with bright light. Then the most terrifying battle broke out. Sea god, it's just self-proclaimed, the Hoyan Fish Clan, the Mermaid Clan, the Amethyst Fish Clan, which group has admitted it? The devil dragon's son fought fiercely with the opponent, and his mouth was not weak. I will tell you what is called a sea god. I am the king in the same realm. Even if your old devil dragon comes, he will die in my battle today. Under the halberd, the bloodline of the descendant of sea god is very powerful, his battle power reaches the sky, and he has an invincible mentality. At this time, when the energy fluctuation is at its strongest, all living beings are suppressed in the spirit transformation state, so he dares to attack wantonly and threatens to kill the demigod demon dragon king. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao found those golden servants, and did not interfere with the battle between the demon dragon's son and the descendants of the sea god. This is a battle between the strongest descendants of these 2 old enemy groups. Blend. These golden war servants are very powerful, even equivalent to half-pure blood beasts. They are very powerful, which shows how extraordinary this descendant of sea god is, which makes these golden war servants willing to follow. But even if they were very powerful, they were no match for the 3 of Shi Zhang, and they were blown up into a rain of blood one after another. Chapter 145, Descendant of Sea God, Golden Immortal Sword. How dare you kill my servant? The blue hair of the descendants of the sea god fluttered, opening and closing, a golden halberd with the potential to split the sky, and the golden tide swept across the sky. The devil's son was somewhat at a disadvantage. The 2 were close in strength, but the opponent's battle armor and golden trident were left by the sea god, which was much better than the black spear of the devil's son. However, this devil dragon's son is also fierce, his whole body is wrapped in black mist, he is slender, his complexion is very fair, and he has a feminine feeling, but he fights like the most violent fighting saint, relying on his strength that desperation Saburo made up for the difference in combat power brought by the noble phantasm. Your race joined forces with ants like the human race, it really embarrasses our sea race. The descendants of the sea god shouted. The golden halberd and the black spear collided violently, and the surrounding sea hundreds of meters away exploded, sprayed out a stream of water, and both sides also flew out backwards. Who are you calling an ant? Shi Zhang got angry when he heard this, and took the initiative to kill him. The golden fairy sword shone in the sky, bursting out with bright light, and slashed at the descendants of the sea god. The sea god's descendants brandished their long spears to block the blow, and a fiery golden light erupted at the point where the 2 collided, changing the color of the entire sea surface. The son of the demon flood dragon stood aside without intervening, watching the battle between Xizhong and the descendants of the sea god. It's you. The descendants of the sea god were very arrogant, confident that they were invincible in the same realm, and swung the halberd in their hands vigorously. It's closed. Xizhong's face was stern. He had received the inheritance from that elder in Zulu Academy, and his swordsmanship was superb. Every cut with his sword contained his own spirit and invincible mind, which had the charm of the unity of man and sword. The two sides fought fiercely, golden rays of light shone across the entire sea surface, and violent energy fluctuations surged in it, as if a 12th-level storm had blown up, making the rest of the creatures feel drowsy from a distance, avoiding them and not daring to approach them. It has to be said that this descendant of sea god is very powerful. The halberd is swung with 10,000 hectares of force, and the golden waves are layered one after another. He is at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. There is still a big gap from the opponent, making it difficult for him to take the opponent down for a while. Seal, Xizhong yelled, and thousands of metal-like runes flowed out from his hand, flying towards the sea god's descendants. The descendants of the sea god stood in front of him holding the golden trident with both hands. A mysterious force guarded him, and the seal runes could not come close. This sea god trident is of the same origin as the sea god's descendants, and it can 100% display the abilities left by the sea god. Bang bang, the two came close, not only wielding treasures and weapons, but also fighting close to each other. Their physical strength collided with each other, making continuous, dull sounds. The two moved as fast as lightning, and hundreds of blows passed in the blink of an eye. Both sides flew out after punching each other in midair. The golden trident swept out a wave, unwilling to fight with Xizhong again. You're intimidated. The Mojao Shengji, who was watching the battle, laughed. The descendant of sea god snorted coldly. I have the power of sea god. The body is not my forte. I should use great mana to suppress you. Suddenly, the power gushing out from Kunpeng's lair was weakening rapidly, and the transcending spirit in this sea area, the creatures in the realm gradually recovered their cultivation, and the face of the descendants of the sea god changed. You are really lucky. I let you live for a few more days, and the next time we meet, I will kill you all. Xizhong's face was stern, and the golden fairy sword in his hand pointed cut off, but the figure of the descendants of the sea god suddenly blurred, wrapped by a mysterious force, and left this place. It's different to have a good ancestor. The Mojao Shengji said, thinking of his father who was not in shape. He suddenly felt that the gap between the two was so big. Let's go, let's leave quickly too. Shi Hao said. The battle between the three of them just now aroused the attention of many people. Just now all creatures were suppressed and did not dare to approach, but now it is different. I am afraid that there will be some immortals. The heart is black and hot and touches it. Okay. Looking at the corpse on the surface of the sea, the holy son of the demon flood dragon felt a little depressed, but he still dived into the bottom of the water. The war has never stopped. Every day, a large number of creatures come to this sea area and are killed here, making the sea water in this sea area smell of blood, but they have no intention of retreating at all. Approaching the majestic rocky cliff crazily. Suddenly one day, the sky and the earth shook, and the rocky cliff began to change. A vast and vicissitudes of life rushed to the face, making the souls of many creatures tremble, but this also means that the Kunpeng lair has truly manifested. The stone cliff is no longer so elusive. There is an extremely huge stone ladder. One end is in the clouds, the other end is in the sea, which shows that Kunpeng's lair has been completely opened and everyone is allowed to enter. Kill. Many creatures yelled, everyone was boiling, and flew there madly. The god blanket was flying across the sky, the bone ship galloped, and the horn turned into a mountain range for the creatures to move forward, leading to the sea surface of Kunpeng's lair. Some subs get crowded. On the horn, Xizhong also saw a familiar figure, a purple-haired girl shrouded in a divine ring. Xizhong also sacrificed the ghost ship and shrunk it down to only 1,000 meters long. The four of them got into the boat and drove towards the rocky cliff at a high speed. This ship has been completely controlled by Xizhong. Even if he brings other creatures on board, he can still control the energy that sucks the soul of people from contaminating them. The creatures standing in front of Xizhong and the others avoided it in an instant. To them, this kind of thing is unknown and death, and no one wants to be contaminated. The devil dragon son was also very shocked. He was the first in the whole group to board this kind of boat. He suddenly felt a sense of excitement, and his little heart jumped up. Relying on the dominance and deterrence of the ghost ship, they successfully surpassed a large group of creatures, but they still didn't reach the front. However, the group of creatures in the front did not end well. They were beaten alive by some old monsters who surpassed the realm of transforming spirits, and a large area of the cliff was dyed red. Go away. There was a voice that exploded like thunder and was extremely overbearing, berating everyone. All the living beings turned their heads angrily, but when they saw Mo Shang, the descendant of the sea god, coming with a large group of golden servants who surpassed the realm of transforming spirits, they all gave way, not daring to compete with him. These servants of the golden god are all living beings living on Sea God Island, and they are all strong. Even if they are a little down now, they are still extremely powerful. Under the action of the golden servant, some creatures who wanted to compete were ruthlessly beheaded, shocking everyone, and the descendants of the sea god stepped on the stone steps leading to the cliff as the first batch of creatures. Chapter 146 Tianshan Mountain Man, Kunpeng Dojo. Not long after the descendants of the sea god set foot on the ground, a group of fiery red fish swam over. These fish stone clocks had seen them before, and they were exactly those terrifying creatures that ate the ironhead fish, but these were obviously stronger and densely packed, with a wave of heat rushed straight up the stone stairs. With such a large group of Hoyan fish rushing towards them like a torrent, anyone would have to stay away. This group of flame fishes use their tails as their feet, jumping on the stone ladder. One of them has a particularly bright red upper body, it looks like a burning flame from a distance. The flame fish transformed into a young man with fiery red hair. He looked down at everyone on the stone ladder with contemptuous eyes, and then quickly went up the stone ladder. Look at him, after all, you are also a holy son, and there is a demigod father at home, why are you so shabby? Shi Zhang ran on. They have always acted alone, like what the demon dragon king said. Young people are tossing about young people's affairs. The son of the demon flood dragon was a little embarrassed, and Shi Zhang stopped teasing him, speeding up the ghost ship to the fastest speed, and crashing directly towards the stairs. Hold the grass, someone spotted the crazy ghost ship, and they all backed away desperately while cursing. Boom! The ghost ship drew a gray-black afterimage, and slammed into the stone ladder fiercely. The hull turned over in an instant, flew upside down into the air, and turned over the stone ladder. Shi Zhang and his party seized the opportunity to fall from the inverted ship and fell on the stone ladder. The ghost ship also instantly turned into a ghost ship. A streamer was put into the ethnographic bag. It's them. Shi Zhang and his group have made many black hands in this sea area in this month, and many people know them. When they saw these four scammers, they all used their magic skills to beat them up. It's a pity that there is a stream of energy flowing on this stone cliff, and the creatures outside cannot attack the creatures who stepped into the stone ladder, and all the flying treasures are blocked outside. Shi Xiang killed you, and you are on the street. Shi Zhang cursed at those who shot at him. Seeing that the descendants of the sea god and Huianyu were in front of them, the four of them didn't waste any time and used their agility to catch up. The purple-haired girl standing on the horn looked at the stone clock and burst out laughing. Her smile bloomed like 100 flowers, and it was more eye-catching than the bright moon in the sky. It's a scam. Yun Shi laughed. The faces of the youths in Xing Yi and Bai Yi were instantly darkened, looking at Shi Zhang's back with murderous intent. This stone ladder seemed to lead to another world, and it still took 12 days to reach the top of the cliff at the full speed of Shi Zhang and the other four. During this period, they also saw the traces of the battle on the stone ladder. The bodies of the golden servant and the fire fish were left behind. Everyone wants to kill the other side and gain the right to rule the North Sea for a period of time to come. There is no grass on the top of the cliff, surrounded by mist, and there is a faint glow in the center, from which mysterious energy fluctuations emanate. Shi Zhang used the power of double pupils to investigate, and found that it was a huge glowing magic circle, which was somewhat similar to the altar in Zulu Academy, but it was not known how many times bigger. Those yellow croakers and red croakers are not here, they probably went to other places through that magic circle. Shi Hao looked around and said, in the eyes of foodies, the creatures on the bottom of the sea are all aquatic specialties, and even such a powerful group as the descendants of the sea god and the fire fish are just edible fish from Shi Hao's mouth. It is said that the Kunpeng Taoist temple was built in the sacred soil. It seems that the rumors are true, said the devil dragon son. Then let's go, don't let the two water specialties in front take the lead. Shi Zhang said. If the sea god's descendants were not in human form, he planned to kill them to try something new. After all, the ferocious beasts on land had eaten too much, so they should change their taste. The four of them stepped into the ancient magic circle, and their five senses were instantly deprived. After a long time, the light reappeared in front of their eyes, and the five senses slowly returned. At this moment, they have already set foot on another vast and boundless land, appearing on a small golden island. These small islands are densely packed, as numerous as the stars in the sky, and the sea water is actually formed by the innate essence, which is steaming, making the pores of the whole body open and very comfortable. There is a particularly large island in the distance, which can be regarded as a piece of land, emitting divine light. The most striking thing is the Kunpang's lair, which is built of unknown sacred trees and drips chaotic mist. The four of them immediately set off and flew towards the island. When they landed on the island to see each other up close, they found that the Kunpang's lair was still tightly closed, and the chaotic air was churning in it. It seemed that there was still some time before it would be opened. Shi Zhang didn't stay long, turned around and flew to another place, because in his memory, there was a huge light gate next to it, and there was a piece of Kung wood in it, which could help people realize the Tao. It was very precious and should not be missed. Sure enough, on the island of Guangmen, a blue-haired boy wearing a golden battle armor and a red-haired boy holding a red spear were fighting. The golden horses were shining, and the red waves were surging. The battle was fierce. "We want the things, you can go away." Shi Zhang saw the two people from a distance, holding a golden fairy sword, and went forward together with the devil dragon son. "It's you again, don't you want to live anymore?" The descendants of the sea god roared angrily, with blue waves rippling, and their power was astonishing. "It's you who don't want to live. In addition to the Kunpang treasure technique, I also want to bring back some special aquatic products," Shi Zhang said, and immediately found the descendant of the sea god. The human race called them ants, which made Shi Zhang really want to beat him up. Meanwhile, the holy son of the demon flood dragon fought with Huianyu Han Tian, and the red and golden spears collided fiercely. Xiao Jin and Shi Hao cleaned up those golden god servants and the extraordinarily powerful Hoyan fish. In this sea area, the mysterious energy is extremely strong, and all creatures are suppressed in the realm of transforming spirits. They are not vain at all. It can even be said to be devastating. Shi Zhang shot with all his strength. The golden fairy sword pierced the sea surface, slashed out streaks of unparalleled sword energy, and cut white marks on the sea god trident. The descendants of sea god were a little startled. The opponent's attack power was astonishing, and the fairy sword in his hand was also very strong. If he hadn't shared the same origin as the sea god trident, and had the resonance boost of the golden battle suit, he might not be the opponent of the fairy sword. "Impossible, I am the strongest," the descendant of sea god shouted loudly. His blood was surging, and his battle suit burst out with an incomparably bright golden light, boosting his combat power even further. "You are the strongest fart. I have only entered the spiritual realm for 4 or 5 months and you can't suppress me. Invincible, you are a hammer," Shi Zhang sneered. The descendant of sea god was obviously stunned for a moment. Shi Zhang slashed his body with a sword, a crack appeared in the battle armor, and blood flowed out from it. "Don't mess with my mind, I'll kill you first." The descendant of sea god came back to his senses, brandished a golden halberd, and wanted to split the stone bell to prove his heart. Chapter 147 Punch in again, Heaven Swallowing Magic Art. "The dead duck has a hard mouth," Shi Zhang said. Even if the difference in realm between the two was a bit big, he still wanted to kill the other party. After all, this guy was too arrogant, which made Shi Zhang very unhappy. The battle between the devil dragon son and Huianyu became fierce. The two spears collided fiercely like poisonous snakes, and both sides saw blood. The wound on demon Zhao Shengji's body was glowing red, and a fiery energy was burning his body, while the wound of Huo Yanyu was emitting black gas, and it was sucking his essence, which made him look pale. Well then, forcefully mobilize the rune power to fight against it. The name of the swallowing demon Zhao Zhao is definitely not for nothing. If it was an ordinary creature in the spirit transformation realm, it would have already turned into a puddle of pus. "You will die." The demonic light glowed in the blood-red pupils of the demon flood sun. His long and sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and he had a cold smile on his face. The Hoyan fish has a big head, and creatures like the sky-swallowing demon Zhao become more and more fierce as they fight. After being injured, their ferocity is aroused even more. If they cannot be suppressed forcefully, they will be very difficult to deal with. With the same combat power, 80% will be ground to death. What people didn't expect was that Shi Hao shifted his position while fighting, and unexpectedly arrived at the edge of the Guangmen, picked up the Kunmu with thick thighs, put it into the Chenkin bag, and smiled happily. You, the descendant of Sea God, was furious. No wonder he and Shi Zhang had unknowingly fought farther and farther. It turned out that the other party had this plan in mind. The two brothers Shi Zhang and Shi Hao have been together for many years, and they have done countless murders and robbery. They have been called the double pits of the false god realm, and the other will know how to cooperate with each other if they look at each other. At this time, creatures on the islands in all directions were rapidly approaching, and those latecomers also came, and even the spirit bodies of some venerables were mixed among them, escaped. Kunmu had been taken away, and Han Tien didn't want to continue fighting. After a high-temperature heat wave broke out, he also fled to the distance. After the first batch appeared, people flocked like a sea. When they saw Kunpeng's lair, they all turned red-eyed and started killing to reduce competitors. There are also some creatures that triggered the prohibition of the Kunpeng dojo, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Someone found a stone carving of the Kunpeng, thinking that the inheritance of the Kunpeng treasure art is in it, and all the creatures are crazy, killing each other, and the magic light and treasures are all over the sky, flying and screaming one after another. Shi Zhang and the others didn't want to make a move at first, but Nehi was involved in it. It can even be said that the creatures present were attacking each other, and they also beheaded many enemies, blood staining their hands. 3 months have passed since this battle, and the creatures sent by the ancient magic circle have not stopped. The 10 fierce treasures are too tempting, enough to change the power structure of the barren land, allowing them to have their own freedom in the ensuing chaos. The power of protection. Countless creatures are fighting each other, and a large area of seawater has been dyed red. This place has completely become a Shira field, with stumps and broken arms everywhere. They all thought that they could be the recipients of this opportunity, become the protagonists, and create legends. In the end, they were beheaded by stronger people, and they were cast into ladders with dead bones and flesh and blood, becoming the reflection of other people's legends. The descendants of the sea god beheaded Mo Tiano powerfully. He split the opponent in half. Han Tien killed an old strong man. It seems to be a spiritual body of a certain venerable. The descendants of Zijinyu tore apart 2 pure blood beasts were killed, and a small island was stained red with blood. These are all bloody prestige from killing. Of course, Shi Zhang and his group also went down and killed a lot of strong men, and the dead souls in everyone's hands were in the 3rd place, and those who became more crazy as they killed more and more, like the devil dragon son, almost broke through the 4 figures. After killing these strong men, Li Yu was able to absorb part of their origins, but only a little bit, but it also made Shi Zhang a little envious. As soon as he left here, he would immediately become a strong man in the next realm, the Ones. But he didn't envy it for long, because those ancient gods and great powers actually took out a small part of Kunpeng's bones and scales, which opened a crack in Kunpeng's lair, and a large number of people swarmed in. And Shi Zhang and Xiao Budian are the geniuses who have opened up 10 caves, and Kunpeng's lair also opened a path for them, and the 4 of them broke in. Although the inside is as vast as a small world, there is no end to it, and there are only a few. The accompanying elixir was harvested, but Shi Zhang's check-in task was completed. Ding! The host has completed the check-in task and obtained the reward of the heaven-swallowing demon art. Do you want to claim it? The heaven-swallowing demon art. Receive it, Shi Zhang said immediately. His restless heart could no longer hold back. Ding! The heaven-swallowing demon art is being released. As soon as the words fell, Shi Zhang immediately felt a lot of information pouring into his brain, making his head swell and dizzy, and finally these information gradually merged into one inky characters. This character is a bit like the half-crying, half-smiling bronze mask on the face of the ruthless emperor. The characters are extremely black, like a black hole, which can swallow anything. In the words of Shi Zhang's previous life, this character is like an energy converter, which can swallow the opponent's essence, origin, and even cultivate it for his own use. It is so powerful that it cannot be guessed. It's a little tricky. Shi Zhang didn't expect that the reward for punching the card this time was actually this, which instantly satisfied his previous little envy. His power of double pupils could see the conversion rate of magic power in Li Yu's body. It's very weak, it's just a form without real meaning, it's far inferior to the heaven-swallowing devil art he has mastered now. Brother, why are you smirking? Shi Hao asked. The 4 of them were doing well here before, but suddenly Shi Zhang froze and stayed where he was, and now he was giggling there again, which made Shihao feel strange. "Oh, it's nothing," Shi Zhang smiled. "With this magic skill, the speed of practice will definitely increase greatly." The three of them continued to move forward in the small world of Kunpeng's lair, and unexpectedly discovered the trial ground used by Kunpeng to train his young heirs. There are Yangyang Cave, Xuanbingyuan, Meteor Tomb and Huahuntan, all of which are extremely dangerous places. Ordinary monks perish as soon as they get close. This is a good place, don't let it go to waste, Shi Zhang said, and dived down to the Yangyang Cave. The temperature in this place is extremely high, everything is fiery red, like a small sun falling here. The four of them can feel that their bodies and souls are being scorched. Xiaojun walked 300 meters away from the entrance of the cave, and Shihao stopped after walking more than 100 meters, but the Devil Dragon Sun walked more than 500 meters with the cultivation base of the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and Shihao felt the same. He walked to the 800-meter place in a fit of anger, making the other people secretly call out perverted. Chapter 148 Kunpeng Cave, Hone Yourself. The further you go into this anode hole, the higher the temperature, and the stronger the power of fire. When Shi Zhang walked to this place, his clothes and trousers were burned, and his naked red skin was exposed. Fortunately, the power of fire in this hole turned red. The mist obscured the view, and others could not see it. Shi Zhang's body and soul are both being tempered. This method of tempering is very aggressive and painful. It is completely forging body and soul in the way of forging weapons. 2 months later, Shi Zhang walked into the deepest part of Jiang Cave, a full 3 kilometers long, where there was a stone platform. Shi Zhang sat on it, and instantly a white lightning-like divine fire shot into his soul. This should be the heir of Kunpeng who has reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and even the perfect one dares to temper here. Shi Zhang is far from reaching this state, but he still resisted forcefully, much stronger than the son of Kunpeng when he was in the same realm. Layer after layer of old skin has faded from Shi Zhang's body, and he has experienced painful torture, but the transformation is also extremely impressive. His body and spirit have been strengthened dozens of times. It can be said that he can the strong man who swept the spirit realm. Jiang Cave has no effect on the stone bell. The stone bell came to the outside world. Those people did not really enter Kunpeng's lair after careful consideration, but it did not prevent them from killing each other. I don't know how many dead creatures. Shi Zhang went around with black hands, using the sky-swallowing demon art to evolve the sky-swallowing demon jar, which devoured many strong men. Shi Zhang found that this sky-swallowing demon art is very overbearing, not only devouring the opponent's cultivation base and origin, but even treasures. Turn it into your own use. Although not perfect, but he still has the sky-replenishing technique, and then evolved it with the holy method of fighting. It can almost be said that the opponent's treasure technique has been restored to 7 or 88. These 3 techniques complement each other and are simply a golden partner. However, he found that the powerhouse he devoured only improved his cultivation, and the treasures he obtained were useless. Shi Zhang's vision is very high, and he doesn't like it at all. After hunting outside for a while, Shi Zhang returned to Xuanbingyuan, the place of Kunpeng's trial. This is a world of ice and snow. The temperature is extremely low. Shi Zhang trembled all over while walking in it. A large group of frost formed on the skin, and cracks appeared, but no blood flowed out, because even the blood was frozen. The cold ice power frantically poured into Shi Zhang's body from the open wound, as if to freeze his soul here. Grandpa, this Kunpeng, is good at playing ice and fire. Changtian, Shi Zhang complained tremblingly, his whole body was trembling. Shi Zhang stayed in this maddening place for another 3 months, until he fully adapted to the temperature here. His body and soul transformed again, his body was shiny, his soul was full of energy, and he felt invulnerable to fire and water. When he went out from here, Shihao and Xiao Jin came out of the Yangyang Cave, and they also walked to the deepest point, but they didn't dare to sit on the stone platform, but the demon flood sun couldn't walk 1,000 meters away. Going in, I was almost burned to death there. I can only sigh that the envoy is the envoy. The stone clock didn't stop, and went to the meteor tomb. This place is like a world formed by meteorites from outside the sky. There is an inexplicable energy flowing in these stones, which crazily drilled into his body and impacted him. A large amount of blood flowed from the pores. Spilled out. He just sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk in meditation, accepting the impact and baptism of these energies, and tempering his body and spirit. Another few months passed, and Shizong's body was rejuvenated from the inside to the outside. His body was forged to be extremely tough, and despite the impact of those mysterious energies, he was fine. Like the god Iron, he now has the confidence to kill those spirits with one hand. A person at the pinnacle of realm. The key is that the rune god seed he had buried deep in his flesh and blood began to germinate after these tempering. Using the ancient and 10 fierce runes as a reference to arrange and evolve, how terrifying is the rune of the true self that finally transcended. Even if it is just showing its edge, it also caused Shizong to change. Next is the soul transformation pond, which is specially aimed at the spirit and soul. It is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will perish in it, leaving only your body and turning into a living dead. Looking at the extremely dark pool of water, as if wanting to attract people's soul, Shizong gritted his teeth and walked in. Those who can't be buried in the sky are too strong. They are the biggest black hands in the era after era. Even the Emperor Wuxia died in battle. Shizong must make himself the strongest in every realm, so that he will have the capital to compete with them in the future. As soon as Shizong entered, it was as if countless steel needles pierced his soul, causing him to break out in cold sweat, excruciating pain, and growl uncontrollably. Even the ice and fire 2 heavens and the meteor tombstone bell in front are not so painful. This is a place of trial for the soul, and every moment can torture people to the point of madness. His soul seemed to be thrown into an oil pan, and then poured into sulfuric acid to cleanse his soul. Hold on, Shizong's head was submerged in the soul-transforming pond, and he even stepped on some hard things under his feet. He tremblingly picked it up, but it turned out to be a bone. This bone gave off the same breath as the remaining Kunpeng bones brought out by the great teachers before. Shizong guessed that a son of the Kunpeng died here. The adult Kunpeng was not in the nest and was fighting outside. In the endless years, only the bones are left here. Shizong let out a long breath. This place is really dangerous, even the descendants of the 10 evils died here. Resist. Shizong gritted his teeth, guarding the clarity of his Lingtai, allowing his soul to be tempered here. The stone bell stayed in this place for a very long time, and he stayed there for half a year before he got up from the pool of soul transformation. The moment he got up from the soul transformation pool, his forehead bone was translucent, spewing out brilliant light of the soul, like a blazing divine fire burning. After half a year of tempering, his spirit and soul underwent countless transformations, getting rid of impurities, transcending the past, and finally reborn in nirvana. All kinds of torture and tempering in these places of trial allowed him to be completely reshaped from the inside to the outside, and he completed the reshaping of the true self in the realm of transforming spirits. Moreover, it was a complete reshaping, from body to soul. A real transformation took place completely. Potential, spirit, and future path were all reborn. He almost died in this soul transformation pond many times, and he was extremely dangerous. In the memory of Shizong's previous life, he didn't even have this magical land. He has now taken the first 2 steps of the realm of transforming spirits to the extreme, with a body that is invulnerable to water and fire, and a blazing soul that looks like divine flames. Judging from his current performance, he even surpassed the sons of Kunpeng at the same age by a large margin. It can be said that he overlooks all people in the realm of transforming spirits. Chapter 149 Cave Heaven cultivates soul, cutting heaven witch. But he is still not satisfied. His accumulation in nearly 2 years is enough, and he wants to break through the last step of the realm of transforming spirits in one fell swoop, the cultivation of spirits in the cave. In his only cave, there are the black gold Tianpeng and the scarlet Suani. Due to the relationship between the chaotic cave, they seem to have given birth to a part of spirituality one step earlier. What Shizong has to do now is to let Tianpeng and Suani completely give birth to spirituality and turn them into spiritual bodies. They are in the cave of the stone bell, nourished by a large amount of spirit and chaotic mist, and they grow up with him. The stone bell once again constructed the rune framework constructed by the 10 evil spirits of the ancient times, buried them in their bodies in the form of gods, and sorted out their veins in a way of reshaping the true self. Immediately, the auras of Suan Ni and Tianpeng changed, as if they had an independent consciousness of life. Their eyes were like torches, and soul light shot out from their eyes. Tianpeng fluttered its wings, Suan Ni breathed out electric light, with a kind of primitive and wild ferocity. With a thought in Shizong's mind, these 2 spirit bodies appeared next to him, no different from living things. The spirit bodies gave him a strange feeling. They have self-awareness and can be controlled by Shizong, which is very strange. And the chaotic blue lotus stone bell also tried to change it by casting a spiritual body, but it was useless. Both the god seed and its consciousness were blocked by the hazy light on the lotus leaf and could not penetrate. After several attempts, it didn't work, so he simply gave up. He had a hunch that this green lotus was very powerful, but he didn't seem to be able to control it now. Shi Zhang went to find other people, and found that they were still in the meteor tomb, with their eyes closed tightly, accepting forging, and the mysterious power of the meteor continued to drill into their bodies and come out of their pores. Their aura is much stronger than a year ago, and they have all undergone a complete transformation. It's too good, the young master is faster than them, a bunch of scumbags, they will respectfully call me, Big Brother, when they come out. Shi Zhang's waist is very frightened. It has gone through those trials with Shi Zhang, and now it has been forged to be more moist and moist like jade, exuding a faint clear light, and looks very good. Shi Zhang's big hand patted it, and there was a boom. Fuck you, when I went in, you weren't crying and howling, even your own mother called out, are you embarrassed to be called Shibadian? Now I'm here, believe it or not, I sealed you to fill the latrine. Shi Zhang scolded. As one of the 10 evil spirits in the ancient times, this god stone is very hard even though it has no supernatural powers. Every time it screams that it is about to crack, but in fact there is nothing wrong with it, it will just howl there. Seeing that they were still transforming, Shi Zhang didn't bother them, leaving a Suani spirit body waiting for them, and the real body returned to the surface of the sea. The surface of this sea is a little red, and it is unknown how many creatures died in it, but the number of people still has no sign of decreasing. The ancient formation has been sending in creatures from the outside world. During the past year, the descendants of Sea God and Huianyu and even some pure-blooded beasts on land have gained great fame, as well as those venerable spirits whose realm has been suppressed. They still have both comprehension and combat experience, and they are the most dangerous type of people. Shi Zhang has reached the absolute peak in this realm. He surpassed the heir of Kunpeng in the same realm. With only 2 spiritual bodies, he can sweep all enemies, and the realm of transforming spirits has no opponents. It's time to hunt, Shi Zhang said with a smile. Those who attacked him before, such as descendants of Sea God, descendants of Huianyu, and the spirit body of the Venerable, would die if they touched him. He began to wander in this sea, looking for opportunities that others could not afford. He is only 12 years old, he looks very young in this sea area, and he is alone. He has spent most of the time in Kunpeng's trial place for more than a year, so many people don't know him and think he is a soft man. Persimmons attacked him one after another. For such a person, Shi Zhang naturally would not soften his heart. He pointed out that the opponent's treasures and body were all blown to pieces, and he refined it with the heaven-swallowing demon art. They are all small shrimps, so there are no descendants of gods, and the spiritual body of the Venerable is fine. Shi Zhang was a little depressed, and the number of dead souls in his hands had already exceeded 1,000. For others, it is enough to live until now. He is not a strong man, but Shi Zhang really looks down on him. Shi Zhang was looking around, and when he was looking for a target, suddenly a figure covered in blood burst from a distance and hit him. Ouch! The man wailed. He felt that he had bumped into a mountain made of divine gold, and his whole body was about to crack. Brother, watch the way. Shi Zhang looked at his appearance and said, you are miserable enough, what did you do? Freak. However, after such a collision, he was also very aware of the strength of the person on the other side, which was extremely terrifying. He didn't dare to hide it, and said, Dragon blood grass has been born. A large number of creatures are fighting for it. Dragon blood grass. Shi Zhang's heart trembled. This is a precious medicine that is infinitely close to the holy medicine. It seems that Kunpeng's hunting dragon is really not talking about it. This dragon's blood grass is probably grown in the nest from the dragon's blood dripping from Kunpeng's body after fighting with the dragon clan. Where is it? Shi Zhang's heart was burning. The man saw Shi Zhang's eyes shining, and pointed his finger. Shi Zhang's figure disappeared in the same place in an instant, leaving behind an elixir. Thank you, this is your share. The man picked up the elixir and muttered, is he so confident? Where is there? There are quite a few big men. Shi Zhang galloped along in the direction the man pointed, and after flying for a quarter of an hour, he finally heard the sound of shouts and weapons colliding. An island in front is densely packed with powerful creatures, including human races, fierce beasts, sea beasts, and some strange races, countless, all screaming and fighting there. Get out of the way, I declare that this dragon's blood grass is mine." Shi Zhang roared, drawing a jet of black golden light and rushing straight, plunged into the sea of people. This dragon's blood grass is a treasure that is infinitely close to the holy medicine. There are countless creatures who want to win it, and they all occupy the entire island. And the stone bell smashed in like a meteorite, pushing it horizontally with its incomparably strong body. Like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, all the bodies of the creatures standing in front of the stone bell were smashed to pieces. "Get out of the way." Shi Zhang spoke again, and his voice shook the sky. Although he didn't want to kill randomly, he was determined to win the dragon's blood grass. Seeing the fierceness of Shi Zhang, many creatures were startled and hurried to get out of the way. After all, no matter how precious the dragon's blood grass is, it still has a life. But those creatures who didn't believe in evil launched an attack on the stone bell instead, and treasures and techniques flew all over the sky, hitting the stone bell like a torrential rain. Shi Zhang smiled. He didn't feel burdened at all when he killed these people. All the way he went on a rampage, the bodies of the enemies he passed were all blown to pieces, and those treasures and techniques had no effect on him at all. A moment later, Shi Zhang swept away the enemies in a state of destruction, and rushed into the middle of the island, where several extremely powerful creatures were vying for the dragon's blood grass. Without stopping, he punched the Tauren who was holding the dragon's blood grass to pieces, put the dragon's blood grass into the human race bag, pushed it out again with his invincible body, and left the island. It took Shi Zhang only a dozen or so breaths from entering the arena to leaving with the dragon's blood grass. Before many creatures could react, Shi Zhang had already retired. "Ah, let me meet you next time and I will kill you." The most powerful creatures roared, and their voices spread tens of thousands of meters. They thought that Shi Zhang was just a sneak attack, and they had planned for a long time to kill the Tauren with one blow. They never thought that Shi Zhang was just a random punch. The tyranny of Shi Zhang has exceeded the imagination of many creatures. After all, they think they are standing at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and others can only be at the same level as them at best. This time, it was easy for Shi Zhang to get the dragon's blood grass, much easier than the few fairy peach trees in Baidwan Mountain, which made him very happy. "Young man, you seem to be very powerful." A beautiful figure in a long black dress came lightly, wearing light rain, stepping on the blue waves, the ripples spread, and the little brilliance sprinkled, like a fairy under the moon coming by the wind. She looks about 16 or 17 years old, with a graceful figure, curvy, slender legs, black hair as bright as satin, exquisite facial features, big eyes, and her skin is whiter than snow against the black dress. A feeling of. Shi Zhang was a little stunned, and swallowed unconsciously. He had already guessed the girl's identity. She should be a witch from Jiishan sect in the upper realm, and she really came to Kunpeng's lair. This slight movement was naturally caught by the girl's eyes, and she smiled lightly, with an unparalleled sense of charm. "How about it, are you surprised by my sister?" Shi Zhang came back to his senses and stabilized his mind. "It's okay, it's better than me. A daughter-in-law is a little bit worse." He was talking about the goddess of war at Zulu Academy, and he has reached the pinnacle of spirit transformation now, and should surpass the goddess of war by a bit. Based on the bet the two made at the time, he was so calling is also right. The witch smiled, so beautiful that people would sink their minds. She made a voice like a silver bell. "You have a daughter-in-law before your hair grows." Shi Zhang's mental age is much older than he looks now. Naturally he will not be run on. He immediately said, "How do you know that my hair is not full? Could it be that you peeked at me taking a shower?" After finishing speaking, he looked at the witch with a regretful look and said, "Look at you, she's pretty. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He's obsessed with the world of mortals, and his Tao heart is unstable." 3 black lines appeared on the witch's crystal head, and the young man opposite her seemed to be more difficult to deal with than she expected. Not only his combat power tough, and very talkative, it seems that he can't take advantage of this aspect. "I see you got a dragon's blood grass just now. It's a good thing. I want to rob you a little bit. What should I do?" The witch looked at the Chenkin bag on Shi Zhang's waist and smiled. "You can try it if you want." Shi Zhang glanced at her and said calmly. In fact, he still wanted to rob the witch. This girl came from a great sect in the upper realm, so there must be a lot of good things. The gold silk bag at the waist is not ordinary at first glance, and the energy fluctuations are stronger than Shi Hao's Chenkin bag. The witch couldn't see through the young man in front of her, and she couldn't help feeling guilty when she saw the calm look on his face. As soon as this feeling of guilt appeared, she herself felt weird. This was just the lower realm. Even if the boy didn't try his best when grabbing the dragon's blood grass, he probably wouldn't be his opponent. Forget it, it's fate to meet by chance. Sister, I have a bodhisattva heart, so how about letting you go and rob others together? The witch said. Okay. As a normal man who has grown up mentally, Xizhong would not refuse to be accompanied by such a pleasing and beautiful woman, let alone he has other plans. The witch felt a little uncomfortable. I advise you not to think of me, or you may be sealed in this seabed for 10,000 years by me. Xizhong smiled. Where are you going? We are good. Brother, how about a 50-50 split with all your heart? All right, the witch nodded her head in agreement. In the next few months, Xizhong and the witch attacked those big fish many times. When the god stone hits, it will surely hit the back of the head. The witch also has a mysterious method that can break through the sea of consciousness of the other party. It is a match made in heaven for one person to search for divine consciousness. I said, are you going to give me a share too? Every time you throw me at someone, those iron-headed boys' heads are so hard that I'm about to crack. Xianxia complained. Work hard, and the benefits are indispensable to you. Xizhong slapped it. Although this guy is cheap, he is one of the 10 evils. He must be cultivated, and he will be a great help in conquering the world in the future. They shot around, picking those big shots, including the pride of the ancient gods, the leaders of the immortal forces, the princesses of the mermaid clan, and the spiritual bodies of the venerable sea demon clan. The sea of consciousness was broken open. This golden shell shrimp son is so funny. He sneaked out when he was a child, but was swallowed by a big fish. In the end, his protective object attracted the strongest of the clan, and he made the fish spit it out for a long time. Regardless of her image, the witch laughed so hard that her upper body heaved violently and the waves were choppy, which made Xizhong crazily recite the meditation mantra silently after watching it. Xizhong originally wanted to put it away for cooking porridge, but when he heard what the witch said, he immediately felt overwhelmed and gave up the idea. Suddenly, they heard the sound of fierce battles in the distance. The sky was full of runes, the sun was shining brightly, treasures and treasures were flying, and the calm sea was blasted into huge waves tens of meters high by huge energy fluctuations. Xizhong and the witch rushed over, but it turned out that they were acquaintances. It was Xianxia, a girl from the celestial race, and several other young men and women transformed from pure-blooded beasts, who were being attacked by an old man with a white beard. The old man is obviously the spiritual body of a certain venerable, and he also brought the treasure of the original body, and he was in the sea again. The boat in the storm is crumbling. Hold on, our guardian should be here soon. A young man shouted. Come on, if Yu Qingyan insisted on dying, would we be separated from the mutual Taoists? Another young man shouted angrily, his neck was red. Xianxia remained silent. Drips of sweat dripped from her crystal-clear forehead. She focused on fighting against the white-bearded old man in front of her. With 108 divine rings shining, she went towards him to suppress him. The old man with the white beard waved a blue battle spear, chopped all these divine rings into pieces, and turned them into a rain of light. Alas, Xizhong sighed, shook his head, rushed up to fight with the old man with white beard, and finally killed him after 100 moves. In fact, if he didn't deliberately hide his strength in front of the witch, he would have killed this old guy with a single slap, and in the end he would have to act like a big fight. Xianxia was still in shock. She was in a very dangerous situation just now, but she didn't expect that the young man in front of her, like a god descending from the earth, would avert her fatal crisis. The witch flew over, and her extremely beautiful appearance turned the young people in the ancient mountain into dumb geese. Xizhong was putting the venerable's treasures into the human race bag to feed the bone clock, while the witch stood side by side with her, looking like a gifted scholar and beautiful woman, which made Xianxia on the opposite side panic for no reason, even very nervous. I hope that I can stand beside Xizhong instead of the witch at this moment. Am I jealous? Xianxia looked at Xizhong with a different kind of affection in his eyes, rippling like clear waves. The witch, ghost spirit, took a panoramic view of Xianxia's expression and said to Xizhong, "You have such a dark heart, but you still save people. This little girl is not the daughter-in-law you mentioned before, right? Pure and lovely." Yunzai's heart was pulled up in an instant, and she actually faintly hoped for Xizhong's affirmative answer. Ah, Xizhong came back to his senses after feeding the treasure of venerable demon flood dragon to the bone clock, and immediately responded, "No, no. But what he didn't expect was that Yun Zai's eyes turned red instantly, the beautiful face was full of grievances, the white teeth bit the red lips, the divine ring shrouded her head again, the divine splendor hung down to cover her face, and she used her posture to draw a beautiful shadow and left. There was a faint smile on the witch's face, and she looked at the stone clock with her bright eyes with a little deep meaning. Several young people from the ancient sacred mountain expressed their gratitude to Shi Zhang, and only the man in Xingyi looked at Shi Zhang. There was a cold murderous intent and jealousy in his eyes. These young men and women turned around and chased after Yun Shi, fearing that she would have an accident, but Shi Zhang suddenly struck out and slapped the man in green to pieces, revealing his original shape. It was a big blue bird. Pure-blooded divine bird, Qingluan. The rest of the young men and women were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect their savior to shoot their companion to death in an instant. I saved you, but I didn't save him, Shi Zhang said. He did everything with the utmost benevolence and righteousness. This man in Xingyi was not only ungrateful, but also had murderous intent towards him. In the memory of his previous life, this Qing Yun was also a thorn in the side, always trying to kill the little one. How could Shi Zhang let him go? Alas, the rest of the people sighed, and they couldn't say anything. After all, if there was no stone bell, they might be wiped out here, and Qingyun was really too much. After those people left, Shi Zhang was also a little at a loss. A girl with the best looks and talent who still likes him should have no resistance. After all, he is a man with his true nature, but he always feels that there is something wrong, which made him resist Yunshi mentally. What are you thinking about? The witch asked, staring into his eyes, trying to see something from his eyes. It's nothing. Shi Zhang's thoughts were a little confused. If he met her next time, he didn't know how to face her. Seeing Yunshi's aggrieved and sad look on her face made him feel uncomfortable. Little devil, do you want to accept them all? The witch teased with reluctance. Yeah, I want to take you together. Shi Zhang glanced at the witch next to him angrily. This woman is too weird, like a combination of a devil and an elf. Haha, my future man must be the strongest in the world, can you? Isn't that me? Shi Zhang said. This is his ultimate goal since he stepped into the practice, and he has made steady progress step by step. At least all people in the same realm are like ants to him. He firmly believes that if he goes on step by step like this, he will be the strongest in every realm, and he will definitely be able to reach the peak and become the strongest person in the end. The witch smiled, and blinked at Shi Zhang. Look at your performance. After finishing speaking, the witch looked around the sea area, seeming a little reluctant. I'm about to go back, that annoying those people are a bit difficult to deal with. Shi Zhang guessed who the annoying person she was talking about was, probably Na Yuchen. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Shi Zhang's face. The witch immediately noticed it. Little ghost, don't think badly. Although your strength is not bad, you are still not my opponent. Shi Zhang smiled, showing his white teeth, and smiled brightly. Really? When you are fattened up, you can start killing. Before the words fell, Shi Zhang immediately made a move, and the metal runes on his body turned into an enchantment like flowing water, imprisoning this small world. Little ghost, you're playing with fire. The witch felt something was wrong. She waved her lotus root arm, and there was a bright rune in her palm, which burst into a strong light. But what he didn't expect was that Shi Zhang actually resisted directly with his physical strength, and his right arm became transparent and bright, like a glass made of divine gold. The expected explosion sound did not resound, and a powerful and strange force appeared in the palm of Shi Zhang, which directly wiped out the bright rune, and turned it into the original essence, which was absorbed by Shi Zhang. Hey, the thief! Shi Zhang smiled. Densely packed sealing runes appeared on the other palm, and he grabbed the witch, intending to seal her directly. You nasty brat, the witch yelled. She realized from the simple collision just now that the bad boy had been hiding his strength from the beginning to the end, and now he just broke out. Scatter. The witch's treasure was solemn, and her aura immediately became holy, with the charm of the Tao exuding from her body, which seemed very sacred and inviolable. Following her soft scolding, a brilliant white light swept across Shi Zhang's hand, and the sealing rune disappeared instantly. Tian Shu, interesting. Shi Zhang smiled, but he was not worried at all, and had absolute confidence in his own strength. How do you know? The witch was a little surprised. She never said that she was from the Jiishan sect, but the other party could recognize the spell she cast at a glance. Guess. Shi Zhang laughed. His eyes were like a big bad wolf looking at a little sheep huddled in the corner. approaching directly with physical strength. "Suppress you little devil first," said the witch. A slender 9-section whip appeared in her hand. Each section was engraved with a powerful rune, which revealed a strange and powerful aura under the urging of the witch. She swung the whip across, and swung it towards Shi Zhang's arm, trying to restrain Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang stretched out his left hand extremely swiftly, and grabbed the whip. Even though the witch was pulling hard at the end, it was useless even if she blushed. "Let go, brat," the witch shouted coquettishly. No, Shi Zhang always had that faint smile on his face. "Then don't blame me." The witch immediately activated the runes on the 9-section whip, and the runes radiated so much light that the whole whip was dyed a strange green. At the same time, Shi Zhang also felt that the hand holding the whip was a bit awkward pain, cannot help but be shocked. His precious body has undergone many transformations, and his innate holy body is invincible in the same realm as the physical body, and is tempered by the chaotic air in the only cave every moment, invade. He slapped the cultivators and treasures in the realm of transforming spirits one by one, but the witch's whip turned out to be a threat to him. Seeing Shi Zhang's surprised expression, the witch almost couldn't complain. This is a treasure she brought from the upper world. She was born as a saint of Jiishan sect, so the treasure is naturally tailor-made, and it consumes a lot of talents. It can be said that even a mountain will explode if it is drawn. As a result, when she activated the runes on it, thinking that she could use this to sweep away the nasty little ghost, the little ghost actually took it alive with his physical strength. Nothing happened, and he looked surprised. "Why are you surprised?" the witch complained frantically in her heart, but she was also shocked by Shi Zhang's physical strength, even if she was a real dragon's heir. Surprised, she still blasted all kinds of powerful treasures from her hands, pouring them on Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang didn't dodge or evade, just resisted so hard, the smile on his face never retreated. He kept smiling at the witch, letting her toss. "You little devil." The witch gave up. She is just a spiritual body with limited spiritual power, without the supplement of the cave, and in the enchantment where the spiritual power is sealed by the stone bell, she continuously casts this powerful treasure technique to make her there is something empty in the body. The hairpin on her head flew out spontaneously, bursting out with an incomparably powerful light, and a black spot appeared on the tip of the hairpin, which was a broken space. This hairpin is the witch's life-saving item. It has the function of breaking the boundary. It is very powerful. She really broke a corner of the barrier. The witch turned around and left, preparing to escape from the loophole in the enchantment. "Damn kid, don't let me touch you again. You still want to run?" Shi Zhang laughed, and hit the back of her head directly with the god-hitting stone. On it, a large bag swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Little ghost." The witch wobbled, she couldn't even stand still, she passed out directly, fell from midair, was caught by the stone bell, and her body was instantly soft. Is this little girl a boneless creature? Why is she so soft? Shi Zhang thought to himself, it turns out that being soft and boneless is still true, and the ancients did not deceive me. Shi Zhang erased all the spiritual imprints on her accessories and gold silk bags, and took them as his own. He originally wanted to explore the Linghai and learn the sky-cutting technique, but there was a restriction there, and he broke through forcibly. Her spiritual sea will explode, think about it or forget it. At this time, his Suani spirit body actually brought Shi Hao and the others over, and they saw him picking up the witch's treasure and the golden silk bag. "My brother, you actually..." Shi Hao was surprised, his eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. "Did you go back last time and you saw that Piho had a child and you wanted one too? Originally, it's okay for you to be an adult, but it's not good if you use force." Shi Hao said. "You..." Shi Zhang couldn't tell anymore. Shi Zhang took all the witch's hairpin and accessories, and now she was lying in his arms with disheveled hair. It was indeed easy to be misunderstood. "Where are you thinking?" Shi Zhang said, throwing the gold silk bag to Shi Hao. "Brother, you actually ate and wiped your mouth and left and took the bowl away." Shi Hao was very shocked. Shi Zhang didn't want to explain, since he couldn't explain clearly anyway. He carried the witch to a hidden corner on an island, and hid her with a barrier so that others could not see her from the outside world. When he was about to leave, he suddenly had a whim and left a note. "There is reincarnation in the law of heaven. Those who commit crimes will eventually be murdered. I originally stole this whip, but I gave it back to you as your share. Who told me to be the same person? Now it's all done. Let's clear up, don't look for me anymore." In the end, he left the 8 biggest words, Good figure, well developed. Ha 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 ha, Shi Zhang finished arranging the barrier, and left with a long smile. Go, very happy in my heart. When he met Shi Hao again, Shi Hao's face was full of weirdness. Brother, how many sister-in-laws do I have? Shi Zhang angrily gave him a chestnut. Many. 2 years as time passed, the strength of the 4 of them skyrocketed, and even Xiao Jin had reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, just short of Zochin. However, although the realm of the Devil Dragon Sun has not increased, his combat power has undergone earth-shaking changes. It has increased several times compared to before, and his foundation is more solid. In the future, he will definitely surpass the Devil Dragon King. While the 4 of them were chatting, Kunpeng's lair suddenly changed. With the loud rumbling, the sky and the earth shook, the blue sea rolled up high in the sky, and the lair was like a blooming lotus, completely opened, revealing a few special wide passage. At the same time, a sacred voice resounded from the heaven and the earth, as if the gods and Buddhas of the heavens were singing in their positions, and a breath of ancient vicissitudes came, carrying Kunpeng's supreme deterrent power, which shocked people's souls. The lair erupted with light, auspicious colors descended from the sky, and ancient mysterious runes hung down, imprinted in the air, shining brightly, as if across the long river of time, to the place where the gods originated. Kunpeng's lair is open, countless people shouted, rushing towards Kunpeng's lair like a tide. Whoever stands in my way will die. The golden trident blazed into the sky, transformed into hundreds of feet, and fell down. A large field in front of the Sigurd's descendants was instantly emptied, and a large number of creatures were shattered to pieces under this blow. Mo Shang was wearing a golden battle armor, holding a golden halberd in his hand, bathed in golden radiance, his blue hair fluttering. His aura was astonishing, like a golden god of war. He was much stronger than 2 years ago, and he seemed to have gained a lot of fortune. The Kunpeng treasure is destined to belong to me. In the other direction, the descendant of Huianyu held a red spear and stabbed it out. An incomparably blazing white flame swept across an area. At this time, the flame temperature was extremely high. As the heat wave rushed over, all the enemies he had chosen were burned to black ashes, and there were no bones left. A large area of the sea was sunken, and a large piece of sea water was missing, turning into thick mist and steaming. But even though they were amazing, they still didn't deter the heroes, because Kunpeng's lair was completely opened, and the 10 fierce treasures were right in front of them. Who could not be crazy about it? Kill. Zhu Shang burst into flames, and this place became a sea of runes and treasures. Everyone fought desperately, rushing frantically towards Kunpeng's lair. Chapter 150 Kunpeng Treasure Art, Fierce Competition. Shi Zhang and Shi Hao also set off, and everyone was attacking each other. Some people's bodies were constantly shattered, and their heads rolled off, turning into strands of grievances and broken bones in this place. Get out of the way! Shi Zhang yelled, like a thunderbolt exploding, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, shaking the void to buzz. He pointed out several times in a row that all the bodies of the people standing in front of him exploded, and Shi Hao and the son of the Mo Jiao also used the killing technique to behead the people nearby. Kunpeng treasure technique is too important. No one will show mercy at this moment. Even some people from the previous alliance are fighting. Shi Zhang and the others bombarded all the enemies with extremely strong combat power, and became the first group of people to step into Kunpeng's lair. A group of people broke into a stone room, and the ancient runes in the stone room shone, revealing an ancient atmosphere, and rushed into everyone's chest. Is this the place where Kunpeng once lived? The eyes of the creature that came in were bloodshot, and after 2 years of bloody battle, they finally entered this legendary place. The stone room has an original stone table, which is simple and natural, with a jade pot and several jade cups placed on it. Kunpeng's jug, everyone's heart is hot, and if they killed them earlier, is the wine that Kunpeng drank mortal. It must be brewed with divine materials they could not imagine. Immediately, everyone went crazy, all kinds of treasures and treasures flew together, and some people used special techniques to grab this sacred object from the air, which can be said to show their magical powers. Shi Zhang took the lead, let those precious techniques and treasures bombard him, and at the same time smashed the several people who were fighting with him with brute force, grabbed the jade pot in his hand, and put it close to the human race bag. Go away, this is mine. The half-stepped venerable spiritual body held a dagger in his hand, and slashed at the backs of the 4 with a bright and clanging energy. The silver bell on Xiaojin's body rang softly, sending out invisible sound waves, which scattered the Zheng Qi. She leapt up suddenly, and chopped off her hand like a heavenly knife, beheading the half-stepped venerable spiritual body. Blood spurted high. The latecomers were startled. This little girl who seems to be only 6 or 7 years old is so scary. How strong are the other older ones? Some of the latecomers felt that Shi Zhang and the others should not be provoked, but at this time the descendants of the sea god also arrived, waving the trident, and the golden waves poured down like 10,000, covering all 4 of them. I've been looking for you for 2 years, but I still haven't found it. Why, are you shrinking back in fear of death? The descendant of the sea god's blue hair fluttered, his eyes glistened, like a god descending from the earth, with a detached demeanor. Go away. Seeing his arrogant appearance, Shi Zhang was very upset, and slapped him, breaking up the golden waves, and at the same time blasting the thing hundreds of meters away, hitting the stone wall. The golden armor shattered all over the place, and blood flowed out from the broken armor. Hiss! A group of people gasped. What kind of ruthless master is this? It's so terrifying, and a simple slap actually caused serious injuries to the descendants of the sea god. But even so, there are still a large number of creatures fighting for their way without fear of life and death. After all, this is Kunpeng's lair, and the things inside are enough to make people crazy. Shi Zhang and the others didn't stop. After all, compared to the treasures left by Kunpeng, a descendant of the sea god was too insignificant. He didn't even look at Mo Shang, and continued to rush to the depths of Kunpeng's lair. The descendant of the sea god leaned limply against the wall and was severely injured. If it wasn't for the sea cucumber trident and this battle armor protecting him, he would definitely have been patted into a pulp. Mo Shang poured a golden pill from the jade bottle, and instantly the whole stone room was filled with energy like a sea. Subdued. Thick golden radiance erupted from the descendant of Sigurd's body, and the skeleton on his body crackled. Almost in the blink of an eye, he stood up from the ground. Mo Shang's originally handsome face became distorted. Shi Zhang's slap destroyed all his pride and dignity since he was born. He didn't even look at it again. Just like treating an ant, he is now close to madness. His eyes are blood red. I don't believe it. Even if I can't beat you, I will definitely kill you. Mo Shang roared. Shi Zhang didn't know what Mo Shang was thinking, and he didn't care, because he was competing with a large group of creatures in another stone room for the Kunpeng futon and magic lamp left behind by Kunpeng. There were too many creatures present, and all of them were scrambling for the treasure left by Kunpeng. This is Kunpeng, one of the 10 evils of ancient times, and anything left behind would be enough for them to rob their heads. Shi Zhang killed hundreds of strong men with tyrannical strength. Under the iron fist, no one could stop him, and successfully snatched the Kunmu futon. This is for Kunpeng to rest for a while. Bridges, which can help people realize Taoism, are rare treasures. And Shi Hao, Xiao Jin and the others are also fighting in the crowd, fighting for the magic lamp. Originally, they could be obtained based on their strength, but everyone present knew that the group of 4 had extraordinary strength and was the biggest threat. Most of them bombarded them together to prevent them from succeeding. Little friends of the human race, you have already gained something, don't be too greedy, and be careful of your life. A venerable spiritual body held a treasure, and slashed at the 3 people. Don't bark at that dog. If you are you, will you let me out? If you have the ability to eat meat, if you don't have the ability, just quietly eat farts behind. He poked horrible wounds on the opponent many times. He's talking about the human race. As a sea race, you can't wait to stand up and help. Are you going to fight against it? Huo Yanyu Han Tian killed him, and wanted to fight the demon dragon with the spirit body of the venerable sun. What kind of thing are you, a miscellaneous fish? Can it represent the Sea clan? What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? I will kill you today. A black dragon was fighting wildly in the 4 fields, forcing 2 opponents to retreat again and again. The Sea clan present were a little startled. They didn't expect this demonic dragon son to be so tyrannical. It seems that in their generation, the demonic dragon clan would definitely rise up. Maybe they could become the next sea god. Under the cover of the demonic dragon son and Xiao Jin, Shi Hao finally got the magic lamp. This magical lamp has unfathomable power. It is a powerful treasure, but it must be ignited with divine oil, and Shi Zhang happened to have this thing in the gold silk bag that robbed the witch, so Shi Hao took it out and poured it into it. The magic lamp suddenly burst into flames, like a small sun held in Shi Hao's hand. Shi Hao shook it lightly, a trace of divine flame flew out from the wick, cleared a large area, and burned a large group of strong people to death. No bones remained. Good thing. Shi Hao beamed with joy. This magic lamp is too powerful, it can be used as a lure.